It's your boy PSA Sitch here on the Sunday live stream with everyone's favorites. Can we say that you're fully over the COVID? Are you fully clean?
Yeah.
And
I lied last time, guys. Last week was day 34. Today is actually day 41. And I feel fine. I'm like finally back to normal.
So it's not day 41, it's day 0. You're free.
I'm free, yeah. The last few days I felt pretty much back to my normal self. But enough about me, okay? I'm not some fucking egomaniac that wants to talk about his COVID for an hour. Let's get into this video. So rumor has it we're gonna finish this video in 5 hours. We're making a commitment to do a shorter stream. We want people are complaining in the comments that they don't want a 10-hour stream. They can't commit to a 10-hour stream. So
right.
If we do a shorter stream, I think we might continue to grow our audience. Our audience is growing nicely. So
Adam is like, Sitch, we gotta do short. Let's try doing a short stream. We're gonna do an experiment.
Right.
I want to do like 5 hours maximum. And I'm like, okay, we can try that. And then the next day he's like, Sitch, let's do this hour and
20-minute video. I know.
Video.
We have to stay on topic. Listen, there are some of you right now who are listening to this stream right now in the future, looking at the time on the actual finished video, and it says 13 hours. You people, fuck you, okay? Fuck off. We tried.
Listen, if you're a magic person from the future and you're looking at the time code right now and it says like anything over 5 hours, I want you to leave a comment that says Adam.
Listen, this is no one can tell the future, okay? Right now is the present.
He's like, let's watch this hour video and then let's watch clips from all these other videos. And I have like 10 pages of notes, Sitch. Let's just go forever. And I'm like, you just start 5 hours, Adam.
Do you have how many notes do you have here?
I have
a few. Okay, I have a few notes. Okay. I was watching Vaush's reaction to this. Yes. And as we speak right now, this video has been set to unlisted. I think it might have been unlisted in the past 18 hours because there's a stream up on Vaush's channel where Vaush says, he pulls up the video and he says 144,000 views. Christ! And he has like a conniption fit. This video is so popular that Vaush can just see his reputation collapsing.
We need the backup. Okay. We need the backup. Okay, because we need to explain what this video that we're even watching is.
I'm doing a very poor job.
Yes,
you set the background.
You're getting too excited. Okay. So there's a YouTuber that we've never covered named Noah Samson, I believe is how you say his name. And, he's Breadtube, like everyone else, Breadtube socialist guy. And basically he made a video very recently where he calls out all these horrible, evil debate bros, specifically focusing on Xanderhall and Vaush, and basically saying that they're all racist. That they're all evil white supremacists. They're still looking at the world through an evil white supremacist lens. And it's a very interesting video, and lots of very crazy things are said in the video. And then after this video, Noah ends up going on Vaush's stream and talking to him. And it's crazy because it's the classic situation where you see someone who's doing a video essay and they're like super calm and they're like super confident in what they're saying and cool, collected. And then you see them on a live stream and it's just like the complete reverse. It's like flop, sweat, meltdown. and his performance, I guess, on Vaush's stream was so poor that he has now unlisted the video.
Yes. Yeah.
So I am curious going forward what he thinks he got wrong in this video and why he thinks he got it wrong. Because this video, when I first saw this video, I thought this Noah Samson character is evil and is like hates white people or something, is some sort of self-hating racist. But now that he's unlisted it, and after his performance on Vaush's stream, I'm leaning more towards like, is he just dumb and doesn't understand any of the topics that he's covering in depth at all?
Yeah, I think that the latter is most likely the case.
Okay. Yeah. So maybe this will be a learning experience for Sitch. Maybe I'll learn to not, like everyone else, I need to not jump so quickly to assuming maliciousness. Right. Start just assuming ignorance.
So do you want to give the background as well? Because in this video, my takeaway is Noah Samsen is calling out Vaush for something that I think Vaush is completely guilty of. That's character assassination. It's the one part of the video that I actually thought he made a decent point and got it right. I think Doomer had a huge problem because he took some clips out of context. But I mean, this is something we've noticed in Vaush time and time again. Vaush will, take some little debate moment, use that to make an inference about a person, and then brand that person with that character assassination for life. Like he basically creates a persona for you and then just hammers it again and again and again. And I don't think it's fair. I think he's done it to Sargon. I think he's done it to this Professor Flowers person. I think he's done it to just every single person on the right. He does it to regularly. He's in the process of doing it to Doomer. He just recently made a video about Doomer, how Doomer is a trust fund elitist, out of touch snob. That's the new meme on Doomer. That
isn't that true though?
Well, Doomer's definitely playing into that in a bad way. But do you disagree that this is a characteristic not only of Vaush but basically everyone on the left? And it's funny that Vaush has this persona himself where he comes out as, I'm a debate bro. I only want to talk about arguments. Arguments are all that matters to me. But in reality, all Vaush does is character assassination. That is all he is capable of doing.
Well, okay, let's be a little fair here.
Listen, okay, we got fucking good faith Gary here already.
We got good faith
Gary.
Here. Okay, first of all, this whole clipping people out of context is what almost everyone in the political sphere on YouTube and Twitch does.
Okay, so you're saying just the left and right are both guilty of doing this. This is just a character assassination.
Yeah, this is a very common. I mean, this is Sitch and Adam's law. You take the extreme position of some crazy person and you paint with a broad brush the entire movement.
Right.
And clipping people out of context is sort of just another version of that. It's like, oh, let me make it look like this person's saying something crazy. This is very common. Okay. And the second thing is, Vaush does engage in arguments when he can. Like when he thinks his argument is stronger, he will engage in the argument. But then when he is losing the argument or doesn't think his argument is as strong, it seems like then there'll be the reverting to character assassination.
Right. Well, I noticed he never responded to any of Doomer's original video. He never responded to any of those arguments in there. But as soon as he found an opportunity to respond to something where he could create this fake persona for Doomer and character assassinate it with it, then he responded, of course.
Well, that was what was that's interesting about this too, is that so Noah makes his video on Vaush.
Right.
And Noah's attacks on Vaush are pretty terrible.
Yes.
And so because of that, Vaush goes and talks to Noah on his stream. But I believe Vaush refused to talk to Doomer, if I recall correctly, about the Vaush video. So I think it's interesting. It's like, oh, because Doomer's critique was actually good and honest, he's not going to talk to him on stream about it.
Well, and he knows Doomer has time codes for everything. Like he backed everything up with evidence.
Right.
He'll just go straight to the time codes. Right. Noah doesn't have that. It's funny to me too, also because now Vaush has made 2 or 3 streams on this interaction, and he's fashioning a character assassination for Noah that is obviously having an effect because Noah unlisted the video. The character assassination is video essayists are propagandists and we shouldn't listen to them because all they do is lie. That's right. This is enjoy your new reputation, Noah, because this is the reputation Vaush is going to pen you with for the next 6 months.
Right.
Yeah. It's already begun.
Right. Anyways, JMac for $200. Thank you so much, Father JMac. Daddy JMac says, we demand longer streams now, 20 hours at the very least.
That's hilarious.
Anyway, let's get into the video.
Noah Samsen's a fucking idiot.
Noah, the coward Noah Samsen, who said that he liked me in a video and then later posted like a minute-long retraction in the following video.
I have no problem with black creators getting really big. However, FD signifier is a dumb fuck.
What? Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Hassan Piker is an idiot. Nobody learns anything new from Hassan. I don't believe.
Wait. I actually agree with that.
These are pretty correct. It's interesting because I don't like Xander Hall. He had a very interesting conversation with Destiny about the Coward House. I think he had a very long debate with Destiny about Destiny got kicked from Twitch for saying if they want to run over rioting protesters or whatever, that they had his blessing. And Xander Hall was on the wrong side of that issue. That was like the only thing I've ever heard about Xander Hall before this video.
Yeah, I don't think Xander Hall does not look good in this video, and I don't think much of Xander Hall either. It's funny that Xander Hall makes the argument that certain people he doesn't want to rise up in Breadtube because they can't support their positions with good arguments. And Xander Hall's like the fucking worst arguer ever. It's like saying, it's like basically just committing himself to losing as well.
If Noah Samson is the bar here, it's pretty low.
The bar is underwater for all of Breadtube.
Here's why I guess I had such an interesting interpretation of this. I don't think Noah understands the arguments or the philosophy that he's arguing in favor of, but his editing is very on point. Like, he's obviously an intelligent person, because the way he crafts this propaganda is like expertly done.
But that can be intuitive, and you could still not know the arguments. Like there's a social rhetoric game that's going on here, and then there's a intellectual argument game. And all of these people are very good, very adept at playing the social propaganda game.
Right.
The perfect example is, so Vaush needs to make a video where he's saying video essayists are just propagandist pieces of shit, right? But he knows there are some video essayists that he needs to suck up to because they're above him in the Breadtube hierarchy. Can you guess which video essayist Vaush makes an exception for when he begins his all video essayists are propagandist pieces of shit video? Can you guess?
Let me think really hard. Does it begin with C and end in Entrepoints?
Yeah, it's ContraPoints, H-Bomber Guy, and Sean. So he basically says all of these people who are huge, who already have huge Patreons and are unassailable by anyone.
And haven't attacked me yet.
Are great. They're the ones that you should listen to. The smaller creators are all propagandist pieces of shit who are trying to attack me because they want my part of the hierarchy.
Are you saying Vaush is adapting the Trump philosophy?
Vaush is Trump. Everything Vaush does is totally Trump. Wasn't I just talking about how he has a little persona that he foists on people to destroy them? What's Trump's key signature move? He gives someone a name, right?
That's true.
Vaush does the same exact thing.
There's an interesting part. I don't know if we'll get to it because we're already jabbering for like 10 minutes. There's an interesting part after his conversation with Noah. When Noah leaves, Vaush kind of goes on like an hour-long egomaniacal rant about how like his presence protects like other socialists.
Marginalized people. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like you know the meme of the guy with the arms out and he's like in front of the person who and all the flaming daggers are coming. Like Vaush thinks that's him. Protecting all the oppressed minorities that are socialist, basically. And he tells a story that's hilarious. It's just like an episode of Community. I don't know if you remember. There's an episode of Community where Britta is like obsessed with this guy who works at a carnival. And he's like this weird carny guy. And Jeff goes to see him. And he's just like, this guy's like nothing going for him in his life. But the guy seems kind of cool. And Jeff can't figure out why. And eventually the guy says, I had a traumatic brain injury that removed shame from my personality. So I feel no shame. So I have like 100% confidence all the time.
That's it.
And that's why people like him. And Vaush basically says the same thing. He says, I'm autistic and feel no shame when I publicly speak. So I just have 100% confidence all the time. I just thought that was hilarious.
It's true. Yeah, no, that is his appeal. And I kind of wonder, I was thinking about this too, because I knew we were going to cover it. Like, why is Vaush huge? And part of it is, and I mean, I would go maybe 50% of his audience is actually just hate watching him because he is kind of a giant lol cow for us. We have a completely different experience watching Vaush, but I think it's just as entertaining. I mean, he's basically the perfect lol cow for the right and, you know, the intellectual icon for the left. So he gets double views.
Yeah, you're right. That's a good point.
Like none of us are watching Xander Hall with any interest whatsoever. Like Xander Hall, you know, no, I'm sorry, but Vaush, just the way he, like you were saying, the most interesting thing about that was really the aftermath of the Noah Samson talk, where he goes on a fucking egomaniacal rant for an hour.
Right.
It's fascinating.
That Hasan is capable of defending socialism as a concept. I don't think he understands it enough to defend it as a concept. Fuck you, FD Signifier. Fuck you, Noah Samson. Fuck you, Hasan Piker. Go fuck yourself. Don't be proud that you can't defend your ideas in a debate. Don't proudly exclaim to the online right and everybody watching that the left isn't and shouldn't defend their ideas. I'm sure that Noah Samson
will just zooming in on the pot thing, and I don't understand.
Because he's saying he's just a loaded, doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. It's great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Coming out against pot now.
He's saying he's just a fucking brain dead stoner.
Out another
which I take offense to. Fuck you, no.
Video about how debate bros are awful.
I had no idea. I learned something in this. Well, I guess it comes up, so I'll just load it.
And with the bisexual lighting and everything like that.
Oh, such an intro for it. Look at the artist.
I know, it's
set
very
himself
good.
Up. Yeah.
It's very good.
Yeah.
The only aesthetic choice here that I think is awful is what the fuck is he doing with that mustache? Okay.
You don't like the mustache?
He's got the 1980s porn star, possibly pedophile mustache.
He says in another video that mustache is fake, but I'm not necessarily sure that it is.
No, that looks real. But
no, it looks fake. That looks like a fake mustache.
Maybe the pedo aesthetic is what, you know, Breadtube wants. I don't know.
Yeah, that's an aesthetic I would move away from, guys.
Everything else, top tier.
Hi everyone, welcome back to this television show. I'm Noah Samson, your host on google.com/youtube.com's best website, my channel. If you've got something that's gross or a little bit weird near you, like a garbage bag full of animal parts or something, get it out of there. Take out the trash. That's my #1 health foods tip of the day for today's day. Warning, warning, alert, alert, red alert.
So, I mean, since we run a comedy show, I feel obligated to chime in on the comedy aspect of it.
It's okay.
I like it. I think actually,
fine, yeah.
I think I was giving Doomer a hard time because I thought Good Faith Gary is fucking hilarious and definitely.
I mean, it's evil. Well, it's funny.
Propagandist wise, okay. He's definitely not using his talents for good.
No.
We agree.
Noah, use your talents of propaganda for good.
Well, it doesn't have to be propaganda. It can be entertainment. I think the artistic choices Noah has made are entertaining. I do.
Yes.
I think his little stammer as he talks, I think, is pretty fucking funny. Like Lance couldn't pull that off. Come on, Xander Hall, all these guys. Vaush is at his heart just fucking seething with jealousy. Vaush is not smart enough. Vaush is not smart enough to come up with Good Faith Gary, okay? There's no way that's going to happen. Vaush is making a video explaining to his audience how to make powerful video essays. Vaush has never made a fucking video essay. What the fuck? Do we live in a world where people who've never done the thing that they're teaching other people to do isn't called out immediately?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
What do you mean? That's day one from human experience. Let me tell you how to do the thing that you've been doing properly that I've never done before. Okay?
Yes. I'm like, how the fuck are you critiquing? Look, Noah obviously knows how to make propaganda. He's extremely good at it. Okay. It's funny. It's the only reason he took this video down is because some authoritarian cyber bullied him into doing it. Right?
Right.
If Vaush hadn't stepped into the picture and said, "Listen, I'm gonna fucking Noah Samsen, I'm gonna kick you in the dick until you take that fucking video down," this video would be listed right now. What are you doing, Noah Samsen?
Alert, alert. This is not an anti-debate bro video. This video is, and I hope we can improve our online conduct and get better at recognizing white supremacist structures in leftist communities.
Oh, this video is so good. Oh, God. I was jumping for joy when I saw this video.
That's right, guys.
Did you want to say something about this?
Well, it's like, it's insane. I love it because this is like classic, you know, the leftists eating themselves, tearing themselves down, the purity spiraling. It's like, oh, there's all these white supremacist structures hidden within our communist community of woke skulls. Like nothing could ever be good enough for any of these people.
Yeah, it's crazy. I hope we can improve our online conduct and get better at recognizing white supremacist structures in leftist communities video. Right? Listen, so Noah Samsen makes this video. He defends creators of color, right?
Yes.
Vaush beats him up over it. Who does he side with, Sitch? I'm curious.
Who does Noah side with?
Yeah, who does Noah side with? Does he side with the creators of color, or does he side with the white debate bro?
He sides with the it's okay to genocide people based on their race of color person.
He's in the video he sides with Professor Flowers.
Yes.
But in the taking down the video, he very much sides with Vaush.
Well, I am curious as to what his rationale for taking down the video is, because he had a stream with this other guy, President Sunday, where I don't know. Did you listen? I couldn't listen.
I listened to some of it, but it was President Sunday just bugs
I wanted
the shit
to.
out of me.
So yeah. So after Noah does his flop sweat being scolded by Vaush stream, he does another stream with another YouTuber I'm not familiar with, and I was curious to see if Noah would do like a complete 180 and just shit talk Vaush now that he wasn't talking to him directly. And I couldn't listen to it because the guy he had on is so fucking boring and so fucking long-winded. It made me want to die.
Yeah, he's more long-winded than Michael Eric Dyson. Vaush promotes
it was like
that
the
guy.
Ben Burgess distributed school of talking, where every answer you just go on like, let me tell you the history of this story from 10 years ago. It's like, no!
Vaush promotes that guy, President Sunday, all the time, and it's the perfect person for Vaush to promote, because Vaush can come out and say, look, I'm promoting a smaller creator that basically sucks up to me all the time, but he's so long-winded and boring, he's never going to attract any kind of audience of substance, so therefore he will never be able to challenge me. Yes.
That's so evil.
I know it, but it's perfect. President Sunday, guess what? You're being used like a dirty Kleenex, okay, by Vaush.
Yes.
Just to point it out to you.
Video. It's just so that in order to do this, we need to use a couple of debate bros as our Caucasian punching bags. But they won't mind. As a matter of fact, they like it. They love it even. They love it when this happens to them, and we love to see it. This video is sponsored by White on White.
How thin skin is Vaush that he can't? This is hilarious.
It's a good joke. Sponsored by White on White violence.
Sponsored by White on White violence. I know. Vaush, why you make this is comedy gold here? Why you make him take the video down?
Yeah, but after the comedy section in the beginning, okay, and we get into the meat of the video.
Listen, Sitch,
things got a little crazy, a little dishonest very quickly.
Enjoy the laughter while you can, okay? We're a comedy show here. We're trying to have fun.
Are you saying that Noah Samsen runs a comedy channel?
Even well, he's definitely shooting for the comedy. Even if he left the video up, do you think? I mean, I feel like this is just an exposed video, just on its face. I feel like people can see right through this video. That's why I don't necessarily feel
completely disagree with you.
Really? You think a bunch of dumb kids are going to watch this video?
I think almost every breadtuber that watched this video, and this is why Vaush was very triggered by this. Okay. I think almost every breadtuber that this video is perfect breadtube bait to get Vaush and Xander Hall called bigots and racists. And it is effective. It is very effective for that crowd. So no.
Yeah. Vaush definitely, I mean, he is not happy about this video. He's very unhappy about it.
Well, I mean, I'm here to correct the record on some falsehoods that are being spread around the D-boy zone, and also expand on my own personal criticisms of these spaces. I personally, and you can shit on the top of my head for saying this, but I personally think that people like Vaush have the ability to do a lot of good with their platforms, teaching young people how to use arguments and rhetoric to push back against their 9 o'clock bedtimes for reasons not unrelated to gaming, spreading socialism with discord characteristics across the globe. No, but seriously,
isn't this rhetoric too? I mean, I think of I think of this video essay editing style as rhetoric as well. Maybe that's wrong.
What do you? Oh, yeah, of course.
Well, it's using style to over substance.
Well, we've talked about this, you know, are all forms of persuasion inherently dishonest or not? Right. But the thing that I focus on this is with Noah. He goes so hard on Vaush in this video. You know, he's like, he has the ability to do good, right? So obviously he's saying that he's not doing good. And it's so weird because Vaush was saying, oh, in the DMs, Noah's very nice to him. So, like, what's happening in this video? Is Noah a weasel? Did he just get caught up in the fantasy or the narrative of the video? Like, how does this video come to pass, basically, if you're not going to stand by it?
Yeah. You're just clout chasing, basically. You're making this because, you know, it'll get a lot of clicks and a lot of views, but you don't really stand behind it. Yeah. I mean, the essential message of the video that Vaush does character assassinations, I think, is on point. And
yeah, but he uses the worst example.
Yeah, but it's still, he uses bad evidence, but comes to the conclusion that's correct.
Yeah, but it's like, it's like saying like, Vaush uses character assassination to win arguments, but then he actually has an example where Vaush is in the right, so it's weird.
Yeah,
You're
totally,
like, wait a minute.
Totally, yes. But at the end of the video, he does make the argument that Vaush is only using character assassinations on people who come after him, which is correct. Well, the only reason he knows that the only reason he's in the right is because that person attacked him. Let's continue. Let's continue.
I do appreciate what he and other members of the live streaming community do. It's a different skill set that's important to have, and denigrating this community from the outside is the last thing that I want to do. That being said, there are some clear problems with the way that debate spaces operate that will only continue to arise until they are properly addressed. So that's why I'm here. I can fix them. Obviously that's not going to happen, but you know what they say, shoot for the moon, and when the bullet travels back to Earth, you'll kill a teenager in a nearby town. I've brought a friend along with me.
A teenager? I don't know. You're the one that took the video down.
For today's video, why don't you come on out, buddy?
Whoa, hey everybody, it's me, Good Faith Gary.
This is Good Faith Gary. Everyone say hello.
Howdy, y'all.
No, not you. I'm telling them to say hello to you.
Oh, my bad.
Wait, Gary, aren't you just Clippy from the Windows thing?
I don't know who that is.
I'm pretty sure you are, like that animated Microsoft.
My name's Gary, so it's on my birth certificate.
Okay, well, I've brought Good Faith Gary in to help us out by stepping in if I ever start acting in what debate streamers might deem bad faith.
I'm gonna be looking out for any uncharitable, straw man, poisoning of the well style situations.
Hopefully this will help keep the dialogue open, because honestly I don't trust myself enough to not be a dick to viewers of debate streamers, even though I used to be one of them.
Yeah, you've been on leftist Twitter for a little too long, huh?
Who's a Good Faith Gary between you and me? It's
obviously
gotta be you.
me.
I know.
Well, no, but I resent that, because Good Faith Gary is an inherently dishonest concept,
right?
Because I mean, he's saying like, oh, I can't trust myself to not, to be in good faith, so let me have this like third person come in, but it's just him making a voice. It's not. There's no third person there.
It's totally dishonest. This is the ultimate in dishonesty,
right? It's like, oh, don't worry, we can have a conversation with a referee, and then you bring in your twin brother to come referee the match.
It's like us, claiming our video is certified good faith just because we say so.
Look, listen, Sitch and Adam stream is 100% certified good faith.
Oh,
okay, according to the Sitch and Adam Good Faith Association.
Of course. We have all the good faith in the world. Completely 100% good faith here.
Right. And then but here's the thing, you could have a setup like this where you have
bring a third party.
One person
totally.
Right, but you can even have a situation where one person, Contra did this, where one person voices, a more extreme position, and then, you voice the more moderate position or whatever.
Yeah.
But he doesn't even do that in this video, because there's only a couple of times that Good Faith Gary actually correctly catches Noah doing something bad faith. True. He does so many bad faith things throughout this video that is just silent.
Gary just goes to sleep. He doesn't give a fuck. Gary doesn't know what's going on.
No.
Gary's just a piece of clip art.
Well, and look at him. He's like an evil Clippy too. So obviously there's some implicit, message there.
There's a joke going on there, isn't it?
Yeah.
I find it hilarious. Sitch, not so much.
I think it's funny. It's just evil. Okay, evil's too strong. Bad faith. I'm sorry. Let me pull back. The lesson from this video, pull back, Sitch. You're being too ignorance, not maliciousness, ignorance. Okay.
Well, let's
drill
get
into my
to
head
this.
here.
Let's get to this. What is evil? Because
no. We got to watch the video. You're like 5 hours stream. We want to have a debate on what evil is.
At its heart, though, I really believe Noah made this video because Vaush has a really bad habit of character assassination. Of course, Noah doesn't see any of the character assassination that Vaush does on the right because he doesn't like any of those people, and Noah has no problem with Vaush doing character assassination against people he doesn't like, even though it's lying, even though it's dishonest, even though it's fucking being a piece of shit, right? The whole idea behind this video is, we want to foster, we want more constructive dialogue. Bull fucking shit, Noah. You don't want more constructive dialogue. You want Vaush not to character assassinate your friends, okay? So he makes this video. He says, listen, Vaush does this character assassination thing, and he's sending friendly fire towards my buddies in Breadtube here, specifically Professor Flowers, who Vaush did do a character assassination on her.
So let's take the character assassination talking point, and we're going to put aside for a second. Okay. The reason I felt in my intuition, in my gut, that this video was evil, as we'll find out, is that he cuts and clips Xanderhal and Vaush in ways that makes them look racist.
Oh, okay.
That I don't think are accurate, or I mean, they could be racist, but not in the clips that he's putting them out there. And he's doing it in this very woke way that isn't, to me, is so. I don't understand how you could do this by accident. It's very obvious to me that this is intentional, dishonest clipping.
Right. He does a character assassination on Vaush.
Right. He labels both of these guys racist.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I guess. Yeah, you're correct. I didn't notice that as much. So this is why
I'll point it out when it happens.
This is why this is great, because you and I often have very different perspectives.
Completely different views on things. Yes.
Yes. But it's good to get both.
I'm Good Faith Gary, and I love to engage.
Okay, man.
Setting up shop in the marketplace of ideas.
You can go now, but just ping me if you need to interject, okay?
Alrighty. Good faith to you and yours.
Anyways, if you're a streamer that's watching this live right now, I forbid you from pausing this video to pick at me like a scab and go, me. You're going to keep this.
Oops.
I know. I was going to say, I have a feeling Sitch is going to be paying you a little more than Good Faith Gary.
Oopsies.
Video playing, and you're going to like it. I'm just joking, but if you do need a pause, now would be a great time while I have my Patreon link.
Okay, there we go. There's his Patreon, guys. We did our part.
On the screen. Go refill your nuggies and warm milky and pay me some money, okay? I'm doing God's work. Organized religion moment. I'm like,
how much will we pay for him to put the video back up, and so Vaush doesn't win? What do you? I mean,
$0.00.
Oh, you think the video?
Listen, I will give Noah Samson 20 free units of free will for him to put this video back.
Do you want it back up or you want it down? Which way do you want to go?
I want it back up because it's a net negative to Breadtube. So there you go.
Yeah. Cash money.
That's my feeling.
Reach out.
The white Joel Osteen. Why is that in the script? Come on. All right, thanks. Time to go. Fuck you. I had been spending the last month or so working on a couple different scripts for videos when the following clip was brought to my attention last week. It's from a video by the leftist streamer and YouTuber Xander Hall titled "Why LeftTube is Dying and the Next Anti-SJW Wave is Rising." Oh no, this situation sounds dire. We better take a look, see what's going on.
You'll notice, and we talked about this earlier, there are some people online in the political scene right now that are left-wing, that are growing and are doing well. Many of the creators that are really blowing up right now are newer essay, commentary, bisexual lighting YouTubers. Good example of this is Noah Samsen. We just did a segment earlier covering...
Oh, hey, that's me.
Noah Samsen and how he's actually a dumb fuck.
Oh, god damn it.
That dude is literally gaining 4,000 subs a day right now. And this worries me. I am worried about channels like Noah Samsen and people like Hassan blowing up on YouTube because they're stupid and they can't defend their positions.
Now, here's where I pause the...
I know. Oh, God, it's so much more painful coming from someone who's stupid, isn't it?
Well, it's funny because, well, there's so many levels. Why? I mean, obviously Xander is jealous to some extent, which is fine.
Hugely, fucking
yes, very
hugely.
Jealous. That he's been around longer, and these other channels are surpassing him in growth.
He's basically saying he was a former Nazi before Faraday Speaks. Like, why not me?
Where's my New York Times article?
Yeah.
So there's that element to it, but then he's also correct. Because as happens out of this video, Noah goes on Vaush's stream and completely, capitulates on almost everything. And then the one thing he doesn't capitulate, he's just factually wrong and stupid.
The Professor Flower
so that's what's
stuff.
weird. Yeah, the Professor Flower stuff. So that's what's weird because he is jealous, but he's also correct. Noah is a terrible, at least from this video and the CRT video I watched, Noah is very terrible, I believe, at understanding what the arguments are on any deep level. But I guess that doesn't matter as long as you're a good propagandist, right?
Yeah. Vaush was in the stream I listened to part of today. Vaush was very much empathizing with Xander Hall and extending an olive branch to Xander Hall to help him improve his channel metrics, I think.
This is weird too, because I thought Vaush was on he's not going to debate people as much anymore. Recently, I could have swore that we watched something where Vaush was like, I'm not going to debate people as much as more. Now that he had a big audience, and it was after somewhat after the last Destiny debate he had, he was kind of molding about it. And
are you saying that it was odd that he debated Noah? I mean,
no. I'm saying it's funny that now that Vaush is being like a month ago, Vaush is like, oh, I'm not going to debate people so much anymore. And now he's like, oh, I'm the debate champion. I'm the shield in front of
you're
Breadtube.
Right. You're right.
He's totally, it's like, you threw that away very quickly. Well, now that the debate bro shield is going to serve him.
Yeah. Yes.
Video and thought, Tom Hardy gif from Mad Max Fury Road. That's bait, right? Has to be. Or maybe it's a performance. Like somebody forced an AI to watch debate streams for a year straight and then had it write a manifesto. And then microwaved Eminem for 20 seconds and had him read it at gunpoint.
Can't defend their positions.
So I kept watching the video.
This is part of why he's a good propagandist. That's a funny joke.
It is funny, yeah.
He calls Xander Hall microwave Eminem. But this is the same thing with the CRT video. He doesn't actually address anything of substance.
Nope.
That Xander Hall says in his argument.
Nope.
And in Xander Hall's video, which I watched, which is stupid, but I watched it, he kind of goes through, the Gamergate era, the Trump era, the Breadtube era. And he's kind of going through, his version of why the events have sort of gone the way that they've gone, which I think are wrong and dumb. But he does construct his own argument for why he thinks Breadtube is going to basically die and the right wing on the internet will have this resurgence.
Mm-hmm.
And Noah doesn't even address any of that at all. He just says, oh, you're microwave Eminem.
Mm-hmm.
You're racist.
Yeah. Character assassinations work. Sitch, this is my argument. You're making my argument.
You're right. It's all character assassination.
That's all they
correct.
do. That's all they do. That's what's so insanely ironic about this video.
Right.
He's like, the whole argument can be reduced down to character assassinations. Why do you do them to people we like? That's fucking the argument he's making. It's insane.
It's
Maybe
funny.
we should not do character assassinations to anyone. It's called lying.
Yeah.
It's called being dishonest. It's called being a fucking loser.
Well, I'm fine with you making like for the sake of comedy. If you like, throw some ad homs in there, do some character assassination. That's fine, but still address the actual argument.
Hell yeah.
You have to do both. You have to do both.
Of course, yes. We try to go light on the character assassination, okay, and only for comedy purposes. Okay, we try to make arguments.
That's right. Only for comedy purposes.
Right. Substance is where it's at. How long are we into this? And Sitch hasn't even talked about his porn mustache yet.
I haven't talked about the pedo mustache. Wait, oh no.
Maybe we did.
Because, I support small gamers, and that's when I saw this.
See, small gamers. Xander Hall.
Yep, I get it.
Xander
Hall responds to a message in the chat that mentions several popular black leftist creators by name, some of whom are relatively new to YouTube.
Try giving more examples, lol. Progressive/leftist channels by black creators have been getting really big this past year, for example. I'm so glad you brought this up. I'm so glad you brought this up, because some of the examples you list here, I know these people, and they're exactly the problem I'm talking about.
These people, sorry.
I have no problem. Creators getting really.
See, okay.
Yeah,
These
people. Yeah.
He just these people.
He just fucking these people the shit out of him.
These
you
people,
racist piece of shit.
Okay.
Xander Hall's backstory is he's a former Nazi, right? Former Nazi. Did he ever really escape the alt-right pipeline? I'm not 100% certain that he did here with that these people fucking comment.
But you're right, and this is the classic. This is Noah's like the classic woke breadtuber
character.
I don't have to address your argument. I just get to call you racist, and then I tap dance away.
Right, because you made an inadvertent comment.
Right. These people.
I know. Yeah.
And it's funny because I think he plays a clip a few minutes later where Xander Hall says these people, but you're referring to black and white people again. So it's very obvious that there's not.
He's talking about the creators when he says these people.
Yes, he literally means like this group of people that you just listed.
This is exactly what I'm talking about when Vaush has a debate where some creator says something that he can mischaracterize.
Right.
They didn't mean it. It was not their intention. He did the same thing here. That's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
These people.
Yeah, we know what's going on.
Example. I'm so glad you brought this up. I'm so glad you brought this up, because some of the examples you list here, I know these people, and they're exactly the problem I'm talking about.
These people. Sorry.
Yeah, you backed it up. Did you back it up?
I did.
Okay. Yeah. These people on the list. You see?
I have no problem with black creators getting really big. However, let me check something really quick.
Yeah. See, and then because when I watched the original, that's actually hilarious. In the original video, Xander cut out the however, like on his own video, because it sounded so bad.
Oh, really? He knew.
Yeah, when he said, "I have no problem with black creators," however, but his next sentence that Noah doesn't play, unless Xander cut something more out, which is possible. What he's saying is, I don't know most of the people on the list. He only knows like one or two of them.
Right.
So I'm assuming he's saying, however, I only know like one or two of these people.
Right. And they're people that he doesn't like.
And that he doesn't like them.
Right. Which is a big mistake. I mean,
right,
black creators, Xander Hall, what are you doing? You have to love them.
It's a little deceptive editing now. A little bit of a deception there.
Where's Good Faith Gary? Noah.
Yeah, where's
Good Faith Gary should be fucking yelling at you right now.
Where was Good Faith Gary when you did he just these people?
Right.
Some black creators?
Yeah.
Okay.
Where's Good Faith Gary then? Not looking good.
No.
Good Faith Gary sounds like he might have a meth problem. He might be off doing some fucking drugs.
FD signifier is a dumb fuck. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry.
Okay, so he's definitely doing a little bit of trolling. Why else would someone say something like that about FD signifier of all people? The final boss of the wise uncles of YouTube.com. If he isn't baiting us for hate clicks here, and has just deemed himself the racial arbiter of who's allowed to make left-wing YouTube content, then that's not much.
Ooh, that's a pretty stinging. Where's Good Faith Gary now? Did Xanderhall dub himself the racial arbiter of who can make left wing? I mean, I feel like he didn't really do that.
No, not at all. But, you know, again, Breadtube. Just label him as racist and then tap dance away. Okay?
Oh, yeah.
Much better, is it? Nope. Oh, I'm fine with black people coming onto LeftTube. But I have some conditions. Seems pretty weird. Earlier in this stream, he goes...
You see, it is.
You're so
this is
right.
so dishonest.
You're so
this is why
right. You're so
This is
right.
why I'm so confused by what Noah was doing here and why he walked us all back. Because he doesn't like... So Xanderhall has a problem with... I keep wanting to call him JD Salinger. with that, whatever that guy's name is.
Right.
And he doesn't play him explaining what his problem with the guy is and then just calls him racist and then moves on. And it's just assumed by Noah's audience that, well, Xander's just some sort of gatekeeping of black people or something.
Yeah.
Which I think he plays a clip of it. And I listened to some of that guy's videos, the JD Salinger guy's videos. That guy is so fucking like CRT head up ass bullshit. Like, oh, all these white people are existing in the white structures of whiteness and they're, you know, it's all invisible to them. And, you know, the only way they, you know, they can't deconstruct their whiteness. Like he's doing all the racist shit that we talk about.
Yeah, constantly.
He's 100% in that bubble.
Right. Yeah. I didn't watch any of his videos, but I watched some of the other creators he cites and exactly the same, all of them. I watched a bunch of Professor Flowers videos. She's the same, just completely in the CRT camp. That's one of the things that's frustrating about this entire exchange, because especially when Vaush was talking directly to Noah, they never seemed to get past the idea that, you know, Noah's position is the CRT position and Vaush is taking the anti-CRT position when he's calling out Professor Flowers. There's like this crazy miscommunication going on between them.
Yeah.
Goes over how his channel is, well, dying. It's a pretty unfortunate segment, but I assumed at this point him...
This is actually great. God, oh, man. Xanderhall. What's going on?
Lashing out here had something to do with that. But eventually he gets to a claim of sorts. He's going to be on the screen for a little while, so just a heads up, if a radiation sickness warning shows up on your HUD, you should probably just pause the video and go take a shower.
FD Signifier is a dumb fuck. I was iffy on him for a while. He's been shit-talking the debate bro thing for a while now. He's also gone on Twitter and said some dumb fuck shit about like Breadtube debate bros and stuff like that. Here's the thing. People like FD Signifier, Noah Samsen, these all have one thing in common. They hate and nonstop shit talk debate bros. They'll just shit talk the concept of being a debate bro and claim that debate bros are all toxic assholes who make the left worse. You're starting to see that rhetoric get really popular among the left right now.
You guys notice how everyone I meet and interact with in my life ends up calling me an asshole? It's so weird. That rhetoric is getting really popular right now. Whoever's doing that, we gotta stop.
Noah.
Okay, sorry. Here, let's let him finish making his point.
Do you think that the left online would do better with people like Hassan and Noah Samsen and FD Signifier being the largest figures on it? The types of people who say debate is bad, who literally say debating is bad, people who literally as a concept are against debate and defending your ideas, and they publicly say so. Do you think that this is what we want representing the left?
Okay, so Xanderhall says that Hassan, Feek, and I are, as a concept, against debate and defending our ideas, and goes on to conclude that this will inevitably end in a weakening of the online left because...
I'm starting to see the online left turn into what it was back during the Gamergate era. One of the biggest common talking points from the right during this era was the left was too afraid to debate and defend their positions. That's why Jordan Peters...
Okay, so he does play some of Xanderhall's argument. But he plays it after he's already set up the framing that Xanderhall's racist.
Yeah, of course. Gotta get
it's funny because I think
thing out first.
I think Xanderhall's argument here is actually correct. That if Breadtube becomes insular, it will revert back to we're not going to debate or talk to anyone who disagrees with us, and it's going to just die. It's going to wither away again.
Right, because the only thing that makes it interesting is that they're having conversations with other people.
The conflict.
Yeah, exactly.
Conflict, right. Conflict draws eyeballs and attention.
Hugely.
And if you're not going to if you're not going to engage in conflict with the other side, you're going to engage in conflict with your own side.
Oh, true. Yeah. Excellent point.
So
excellent.
Person and Ben Shapiro blew up so much is because they debated, and they didn't debate well, and they weren't telling the truth. They just debated. Just the fact they were willing to debate gave them more credibility than the left. Because
Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson debated very well. Okay. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Amazingly.
Nobody on the left wanted to debate.
Yes, famously credible intellectuals Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro.
You must be a biological boy to be a Boy Scout. You have to be a boy to be a Boy Scout.
While you're putting your finger in the little hole. Rubber.
So
where's good faith Gary now?
Yeah, where's good faith Gary? Right. But when also, like, this is where I'm like, it's like, I don't know if Noah's just dumb or not. It's just so strange.
No, it's too stupid to know any of the arguments that Ben Shapiro or Jordan Peterson make.
Well, listen, you can, if you're an intelligent person, you can completely disagree with every single thing Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro says, but still realize that they are persuasive speakers that are galvanizing movements for a reason.
Yes. I don't think he's capable of understanding that, though, to be honest with you.
Like, he just dismisses them like, oh, they're nothing. It's like, what? They're not nothing. They're gigantic talkers and e-celebrities and debate celebrities.
Here is the narrative that allows that to exist in a leftist mind. Okay. The leftist believes that most of the world is full of dummies, and all of these dummies are the people who are not leftists. Okay. And these people will fall for anything from anyone. And there are these people called conservatives that cater to these dum-dums with arguments that are complete word salad, but they're so dumb that they fall for this word salad. And while they don't technically understand what Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro are arguing or saying, this is just word salad, as they call it. They can sleep good at night knowing that the other people who are falling for it don't understand it either. They just pretend to understand it because they like them aesthetically. Yeah, that's the narrative that they have in their brain.
Yes, I think you're completely right, except one thing to add to that. Also, they're all just racist, transphobe bigots, and Jordan Peterson and Ben Shapiro appeal to that bigotry.
Right. You're exactly right in what you're saying. It's word salad sprinkled in with an occasional dog whistle, and they respond to the dog whistle, right? They don't understand the word salad. None of that makes any sense, but it doesn't matter, right? The whole point of being there is for the occasional Scooby snack of a dog whistle, right? Like, can you imagine living in a world where you think this is what motivates other people? What a fucking moron.
I know.
I am so fascinated. And I question whether or not these people really are on the left. Like, if they really have a personality type that is predisposed towards being someone you would think of as being a person on the left. Because
so you don't even think they have like the normal left-wing moral intuition?
Well, my moral intuitions, I'm one of the reasons why I finally made it out of the left-wing bubble is because I'm fucking curious. Openness to new experiences is one of the highest things that defines whether or not you have a left-leaning bent, right? Like, they're eager to explore other cultures, but for some reason, there's this giant culture that's right in front of them that is completely opaque, but they have no interest in exploring. It's like the conservative culture, the opposition culture.
But if you're reinforced for years that this culture is a culture of racism and bigotry and hatred, I mean, you're not going to want to engage in that.
Well, wouldn't you still be curious what makes someone a fucking racist, homophobe, bigot? I'm curious.
Would be.
Yeah.
But I've always been curious about what motivates myself and other people's behavior. And I mean, that's obviously not working. That's obviously not the way most people think.
I agree. But it is openness. Openness is the biggest of the big five personality traits that defines whether or not you're on the left or right. The people on the left score high in openness, and people on the right tend to score low on openness.
Well, maybe a lot of this is not openness. It's just like, oh, I'm young and I'm rebelling against, this, what is considered like old standards. So it's just rebelliousness, not really openness.
Right. But I still question there is so little curiosity here. And I mean, when I watch Vaush, I think fucking so little curiosity. I think Vaush is like a bullshitter. I don't think he's really interested in any of the things he talks about. He's just extremely good at bullshitting about them. Do you think he's interested in the things he talks about? I mean,
interested in terms of it feels like to me that he's the perfect elephant analogy. He has very strong moral intuitions that led him to an answer, and now he's just backwardsly getting arguments to promote the answer.
Right. But he's not curious if that answer is actually correct.
No, but he is curious in trying to justify that answer.
Yeah. Man, I am so curious about everything constantly. It's
right. But you're weird in that way. That's a very unusual trait.
Yeah, but people on the left are curious about everything as well.
I don't think they are, though. I don't think curiosity and openness are the same thing. And maybe that's where you're getting the trouble here.
Yeah, maybe you can be open to new experience without being curious. I feel like there's some overlap there, though.
Well, I mean, there's overlap, but I'm not sure it's a one-for-one.
It is interesting, though. So many of these people, I mean, this is the way to gain wealth, power, and status. So it's very easy for people to adopt belief systems that they don't truly hold, for self-serving reasons.
Sure,
so it makes
without
you
even
question,
realizing it.
Yeah, it makes you question everything.
Zanman getting this impression about us. Well, I have a few ideas. I've gathered some clips together of criticisms made about Debate Bros by the people he's mentioned. These are things that I both agree with and think may be the source of this characterization. Sorry if this is a bit tedious, but I think it could be potentially helpful to have all of these critiques sort of compiled here. To give a little context as to the state of this riveting discourse, during a recent live stream, Hassan voiced some criticisms about the Debate Bros sphere and the audiences it tends to cultivate.
I agree, but I also see the downside of never having your viewpoints challenged with opposing views. Yawn. Okay, here's the thing. This notion that you are having your opinions challenged in the marketplace of ideas is a silly one. That would make Ben Shapiro the most intelligent person on the internet.
Hey, you're not a man if you think you're a man. And if I call you a moose, are you suddenly a moose?
This is why I absolutely fucking despise Debate Bros, because you don't care about the actual morality behind the ideology that you supposedly believe in. You don't care about the outcomes. You do not have like a well-grounded materialist perspective on issues.
Why is he using this clip as evidence for any argument that he's making? Hassan sounds like a fucking idiot. We should use this in our Hassan is a moron song. What the fuck? What is he even talking about?
I like that Hassan Piker, okay? The guy who has his $3 million mansion, his $200,000 luxury car, the guy who tells people to suck his dick constantly, the guy who, the second a trans person was like, Hassan, I think maybe you should be a little bit more knowledgeable on the subject, fucking raged out and banned them, even though that guy or the woman or whoever supported them for over a year. This is the person that we're listening to his critique, where he's like, these Debate Bros just don't care about figuring out what's going on. They don't care about actually enacting a positive change in the world. Hassan Piker, the guy who's sucking up all of his subscribers' money and buying rich shit for himself, and not doing a drop of activism in the world, not having any positive change, is criticizing Debate Bros for not enacting positive change in the world.
Yeah. Not only that, he's picked a clip of Hassan complaining about that. Literally complaining about Debate Bros not doing the shit that he himself never does.
I know, it's
and this is his major argument. This is his major argument against Xander Hall.
And the guy's responding to just said, isn't it good to have your ideas challenged?
Yes. Yeah.
And then Hassan warps that and twists that to like, oh, if that was good, he twists the question to, doesn't having your ideas challenged make you smarter? Which is a subtle thing, but it's a different twist. And that's why he can throw out the straw man of like, well, if having your ideas challenged made you smarter, then, Ben Shapiro would be the smartest person on the internet. Very dishonest.
Does Hassan actually think he's really challenged any of Ben Shapiro's ideas? Does Vaush actually think he's challenged any of Ben Shapiro's ideas?
No,
they haven't. They haven't at all.
Right, but the weird thing is that there's a grain of truth here, which is that having your ideas challenged doesn't necessarily make you. Well, it depends how you define smarter. It doesn't make you smarter in terms of figuring out what is true necessarily.
No,
it makes you better at arguing your point.
Right, even if your points are incorrect.
Yes.
Yeah.
They really listen. Breadtube would be so much better off. All political pundits would be so much better off if they just had to read and understand Jonathan Haidt and the Elephant and the Writer.
Oh, hell yeah.
Really understand where their positions come from.
People in our comment section reference the Elephant and the Writer regularly, and new people show up and ask what they're talking about, and everyone explains it to them. It's the greatest. It's so indicative of our community. It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, because it is the perfect metaphor for explaining how the mind is divided like an elephant and a writer, and the writer is just not in control and believes it is.
I think that's the most important point of human psychology that a person can understand about themselves and about the world.
Yes,
is the Elephant and the Writer.
Yes, yeah, because we all believe, we all are taught, we all grow up believing that the writer is running the show.
Yeah,
yeah. You have to let that go. Let's back. I know it's a long video. We're trying to get through it faster, but let's back up a little bit because I just feel, and I hope you agree with me, that this is like a word salad moment. This is not what you clip out and use in your video essay video.
Yeah, it's not the slam dunk you're looking for.
What is he even saying? I don't even.
Okay, we'll go back. We'll see. We'll fully analyze Hassan's statement for clarity.
We're simply going towards who is the most powerful intellectual gladiator.
FD signifier.
Oh, wait.
You do not have. I absolutely fucking despise debate bros because you don't care about the actual morality behind the ideology that you supposedly believe in.
You don't care about the actual morality behind the ideology you. I mean, what was said there?
Wait, hold on. We gotta go all the way back.
You don't care about
the debate bros fear and the audiences it tends to cultivate.
I agree, but I also see the downside of never having your viewpoints challenged with opposing views. Yawn. Okay, here's the thing. This notion that you are having your opinions challenged in the marketplace of ideas is a silly one. That would make Ben Shapiro the most intelligent person on the internet.
Hey, you're not a man if you think you're a man. And if I call you a moose, are you suddenly a moose?
This is why I absolutely fucking despise debate bros, because you don't care about the actual morality behind the ideology that you supposedly believe in. You don't
care about the morality behind the ideology that you Is he just saying that you don't have any ethics?
Well, here, let it fully play out.
Care about the outcomes. You do not have
you don't care about the outcomes.
A well-grounded materialist perspective on.
You don't have a well-grounded materialist perspective on things. What? What? Debate pros don't have a well-grounded materialist perspective? What are we talking about here?
You are simply going towards who is the most powerful intellectual gladiator.
FD signifiers break bread is.
So Hassan's critique, his reason for why he's against debate, that Noah felt was good enough to clip out and be like a slam
big gotcha
dunk
moment. This is the mic drop moment from Hassan.
Is Hassan saying debate bros are bad because they actually don't care about the positions they're debating?
You think that's what he said. But
that is what he said.
If I said right now, hey, Hassan, tell me the difference between materialism and idealism, Hassan is not going to answer.
No,
Hassan
I understand,
does not fucking know the difference between materialism and idealism.
But even beyond that, he's giving a very vapid answer. Someone is like, oh, isn't it good to have your ideas challenged? And then Hassan warps this around to the he's very defensive about this. He's like, oh, well, debate bros actually don't care about what is true. It's like, okay, well, I mean, that's like your opinion, man. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, is there some substance there? Is there something going to back it up? Do you have an example? Do you have, give me some example that shows that Hassan Piker, the non-debate bro, cares more about the things he advocates for over a debate bro? That would be the slam dunk you'd be looking for, Noah, not just him making this empty, vapid statement, which then Hassan, every fucking day of his life, destroys because it is very obvious Hassan Piker doesn't give a fuck about his philosophy and his principles.
The hypocrisy aside, you are being completely charitable with Hassan, piecing together that he said something intelligent there.
Do you think he's just saying gibberish?
Yes, basically.
I don't think he's saying gibberish. I think he is saying, because he's made this point in the past. So this is like his
care about the morality of the ideology. They don't have a materialist grounded perspective.
Well, no. Maybe this is why we're perceiving it differently. He's made this exact argument to Destiny several times and against. This is his anti-Destiny argument.
Oh, it is.
He thinks that Destiny just argues things to argue things and to win conversations.
Okay.
And so that's what he's basically alluding to.
Okay. You're still giving him the benefit of the doubt here.
Well, I'll be good faith, Gary.
Is a video that covers the history and current state of Breadtube or LeftTube and the barriers posed to non-white creators on this platform. There's a section in this video that had some things to say about debate bros.
This is what I fucking hate. Because the barriers I view as very technical, but he doesn't really talk about any of the barriers. He comes up with this mythos of white supremacy that is the fucking barrier, like it's white people's fault.
Right.
It's so fucking evil.
Well, everything's white people's fault.
I know. Look, I understand the technical challenges of being a black creator in a space that's mostly dominated by white people. But, if you want to talk about that in a pragmatic kind of way, that's fine. But it's not going to help them get ahead in their creator status by just being completely racist against white people. That's not the way you're going to grow your YouTube channel.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I don't even know if this criticism is even true, because obviously the space is dominated by white people.
Yes.
Because white people are the majority of the fucking country of the United States of America.
Of course.
Okay.
Yes.
If black people only make up 13% of the population or something.
Yes.
If you took all of the Breadtubers and you arranged them by subscriber count, would it actually, I don't know what the answer is. Would it be
this is equity right here.
Would there be a racial disproportion of YouTubers and streamers of color that don't have large audiences or not? Because if it's 13%, then that makes fucking sense. That doesn't mean that there's some systemic barrier preventing socialists of color from becoming big in Breadtube spaces.
That is literally equity.
But that's what they would
argue that white audiences are racist for not watching black creators. I mean, that's what they would argue. That is white supremacy.
The number one political streamer in the entire world is a fucking socialist named Hassan Piker. Now, Hassan Piker says he's white. But he is also a minority. He's not European of Anglo-Saxon descent. He's fucking Turkish.
He's not black or brown. Doesn't count. He's white passing.
I don't know. It's ridiculous.
It's still white supremacy. It is.
Is it? I don't know.
Let's take a look at a clip.
And this problem with debate bros and their fandom, who make up a very significant chunk of LeftTube viewing, including my own, is the problem of most white LeftTube, both creators and consumers, which is for all of the theory and research and outward rejection of white supremacy on paper, the vast majority have not taken the time to dismantle the white racial frame through which they see the world. So even with...
This is why I'm so against CRT, is because CRT makes that literally impossible.
Even the Breadtubers, they're still racist, Adam. They could be so woke and they're still racist because they're white.
Yeah.
They haven't dismantled their whiteness, Adam.
Yeah. Do you listen? How many white people want to consume content from black creators that are just calling them racist? Like, how is that?
Noah does, apparently.
I mean, that's. Do you think there's a huge demand for that? Somehow I don't think there is.
Well, and I mean, this guy has 3 times the subscriber count as Noah does. So I don't even know
what views, because this is exactly what he's talking about. This is white supremacy right here.
Yes.
The white woke person will subscribe to the channel but never watch the content.
Maybe. I don't know what is. I don't really pay attention to what the views are. What's the guy's? Cannot remember this guy's name for the life of me.
I can't either.
I keep wanting to call him JD Salinger. JD Salinger is not the guy's name.
Do you think
FD Signifier?
FD Signifier.
I mean, no, his videos get no, like this video that he's referencing, it's from 2 months ago, but it has, you know, over 300,000 views.
Oh, okay.
So he gets good views.
Yeah. Okay. It's
yeah.
Huge.
I mean, he doesn't seem like he puts out videos, you know, very often. But no, he gets good views.
Go FD.
So, well, no, I don't like this guy. He's fucking racist. But
well, I mean, I guess there is a large population that wants to hear this racist content.
Well, what best in?
Go ahead. I keep cutting you off.
Wait. Never mind.
Intentions, the behavior and viewpoints born out of this space is still going to be rooted in racist frameworks unless the concept of whiteness is addressed. Essentially, if you read Marx and Trotsky and Gramsci and What You Want to Do Ski and whomever else, but not Du Bois, Fanon, Hooks, Crenshaw, etc., you might be a leftist white supremacist, and thus this color.
Yeah. Vaush's critique of the Professor Flower situation was she was a race essentialist, and that was wrong. That to say all white people are colonizers is wrong, is incorrect. It's race essentialism. It's racism. He's basically doing the same thing here. This is exactly the same thing.
Well, here's the trick they do. And it's funny because this is the same trick that happened in the Hopi book, which is why I thought it was so strange that it was being recommended. They say, oh, I don't have to prove that you're racist or white supremacist by your actions or words. All I have to say is you, A, exist in a system that was built from white supremacy. Okay, I don't even have to prove that the system currently is a white supremacist system. It's just it was built originally from some point hundreds of years ago that was built on white supremacy. And the authors that you read also lived in that system, and therefore, vis-a-vis, ergo, ad hocto, ad proctum, must be white supremacists. Therefore, vis-a-vis, ad hoc pro tempum means you are a white supremacist.
Yeah.
Just because you read their words and you live in this society.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
So
guilt by association.
And I think that's why this, you know, McWhorter is so right when he talks about this, like the cult of wokeness being a religion, because the concept of whiteness and white supremacy that they use is original sin.
Yes,
totally. That if you are white, you are born with this original sin that you must cleanse yourself of by deconstructing your whiteness.
Right.
Okay? By taking the communion of Kimberly Crenshaw.
Of wokeness. Yeah.
Yes.
Totally. Yeah, no. You got to bow down before the altar of wokeness and proclaim your sins. I'm white. I'm a sinner. No, it's fucking laughable for us, but I mean, we're not ensconced in this cult, okay? We can see right through it. The most interesting thing that I see about the most interesting point that I want to make in this whole breakdown is that Vaush is at times ensconced in the same ideological cult until someone attacks him.
Yes.
And then all of a sudden he can see through the attack that came through the little window of the CRT bubble. He realizes, oh wait, this is all just racism. Like he nails it. He completely sees outside of the ideological bubble, but it takes someone attacking him for him to be able to do that. Everybody else is just in the cult.
Well, that's what's hilarious about Vaush's reaction to this is that it's so classically ideologically blind human behavior.
Yes.
Like, oh, I'm going to pick up the banner of this ideology and I'm going to wave it. I'm going to fight it to the death. The second some aspect of it is being used against me, I'm going to become the most logical, rational person in the world and explain why the ideology is bad or racist.
Yes, yes. This is we never covered any of the Professor Flower stuff, and it's so perfect. Like Vaush does not even know that he's taking James Lindsay's position in this exchange. Yeah. He doesn't know. It's fucking fascinating. And Noah's still in the bubble. Noah doesn't know what's going on. He's in the bubble. Right. This guy's in the bubble. They're all in the same ideological bubble. Yes. But Vaush has escaped the bubble just for 15 minutes to join James Lindsay and Christopher Rufo taking on the anti-CRT position.
Right.
Is the nature of leftist content and inadvertently makes things dangerous for the marginalized voices that get caught in the wake of this highly toxic, highly negative energy.
If that last...
See, this, guys, it's just this highly toxic, highly negative energy.
Well, it makes it dangerous.
That's
dangerous. I don't know if you know this, Adam. Okay. Vaush being a debate bro, ContraPoints being white, and being on Breadtube, it just makes the space dangerous for people of color.
A lot of toxic energy. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's very dangerous. There's been a rash of Breadtube on Breadtube violence where angry socialists show up at the houses of socialist black streamers and try to lynch them. It's a big problem.
This is the thing. This wokeness is in many ways anti-diversity. Even though it stands under the banner of diversity, it's really against diversity.
It is anti-diversity.
Yeah. So, I mean, it really is the people who are in favor of racial and ideological and intellectual diversity against the people who want, they're basically like black nationalists. I feel like Professor Flowers, who's covered in the video rather extensively, I mean, she has a black nationalist position. Of course, she's like a separatist.
Right. Well, it's interesting because basically what you've had is that the Breadtube hierarchy is constructing itself along the lines of some sort of competency hierarchy. Now, it's a competency of being a good propagandist or being, whatever, which we all disagree with the propaganda, but they are competent. Like, that's why people are being risen to the top of this Breadtube hierarchy, is how competent they are at spouting propaganda.
True. Yeah.
But then the issue is that the Breadtube is built on the philosophy that A, hierarchies are all bad and evil, and B, that there's this oppression matrix where, white people are constantly oppressing, non-white people. And so it's kind of created an unsustainable community because, you'll get these periods, these lulls where streamers will rise up to the top for being competent at being propagandists, but then it'll all get torn down again because the founding belief, the founding philosophy of Breadtube is you have to tear down white people and raise up non-white people. And so if there's any competent white people or white passing people that rise to the top, they will eventually have to be torn down, or they will have to turn against the founding philosophy of, race Marxism, basically.
Right. So eventually competent people of color will be at the top of the hierarchy.
Right. Well, they should rise to the hierarchy regardless. People. They will rise to the hierarchy regardless.
ContraPoints is trans, so I mean that perfectly encapsulates.
Yeah, but she's white though, so who cares?
God, okay.
James for $20 says, I listen to your streams at work and it helps me get through the day. Doomer has the worst takes. Please take his wrench. Thank you, James.
Yeah, thanks, James.
Mr. Room 6 for 500. Kazark says, this is amazing. It's like medieval drama. Noah tried to stab old King Vaush in the back and starts a rebellion, but then nobody joined, so he had to go back.
It's so true.
Kiss the ring. Keep up the work, and here have some Kazarks. Well, thank you, Mr. Room. That's a great point. Yeah.
Mr. Room, so true. Right on the money. That's another thing that's completely fascinating about all of this. Exactly. He tried. He's like, I know how to use the racist propaganda. I will slay Vaush.
Right.
The one that everyone on the left hates, but everyone was realizing, oh no, Nobody joined in his coup.
Yeah, he stabbed Caesar in the back, and all the other senators were like, "What are you doing?"
Didn't we talk about this on another stream about somebody making a coup attempt on Vaush that I was trying to?
We did. I don't remember who.
I can't remember who it was. It
happens pretty regularly.
Yeah.
Alexi Time for $20 says, "Am I the only one who thinks Vaush is like the cliche college professor who seduces freshman girls, treats them like shit, then gaslights them into thinking it was their fault?"
No.
That's basically That's exactly how I view it too. That's basically exactly how I view it. Yeah, he has that personality type.
Vaush in another time would be a used car salesman. A pre-internet time, Vaush would be a used car salesman.
No, he would be this. He'd be the college professor who's promoting some woke shit and doing exactly what Alexi said. Yeah,
there is no way in hell that Vaush would be able to stick with school long enough to be a college professor. Vaush would be a used car salesman.
Maybe you're right.
What are you talking about? What are you talking? The only reason, and I wonder this. I do wonder this because we look for people to mimic, to learn from, and a lot of what we look for is people that seem competent, and a lot of the competency metric on the internet is being popular, getting a lot of views, that kind of thing.
Yes.
But that could be a skewed metric. If 50% of Vaush's viewers are hate watchers, then a lot of people are thinking, "Oh, this is the way to do it." Well, I guess technically, if you can draw in the hate watchers, you're still being successful in the competence hierarchy of doing YouTube. Not that it's good, remotely good for being a competent, successful human being, but it is what it is.
J-Mac for $20. Thank you so much, Jay. Says, "Selfishness is not returning the shopping cart. Evil is leaving it in the parking space."
True.
Agreed. Oh, that's the worst. Fuck those people. They should go to jail. Deport them with the poppers. Kenya X122 for $20. Thanks so much. Says, "You guys should really watch the documentary Fathead if you haven't already. There's some interesting things talked about it that are surprisingly parallel what's going on today politically." I started watching it. It did seem interesting. That's sort of the counter argument to the McDonald's fast food Super Size Me documentary. So
check it out.
And it's for free on YouTube.
Last part sounded oddly specific. Don't worry, we'll get to that. Foreshadowing is a narrative technique when you talk about something and you talk about it again later. My most vocal criticism of Debate Bros came in the follow-up video to my LeftTube guide with a section on Debate Bros. Not gonna lie, I wrote that script in about an hour, so not my cleanest work. I also played some out-of-context clips of Vaush. It was meant to be a joke, but it ended up just being me playing out-of-context clips of Vaush. So to the gamer gods, I formally and humbly apologize. To repent for my clip-chimping sins, I will be live streaming Dark Souls this week, so make sure to press subscribe and hit that fucking bell, you piece of shit, you little shitworm. But the point of that section was to document some of—
He does this weird thing too. This is very propaganda savvy, where he's like, "Oh, I made a mistake, so let me give a non-apology."
Non-apology and also promote his other videos at the same time.
Right, it's hilarious.
Go watch the other video where the mistake is.
Right, so it's like if you're a Noah fan, you could say, "Oh, look, he apologized," but it's like, did he though? Did he really?
Not really. Yeah.
Some of the problems with debate I had missed in my initial video, where I promoted a bunch of people, some of them rather uncritically. My main points were: don't rely on debate streamers as your sole source of information, and don't take anything your gamer of choice says at face value. And these are things that I stand by. They're also particularly relevant to today's video. Now, when Xanderhall takes what we've said here and elevates it to the claim that we are against debate as a concept, well, this is just not true. I'm going to play some clips that refute this point now. Again, incredibly tedious, I apologize, but potentially helpful for context and also to prove that we are coming in good faith when we criticize Debate Bros. Pandering to the good faith gaze, if you will. Here is Hassan from that same segment of his stream where he acknowledges the utility of debate.
I'm not saying...
Okay. So, just so you guys have in your mind, Noah's stated intention here is that he's going to play clips that show that Breadtube is not against debate. That is the intention here. And we'll see if these clips actually are about that subject matter or not.
Right.
Saying that like there is no value to responding or learning and recognizing the talking points that right-wingers engage in. Of course there is. People, especially right-wingers in general, love to arm themselves with the same talking points that they're disseminating out of think tanks. Unless you're talking to like a total dumbass right-winger, you're gonna hear some fucking takes that you will hear from Ben Shapiro verbatim. So there is value to learning what those talking points are and understanding why they're fucking stupid.
Here is
Okay. So first clip, nothing to do with what Noah said whatsoever. Hassan is just talking about the value of knowing the talking points of the other side. That has nothing to do with debate whatsoever.
Oh, you're right.
You can watch a Ben Shapiro video, listen to the talking points, then watch a Hassan video where he attempts to debunk it. Okay.
Right.
That's not debate.
And it doesn't address the central question of whether or not debate can yield truth or valuable discourse. And basically, Hassan is making the argument, I would say the opposite argument, that, you know, it's good to, he's basically making the claim that it's good to know the rebuttals to Ben Shapiro because you might have to fight some idiot online. Yeah.
Right.
Which is the opposite of constructive conversation or debate.
It's weird because Noah keeps doing this thing where he's like, let me show you a clip that proves my point, and then it has nothing, it either doesn't prove his point or has nothing to do with it whatsoever.
Right. And the casual observer isn't putting this together.
I guess. I don't know. To me, it's
I don't think they are. Nobody's paying attention.
Maybe.
I mean, you pointed it out to me. I'm like, okay, he said some shit, but it's Hassan. And nothing Hassan says makes any sense anyway. I mean, he said something there that I laughed out loud. It was so fucking stupid.
Well,
now I can't remember. Now I can't remember what he said. Yeah.
Feek opening the debate bro section in Break Bread with some concessions.
And to be fair, if I had it in me to watch the 3 and 4 hour streams of these guys talking and playing video games, I doubt I would have anything negative to say about 95% of what they do on stream. And I understand that when you're talking for that long, you're liable to say some things that maybe you wish you hadn't have said. I don't individually think that these are bad people or even that they need to be ousted from the left. I think that that very concept of ousting people is part of the problem, really.
Look at all that good faith. So much.
Okay, so
see, that didn't
the second
really,
clip
doesn't address
has
anything
nothing
either.
to do with the stated purpose of watching the clip. All he said was, listen, I don't disagree with a lot of what they say, and they talk for long periods of time, so maybe they inartfully say some things. He doesn't give anything about the merit of debate whatsoever.
Yeah. He's addressing the debaters. He's saying I'll give the debaters a pass, but he doesn't talk about the medium in any way, shape, or form.
Right, that was the stated purpose of Noah showing these clips.
I agree.
To say, look, they're not against debate. They think debate has merit, and then he plays clips of people not addressing that whatsoever.
Yeah. The name of the video is Solving the Debate Bro Problem. Like, there's this problem we have that, you know, we disagree on whether or not debate yields any sort of positive truth in the world or discourse in the world. That's what we're talking about. Yeah, neither of those clips addressed any of that. So, video essay nonsense. Propaganda. Could have just picked any random clip of them saying anything.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Would have been funnier if he was talking about what a great lunch he had. That would have been good comedy gold.
Good faith? You're not even going to believe how much faith is good in there. Good faith all the time. One of the things I hear thrown around the debate zone a lot is the concept of the left having a diversity of tactics. So different styles of content for different audiences, all with the intent of spreading leftism as far and wide as possible. And on a macro lens, the better we are at making this content, the more views it gets, and the wider audiences are cultivated, the better off we will be. Because
he doesn't make any claim on whether or not that's good or bad. I mean, in the graphic that he shows, there's literally a guy throwing a Molotov cocktail. Did you check it? Did you catch that?
I saw that.
Noah, do you endorse the tactic of throwing Molotov cocktails as one of the diversity of tactics? I mean, you put it in your graphic. Good faith Gary, am I allowed to bring that up?
I'm just asking questions.
Good faith Gary, am I allowed to say now that Noah actually endorses political violence because he had a graphic on the screen where he was saying, I mean, I feel like...
Here's what we'll do. I don't know if Noah is dishonest or dumb. So he's just systemically dishonest. It doesn't matter what his intention was. Okay.
Well, I agree.
This video is systemic dishonesty.
I agree. I
guess the graphic is just systemic terrorism.
That's true. Yes. So you guys heard it here first. Noah Samsen endorses political violence. It's very funny that Noah Samsen is backing up someone who believes in ethnic cleansing.
That's not how it works. You have to say Noah supports systemic political violence.
Oh, I'm not allowed to say it right now.
Or Noah systemically supports political violence. You have to throw systemic in there somewhere because that negates all responsibility for the individual.
Isn't he supporting a creator that supports ethnic cleansing? I feel like
That's the systemic supporting of racial violence. Yes.
All right.
This will mean less.
I feel like good faith Gary would be speaking up.
Listen, you have to understand the word systemic is like a magic wand. You just put it in front of anything and you can say whatever you want.
This is my problem right here because I am fully aware that the tactic of character assassination works. That's why fucking Vaush uses it all the time.
Right.
But I have this thing called ethics. I don't feel right about character assassinating people. I'm sure Noah probably doesn't endorse political violence. I would hope he doesn't, right?
Right. Well, I don't know. It's systemic, so who knows?
I mean, Noah, please let us know. We want to know. At least tell us you don't endorse political and violence, okay?
It's people gravitating towards right-wing content and more people learning about socialism. And that all sounds good to me. No notes.
I'm so proud of you.
Thanks.
Oh, he's awake.
Okay, well, one note. Is what we do on here an actual political force, or is it entertainment? If so, how can that be quantified? If not, just how much are we overvaluing our utility to society beyond carving out a new consumer demographic of left?
You're way overvaluing it. I mean, it's like 99% overvalued. Yes.
Well, but here's the thing. If it's just entertainment, I mean, what is he saying about himself? I don't understand. If you concede that all this Breadtube bullshit is just entertainment, then this argument is moot.
True.
Isn't the entire argument just pointless then?
Right. Yeah. Because debate bros are just entertainment and essays are just entertainment. And it really doesn't matter who's on top of the hierarchy.
Right. And you can't make an appeal that one of them is bad for the cause or not if it's all just entertainment.
Yeah.
Which is weird because he's sort of making that argument.
He is.
I don't understand.
I don't remember where he comes out on this argument, though.
I don't either.
Leftist content. If the style of leftism I want to promote is different than your style, and it's a style that you don't like, is this going to be an issue? Are you going to use your large platform to strike me down?
Noah, you're vague posting.
Are all forms of content equal when it comes to learning?
Noah, stop it.
So many questions, no answers for now.
Okay, that was weird, man.
What, have you never heard of the Socratic method?
Oh, okay. Yeah, never mind. I like it. I like that a whole lot.
Okay.
Oh, that's so good.
All right.
So
yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
So what he'll do? So what he did was he asked a bunch of contradictory questions, which, if he agreed with, which I felt like he was sort of agreeing with some parts of it, would negate the entire purpose of the video that he's making and his entire argument. But he doesn't have to address that because then he goes, "I'm just asking questions. It's a funny joke." And then moves on.
He pulls a full ContraPoints. This is exactly what ContraPoints does.
Yes.
I'm just asking questions, thoughtful stuff to think about. Enjoy my lighting.
Classic ContraPoints maneuver.
It's so funny that we have more substance than any of these guys.
I know, right? And we just ramble on for like 20 hours.
Well, I mean, it's an interesting question, the entertainment versus activism. Well, but he doesn't even take a position on it.
I think it's because they're afraid to dive into these things, and they're afraid to follow the lines of logic of where this goes.
Right, because it affects their personal income.
Well, that, and it affects their preconceived argument that they're trying to hone in on.
Yeah. They don't want to drift off the path too much.
Right.
Briefly, I would like to take a deep dive into an interactive.
This whole exchange. What? Sorry, are you upset that I paused so quickly?
We're gonna finish this in 5 hours.
This whole exchange, though, it did spawn a essayist versus debate bros war. Fucking Vaush is going to war over this. He really is. Like he feels like this is an assault on his place in the community. It's fascinating.
It's very triggered, yes.
Action I had recently that I think might be helpful for illustrating some of the problems with online communication, specifically regarding the topic of debate. It's a little detour, but stay with me, okay? I'm gonna get better at writing one day. My ADHD pills are in the mail. So I tweeted this a few weeks ago, saying that basically I do not think white genocide is something that we should be debating. The long debunked white supremacist talking point about the white population being eradicated through immigration. Gary, I need you.
Hey, y'all.
Explain to them why this tweet is a problem for you and your people over there.
Gladly. In the debate sphere, there's a conception of the archetypal Twitter lefty that says things like, human rights aren't up for debate, or it's not my job to educate you. This, in our minds, inhibits the left's ability to argue for concrete policy positions, because if we can't have difficult conversations, we can't solve difficult problems. This might have been what Xander Hall was referencing when he was talking about you being unwilling to debate. This tweet plays into that stereotype and makes you look really dumb. That's me quoting them. I don't think you're dumb. No, I think you're a nice enough guy.
Thanks, Gary.
Maybe it'll be useful if you just clarify what you meant here.
Sure, Gary. Sounds good. As long as race...
So that's the first actual utility we've gotten from good faith Gary, to actually verbalize the correct argument.
Right. Well, we technically have to give Noah credit for understanding the argument, since good faith
right,
Gary
but I don't think he really addresses it, though, if I remember correctly.
Right.
Distant fascist and other bad ideas exist, they should be challenged, whether that's through debate, essays, one-on-one communication, iMessage, Tinder, Hinge, writing it on the ground in the woods, whatever.
I mean, I feel like we agree that there are certain debate topics that we shouldn't, that are, at least I feel that I shouldn't engage in, because I don't want to do the fucking research to actually do it justice. So
right, but that's different than you're just saying I don't want to do it because I'm not learned enough on the subject matter. You're not saying nobody should debate on the subject.
Well, I do feel like there are certain topics that just there's no need to debate on.
Okay, you do.
Yeah, there's certain things. I mean, the flat Earth thing is like completely ridiculous.
Well, and I think that's the point that Noah tries to get at, but I think ultimately fails to, and we'll talk about it when I get there, because it's not like you feel the way about the flat Earth thing because there's no political force in the world currently that is pushing flat Earth to be the normative thought of the planet.
Right.
Like it's just, it's relegated to like a bunch of crazy people somewhere that no one cares about that have no effect on the world whatsoever.
Right. Yes. Which means that they can debate it without much blowback. But I think if something as crazy as flat Earth was being pushed towards the mainstream, like you had CNN coming out and saying, you know, these flat earthers really have some interesting arguments.
Right.
I think people would be a little like, what the fuck? Think how crazy people are getting over COVID misinformation, right? Can you imagine the flat earth misinformation? Joe Rogan is a flat earther? Oh my God.
Right.
He's spreading misinformation.
The problem is that the left especially can't use that argument. And I think, and that's what Noah's sort of alluding to, that he accepts this. You can't use it. The left can't use that argument when it comes to the quote unquote white genocide thing, because the left is the one or these leftists specifically are the ones pointing to Tucker Carlson and all these people saying that they're utilizing the white genocide argument.
Right.
So to them, it's like a highly relevant argument that is consuming political content, like all political thought right now on the right.
Right. Yeah. I mean,
so they have no excuse to not debate it.
Right. Yeah. Especially when Tucker Carlson is like a primetime newscaster on a major cable network.
Exactly.
But there is a problem though, because all of that, the white genocide talk, they would categorize as dog whistles. I don't think Tucker Carlson overtly comes out and talks about white genocide. I mean, does he? I don't know.
No, I think the closest he gets to is he talks about how like the Democrats want to import, South Americans into the country to steal voting away from conservatives,
right,
or right wingers or something.
Okay. So he's not overtly talking about white genocide.
Right.
But they're saying what he is talking about looks
They're
close
saying he's
enough.
dog whistling
Right.
to white genocide.
They're saying he's dog whistling, right?
Yeah.
So it is a relevant topic for them to debate.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I pointed out the fact that Tucker Carlson goes on his show every night and uses white genocide rhetoric for hours on end in front of millions of people. That's a good point. It's not like it's not happening. As much as I'd love to be able to say white genocide doesn't exist and be done with it, because it doesn't, I recognize that for other people in different areas of the political spectrum, it's not that simple, especially in the general American population. We still got a lot of work to do getting them caught up. Here's the original image that led me to tweeting this. This image to me is what sociologists might call sussy-wussy. Two white dudes on a live stream titled Debating White Genocide. Racism, is it really that bad?
Noah, I can
So this doesn't even make sense. Because he's like, oh, how dare two white people debate the topic of whether white genocide is a thing or not.
Wouldn't that be like just two black people debating whether or not police brutality exists?
Yeah, that's why I don't even understand. This is like he's like reaching so hard to label everything as racist. Doesn't even make sense. Like, well, obviously white genocide, quote unquote white genocide, whether it's happening or not, should be debated by white people, right?
Yeah. Who else would debate that? Unless you're talking about black creators debating about how fast it should happen.
Right.
Like, what the fuck? Anyway.
Understand why this looks problematic to you, but the thing is, those dudes were actually providing arguments against it.
Right.
And that's good, right?
Yeah.
Somebody's got to do it.
I suppose that's true. However, my disdain for the idea of still having to debate things like white genocide comes from somewhere. Mainly, it comes from the part of...
I mean...
Even if you have two white creators that are speaking out against the concept of white genocide...
Right.
Still not good enough.
Saying that it's not happening and that...
still not good enough.
Providing arguments against it, yeah.
Yeah. And he says, like, I suppose it's good, but he says it in a very, like, obviously sarcastic way.
I wonder, and we're never going to get an argument out of him why, what the damage is.
Well, I'm assuming he's going to say something to that effect now. I don't remember what he says exactly.
All right, let's see.
The real world significance of de-radicalization by YouTube content has
We're actually providing arguments against it.
Right.
And that's good, right?
Yeah.
Somebody's got to do it.
I suppose that's true. However, my disdain for the idea of still having to debate things like white genocide comes from somewhere. Mainly, it comes from the part of me that feels like the real-world significance of de-radicalization by YouTube content has a tendency to be overstated online. Or, to put it another way, converting to leftism by consuming debate content can come with certain side effects.
Nothing?
So...
Yeah, what the fuck?
It seems like he's alluding to, and I think he goes into this a little bit deeper. He says, even though this white genocide topic is being discussed in the mainstream, or he thinks it's being discussed in the mainstream by the right, and you have people that are like Destiny are arguing against it, it's still bad because the debate bros don't actually de-radicalize anyone anyway.
Well, if that's what he's saying, it's completely unclear. What he said was completely unclear. I'm confused by what he means by any of that.
I think it is unclear, and I think the reason it's unclear is because
he has nothing to say. His
feelings are unclear.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a good understanding.
He doesn't have a position.
Right. He doesn't have a good understanding of his own position. I think this is all just Elephant reacting to stuff.
Right. It makes me feel uncomfortable when people talk about topics that make me uncomfortable.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he didn't even really articulate the argument of the white genocide people make, which isn't really a genocide argument. I mean, they use the term genocide to make it sound
right.
I mean, it's an anti-immigration argument, basically. Which I find it difficult because then how do you even have a conversation about immigration?
Right.
Maybe we're talking about keeping the dirty fucking Canadians out of here. They're white, okay? You can't have that conversation.
But that's the intention here, is that if you can label every argument as being racist, then you're not allowed to have the argument. You can't have an argument about what immigration level should be in our country, because if you're against any immigration, it's because you're racist.
Right, but there's an argument to be had about whether or not that's good if you want to discern things like truth or good public policy or,
Well, okay, obviously. Right.
So,
sure.
You might have had a de-radicalization experience thanks to someone like Vaush or Destiny or even Xanderhall, God help you, and that's great.
This de-radicalization experience thing is such a fucking ghost story for me.
I know. I think that's his point, though, is that it is a ghost story.
Oh, okay.
Seriously, I'm not here to knock on that. The less alt-right, the better.
I don't think the de-radicalization. I think the de-radicalization story is a ghost story. Is a ghost story. It's fake. I think what happened was you had, and this is what Xanderhall doesn't understand either, when he went through his timeline of Gamergate. Okay, after Gamergate, you basically had the internet community broke into woke versus anti-woke, and the anti-woke was a combination of people on the left and the right. But then what happened was the 2016 election started to happen, and people had to choose a side. They had to choose either to go on the left or the right. And the problem was that the people on the left couldn't go to the mainstream left because they had been criticizing the mainstream media, which had adopted wokeness for the last year or two. And so I think that's why a lot of those people fell into the alternative left sphere, which is socialism. And well, whatever. I've lost my train of thought, but
never say that you've lost your train of thought. Okay,
I know.
Because
listen, I'm an honest actor.
It fucking primes me.
I know.
Just reach over and press play on the video. Okay, it's fine. No, I understand exactly what you mean. The 2016 election came along. Trump was like the most polarizing figure, where, even very rational people like Sam Harris could just see Trump for like a tenth of a second, and he'd be fucking
right. So I think when people talk about this de-radicalization thing, what they really mean is you had people who during the Gamergate era were on the left going into it, and they started to watch more and more of once the split came, once the anti-SJWs died and it became, the socialists versus the conservatives or whatever the fuck we have right now. Okay. When it became more left versus right, you had a bunch of people who started on the left, who were still on the left, still consuming quote unquote right-wing content because they were anti-SJWs. And then they found somebody like Destiny or Vaush who originally labeled themselves as left-wing but anti-SJW in the beginning. And then they think that they've been de-radicalized.
Right.
But they never were radicalized in the first place. They never really changed their opinion on anything.
Right. Yeah. They're just basically center right, center left area.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
No, all of these de-radicalization stories, when you dig in, they're so tepid. It's like nobody signed up. No one was in a fucking KKK hood. Okay. Right. They watched some fucking.
I listened to Jordan Peterson.
I know.
And then I listened to Stefan Molyneux.
Yeah, exactly.
And then ContraPoint saved my life.
Stefan Molyneux is a little sus. Okay. But
sure, but it's not like, as you said, there's not. They make it out like they're these kids running around spraying swastikas on the walls, shaving. They think like they're the kid from American History X.
They do. They do. They do. They're ready to get a fucking swastika tattoo on their back.
Yeah, it's like, come on.
That's not true.
Yeah.
The concern is that by staying in these spaces, it becomes easy to maintain habits of consumption that can inhibit your ability to recognize the reactionary tendencies that you or the people around you might still hold.
Noah, echo chamber characteristics can be found in any online community, right? That's the basis of how they form, by bringing like-minded people together. There will always be issues like the ones that you mentioned.
That's true, but the DebateBro ozone echo chambers seem to have a uniquely grating effect due to their highly charged environments, massive platforms, and self-appointed status as the gladiators of online anti-fascism.
We got to read that.
Hundreds of thousands of people, millions maybe, have had their politics swayed through debate streams, which are just another type of content people may or may not have a preference for. This snobbery has a message. Sean thinks less of you if streams brought you to the left.
Yeah, so that's Vaush tweeting, obviously throwing shade at Sean, another left-wing video essayist. And this is from April 16th of 2021. So this is almost a year ago. So.
I believe this was Vaush when he went on his egomaniacal rant, talked about this. This is in response to when he was on Tim Pool's show. And he had that conversation with Charlie Kirk. And remember, Vaush put on his best boy behavior.
Correct. Yeah.
And and some of the people like Sean, other leftists, were very upset by this.
Right.
So.
Well, Vaush did not accurately represent CRT, so I could see a lot of people who have read all the CRT stuff being really bent out of shape that Vaush is their representative on a huge platform.
I don't think that was Sean's motivation, but
well, okay, but I could see people. I don't know that Sean has an accurate representation of CRT. I don't know
Sean's a
representation of CRT, but those. The FD, is it FD, JD Salinger? Now you got me saying JD Salinger.
FD Signifier.
Signifier. FD Signifier knows the CRT. I would love to get his feedback on how he
does.
That.
It seems like it. I mean, he's definitely speaking it, you know.
So he nails Vaush being like the self-appointed arbiter of. Vaush definitely sees himself as indispensable to the left winning elections and succeeding in the world. We've seen that. Yeah. Of course he's indispensable. Of course Vaush would think that because his income directly relates to how indispensable he is.
Right.
Which is why he's freaking out about this, because this can take a chunk out of his paycheck.
Yes.
One of the biggest problems back in 2014 and 2016 is there were no lefties online who weren't, you know, insane to say, no, we don't actually believe that all white people are evil and we don't want to do this, and this that you claim we want to do. It wasn't until people like Destiny and Vaush and me and Chud Logic and Demon Mama and just like left-wing debate people came along that argued against those effectively that you really started to see that narrative start to get pushed down.
There are a few examples I could use here.
To Xander Hall, he puts himself in that. Oh,
I know.
So weird.
Well, there's an interesting thing too that's going on here. I think there's some unintended conflation. Because if you remove Demon Mama from that equation, which first of all, she's fucking tiny, crazy moron, but also she's super late to this anyway.
Yeah,
so she obviously has no influence in this conversation. If you look at the quote unquote debate bros, most of them or all of them all started by saying they were anti-SJW left wings. They were like socialist or leftist who were not woke scolds. So I don't think it's really debate bro versus non-debate bro. I think this is really the supposed non-woke scolds versus the get in fucking line with our race Marxism and be woke scolds. That feels like the real conflict that's happening.
Well, Vaush is trying to walk the woke scolds line. He always has been.
But I wonder with the debate bros, if the reason I feel like some of them have dropped the woke scoldness is because either they just don't believe it or they just know that you can't debate that shit. That shit is just too stupid, too crazy. You can't go out there in the debate sphere and debate intelligent people and back up some of these insane woke points.
On specific things like CRT
or like, well, the Professor Flowers thing's a perfect example. What she was saying about allowing racial genocide to exist, okay, against white people. That is and that's what's so crazy. Vaush makes the argument saying, well, you're making an argument that basically leads it down to make it okay to genocide white people. But that's true of CRT. That's true of all the woke race shit that is being perpetuated. It all leads the same path. And I'm wondering if that's why they have to try to pretend at least like they're not going to argue that position. Because they're aware that on some level that these positions are just so completely untenable.
I don't think Vaush knows that that's the position of CRT. I think Vaush has this complete There is a Mott and Bailey of CRT. There's
yes.
like the real CRT, which is exactly what you're saying, leads down to ethnic cleansing.
You think
and
Vaush
genocide.
has just fallen for the Mott? He does, you know,
exactly.
He's fallen for the mainstream narrative.
I agree.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I think that's 100% correct. Yes, it's just teaching history. This is just teaching Black history.
Right.
That's all it is. A little privilege thrown in, a little privilege walk here and there. Yeah. So he doesn't support the Bailey or the Bailey. Yeah, he doesn't support the Bailey.
To illustrate my point, but why don't we start with Xanderhall? Sorry, guy. There's a new lol cow in town, and it isn't a feminist gaming journalist this time. It's you.
So strong for someone who set their video to unlisted today. So strong, right? I mean, listen, who's the lol cow here? Who's got their video unlisted and who's making videos about your video? I don't know. It might be a new lol cow in town, right?
I mean, with that mustache.
Xander, Alexander Hawley Ocasio-Cortez.
Now that's funny. Xander Hall could never do that.
Sorry, it's not funny at all, actually. The most viewed video on Xander Hall's channel is called How I Fell Down the Alt-Right Pipeline.
I had no idea this existed. We have to fucking
I know. Have to watch this.
Xander Hall was Faraday Speaks before Faraday Speaks.
Yes.
This is a well-worn path.
And escaped. It's from December of 2019. We've seen this story before, but basically, he got into some Pepe shenanigans with his gamer friends and was eventually pulled out of it. The thing that pulled him out, in his case, was Destiny's debate with JonTron, where Destiny ended Nazism once and for all, or something like that. I don't know, I didn't watch it. He concludes this 48-minute video with what he sees as the most important.
You know, I know it's like a joke, but it's funny because the whole Destiny to JonTron debate is one of the most commonly cited, I almost fell down the alt-right rabbit hole like things.
They're just copying each other, Sitch. Don't you understand? It's like
no, but yeah,
but fall for this. I can say it.
But the hilarious thing is that Noah's making this video criticizing the debate bro, and he's not even going to watch the debate that supposedly had the effect.
Right. Maybe he didn't watch that.
He just said he didn't watch it.
I watched it when it happened. I mean, I remember all that.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's a good watch.
And
very controversial.
He does this. Destiny does the same thing that Vaush does as a mainstay now. He basically tricks JonTron into saying some stuff that can be twisted as racist, and he does that and paints JonTron as a secret dog whistling racist. And then goes and continues that narrative for days and days and days until JonTron basically cries uncle and says, I'm never going to make any more videos about politics again.
Right. Well, I think JonTron's problem was that he had he's a normie when it comes to politics.
Yes.
And he had vague political positions that he hadn't really thought about in these intense debate ways that you think when you're going to go into debate. So it's very easy to lead someone down the path to say, look what you're advocating for. Look what this is going to go down.
Right. No, I agree.
And what you should do if you're ever in that situation, if you're ever John in that situation, just be like, oh, well, I haven't thought about this. And I'll have to think about that more. Don't, because the problem, and there is a completely valid criticism to debate that I've never heard any of these people actually make, which is that when you're in a debate with someone, and everyone knows this is true because everyone's experienced this, okay? When you're in an argument with anyone, you're angry. Yes. And when you're angry, you being angry. Well, no, but yes. But people really need to understand that emotions are like drugs. They're altered states of mind.
Yes.
If you are angry, you have chemicals in your brain that is changing your behavior. You're not acting the same way you would act or behave if you were calm at all.
Yes.
And so when you're in that angry state of mind and you're basically high on anger, you do not want to admit you're wrong. Someone could say something to you when you're angry and you know you're fucking wrong. You go, oh shit, I'm wrong, but you will not fucking.
It's so true.
Twist it. You're gonna look for anything, and everyone knows it because we've all been in these situations. And part of the actual problems with debates is that you get angry and you get in this debate mode, and you just are not, you don't want to admit you're wrong, and you will just twist and twist and twist. And so if you have a position that you haven't really thought out, someone, as you were saying, can lead you down the path of like, well, this is where you're advocating for. And if you're too angry in debate mode, you're not going to just say, oh, maybe I need to rethink this position.
No, you're gonna double down on it, and the next thing you know, Destiny's gonna be on a stream telling everyone how you're a secret Nazi.
Right.
But that is so, I mean, the character assassination is such a problem in these debate settings. I mean, that's the whole point of these debate settings. And it's completely nefarious. It's completely dishonest. And I fucking hate it. I definitely hate it.
Yep.
Important aspect of online politics as he moves forward on his journey into leftism.
There's one thing above all of this that may be the most important thing, and that's optics.
Yeah. You know what's bad optics, Xander Hall, when you've obviously written a script and your eyes keep tracking it on the screen while you're trying to sound sincere, waving your arms around, okay? No one's winning any Academy Awards for this performance.
It's so funny. You always notice when people are reading. I never notice when people are reading scripts.
Oh my God, it's so bad. It's so bad. Because I've had to work with actors a bunch of times.
Right.
And I'll, like, is someone fucking flashing this guy a cue card? Does he have it fucking... He's got the script written on his fucking hand. You fucking idiot. You can't memorize your lines?
I know I'm not just speaking for myself when I say that the stereotype of an SJW is off-putting to most people. Don't let yourself fit into the mold of the straw man that reactionaries have made of us. If we defy their expectations and their stereotypes, they won't know how to...
It's so bad. I know. It's terrible.
Well, I know why it bothers you so much. Because you have to memorize your lines if you're going to do a public speech, because you can't read you.
Fuck you. Come on, I'm an artist. I believe in. You know this is the worst.
It's true. Admit it. It's true. You're jealous.
Hall, delete this video.
Jealous.
Okay, this is a terrible performance. Xander Hall, unfortunately, it's the video has 700,000 views. So this is the video that launched Xander Hall into his career as a former Nazi.
There you
go.
What
the fuck? Guys, do not make your career former Nazi on the internet, okay? It's bad. Listen to Xander Hall when he talks about optics here.
To counter us leftists, we have facts, statistics, data, and even historical context on our side. If people like us can drown out the loud minority that the right uses to make their hit pieces, they won't have any more material.
First of all, what did this person do to you? They look fine. They look good. I want a portable ball sack. Where do you even get that? I love this, though. He's like, yeah, you can be a leftist, as long as you're not one of those filthy fucking degenerate SJWs, because they make us look very bad. I know this because right-wingers told me so, but let's cut him some slack. That was 2 years ago. He's probably grown up and become a big boy now.
Yeah, see, he says, I know this because right-wingers told me so. So he's basically criticizing. Noah's position is, how dare we tone police, policy police, or change any part of our behavior in order to appeal to, a more moderate group of people? Like, Noah wants purity spiral going on here.
No, that's what's good. Purity spiral away, bro.
Go for it. Go for it. I want more Noahs and less Xanders.
Yeah. Join the purity spiral.
Yes,
you guys, there'll be 15 of you by the end of the year. I'm talking about the audience.
One of the biggest common talking points from the right during this era was the left was too afraid to debate and defend their positions. Nobody on the left wanted to debate. The left at the time were high and mighty, BuzzFeed videos, feminist like video essay content, woke scoldy, high and mighty, preachy, non-funny, non-edgy, milquetoast, not whitewashed, fucking sugar sweet, fucking condescending left-wing content made by, well, trans people with pink hair, okay, and blue hair, which obviously isn't a problem in and of itself, but it does kind of make the left, it makes gives right-wingers, makes them mad.
Oh, I feel like I've heard this somewhere before. This hyperfixation on optics is indicative of a framework of political thought that views the world through a lens of what the right will think of us, and little more. And that's what I take.
See, this is so dumb. This is so dumb. The optics argument is not what the right will think of. Why? It's that you want to appeal to a broader base of people.
Right.
And Noah knows this. This entire video is optics.
Yeah, it is.
The lighting, the music, the zooms, the cuts. It's all optics.
Good faith, Gary. All of it. The jokes.
Yes.
Yeah. 100% optics. Yeah.
Issue with. Basing your politics on practicality is a good thing, but when the crux of your argument rests upon dictating the terms of how other people should look and act, and silencing minorities...
No, Noah, he said drowning out the loud minority.
Drown out the loud minority?
Sure, okay, my bad. Just save that one in the memory bank for later. Silencing minorities.
Drowning out the loud minority.
Okay, dude.
Well, this is such a hit piece on Xander Hall.
I know. He keeps trying to say he's fucking racist. That's his argument. I don't have to make an argument. He's racist.
Now I see why fucking Vaush was losing his mind. He's like, holy shit. He's totally called me a racist over and over and over again. Yeah, Doomer called him evil. He didn't call him a racist. Obviously evil. That's not. Who cares, right?
Isn't it funny?
That totally is kind of funny.
In America, someone being evil is less bad than being racist.
Oh, being evil. Oh, that's par for the course. Being evil is acceptable. Right. Almost cool even.
That is true. That's true.
Is the crux of the argument. This, to me, is in some ways indistinguishable from just being an anti-SJW person yourself, because it means that your online content Overton window always has to include the Gamergator perspective. And how much leftism can you really be getting done if that's the case? All of this makes a lot more sense when we look at where Xanderhall is getting this whole narrative from. In his video, he starts off by citing another YouTuber, whose video's thesis forms the basis of his own, and the channel he cites just so happens to be an actual reactionary YouTuber whose primary content focus is dunking on e-girls and defending Leafy.
Oh my god.
So what's going on there? This all reminds me of last year when he wouldn't stop saying ableist slurs despite his community's objections to him doing so.
Oh no, they attacked him for the R word. Holy shit. Xander folded on the R word.
Reasoning was that gamer language such as this is more effective at bringing people over from the right. It only took about 12 debates and 7 response videos for him to eventually stop.
Hyperbole, strike 7.
He did stop, and that's good, but not without it requiring severe pushback from multiple different creators.
Not without us cyberbullying the shit out of him for fucking weeks. Oh, that's so hilarious.
I guess, I mean, look, Noah's got a point. It only took him getting pushback from Vaush once for him to cave on this video.
I know. Yeah, exactly. He got cyberbullied into silence.
He did.
Paul does go on to say that optics aren't everything and that it's okay to be trans or something.
Trans people with pink hair. But I'm more so talking about the attitude, not like the optics of who's advocating for what, right? That doesn't matter. I don't believe in the idea that, like, we should relegate certain identities to the sidelines because their identities are like bad optics. I don't believe in that. Okay, optics are important, but they're not everything, right?
But that was only after the Gamergate tirade spilling out of him.
He's not just racist. He's also transphobic.
Yeah, no, he's hitting them all. Is he going to go homophobic, or does he move on to Vaush before that happens?
Descending trans people high and mighty.
So it's stuff like this that makes me wonder about the boundaries of what these communities are able to accomplish, and whether or not the high regard debate lords seem to hold themselves in is warranted, but you can decide that for yourselves. See the current state of the valiant white debate lord saviors of the American online left.
Stop it.
He'll probably complain about being clipped.
Wait, here, the white debate lord, is there like a bunch of black debate lords that are being held back by the system or something? Like, what does he mean?
I mean, there probably is. Here? There's probably a bunch of black creators that want to debate that.
They are. I mean, I've seen them on Twitch. Whenever you go to one of those panel shows, there's tons of people that I don't recognize because I don't follow this fucking space whatsoever. That are all colors and all genders who are all debated.
Yeah.
And yet it's interesting to me that whenever they talk about the debate sphere in a bad way, it's always the focus is on like Vaush and Destiny.
Because they're hugely popular.
I understand it, but so it's just because the popular people are white is that the problem?
Yeah, that's white supremacy. You know this. Sitch, you've read the CRT literature. Like, you know this.
Like, why isn't he going after it? Remember there was that ridiculous drama between Dylan Burns and what's the guy's name? Prima K's?
You can't go after everything. There's only so many hours in a day, Sitch. Okay.
No, but one like Prima K's host like one of these fucking debate show panels that I've seen a million times. He's black. Why is he not part of the evil debate sphere, the evil white debate sphere?
Because he's a creator of color.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I guess I just don't understand the rules here. Actually, no, I do understand the rules.
You do know
the rules.
What are you talking about? You know
the rules are white bad.
Yes,
okay.
Of course. Yeah.
Right.
Out of context, but I mean the full video's there. It's a full video. You can watch the whole thing. Also, if you do go there, don't say anything mean, please. Just comment Squid Gang with 6 G's. But that's all I really needed to say about that guy. So yeah, on to the important stuff now. Title card right now.
I mean, if he destroys Xander Hall, he's kind of doing the Lord's work, isn't he? Let's be honest here. I mean, does Xander Hall really have anything to offer I don't think we've ever covered a Xander Hall video, and I don't anticipate covering one in the future.
This is Ken Watanabe GIF, let them fight, okay?
Yeah, yes.
And we're sitting here eating popcorn, laughing as the two armies just massacre each other, going,
Xander Hall's never reached out to us to debate us on anything.
No. Well, we're nobody. What do we care?
Well, I mean, he's really nobody too. I think don't nobodies generally debate? I think they do. We might even be a slightly above him in the nobody department.
There you go.
So
well, we're not debate bros though. We just have people on and debate at them sometimes.
We had Jangles on. That was fun.
That's
we've had Lance on.
Sure.
We hosted Sargon versus Vaush, which
that's right,
hugely increased Vaush's status. So
yeah, unfortunately.
I mean, he's paid us back.
That's true. That's true. He's given us a wealth of content
in a lot of interesting content.
That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah.
It's the circle of life.
Look at this. Look at this.
Vaush bad.
Without our help, this beautiful image would never be in front of us.
And this is so weird too, because like apparently like Vaush is claiming that Noah was nice to him before and after in the DMs.
Yeah.
And like this is so weaselly behavior, isn't it? Someone's like nice to you, and then suddenly they come up with this fucking hit piece against you, and they hit you with like you can criticize someone without the horrible hit piece, without the propaganda, without they're racist. Come on, Noah. Stop being such a weasel. Have some integrity.
They don't think about this. They're so used to calling everybody racist and not thinking of the ramifications of those actions that they just do it reflexively. He's making this video. He's like, I'm going to call everyone racist. Of course I am. I'm a fucking SJW. This is what I do. I'm a fucking woke. I'm a CRT aficionado. He's swimming in this water. Like he doesn't even see, you know, this is the classic asking a fish about what water is. He doesn't understand. Do you understand calling this person racist is really kind of a bad thing to do? No, of course.
Right.
I would even go as far as saying, I think what he perceives what Vaush is doing as racism because he attacked a creator of color, regardless of whether or not the argument was correct.
Xander Hall debated actual Justice Warrior and Nuance Bro at the same time, or separate?
Really?
That'd be funny to watch. We'll have to check. We'll have to look into that.
We will.
So now we've dealt with that sort of silly stuff. I want to move on to a more serious example of where I feel that these spaces are causing harm within the online left. I think it actually makes the most sense to start this story by briefly going back to Xander Hall reacting to something that I tweeted. I know I'm making you watch me watch someone react to my tweets. It's disgraceful, but I promise I'm going somewhere with this.
And then this is the one that instantly, if anyone says Vaush is wrong in the Professor Flowers debate, there's just no saving them, okay? There's no saving them. They're a piece of shit, okay? Because they're defending genocide. There's just that is the dichotomy in that debate. You're either anti-genocide or pro-woke genocide. You're either pro-genocide or anti-genocide. And certain people on the left are pro-genocide because it looks woke in a certain way.
Okay, so if you have no idea what any of that meant, let me get you up to speed. The tweet he is referencing is talking about a conflict from a couple of months ago that happened between the large left-leaning streamer Vaush and the small leftist video essayist Professor Flowers. My tweet is saying that Vaush...
Oh, his platform is so much bigger. He's oppressing this poor female woman of color. Oh.
Yeah.
With his subscriber count.
It's white supremacy, though. You got to understand. Listen, in a non-white supremacist world, Professor Flowers' channel would be the size of Vaush's, and Vaush's would be much smaller. It'd be the size of Professor Flowers.
Yeah, it's just part of the propaganda technique. It's like, oh, establish that Vaush has the power, and that Professor Flowers doesn't have the power. So Vaush bad, Flowers good.
Right. Yeah.
Vaush was in the wrong. This interaction began when Professor Flowers made a video critiquing Vaush for conflating black nationalism with white nationalism in a prior debate. Vaush reacted to this video on his stream. He disagreed with her characterizations of him. Professor Flowers made a video responding to his disagreements. He reacted to that video on his stream and disagreed. He then invited her on the stream to discuss, which ended up turning into a debate. After this, she released one final video on it, and so did he. That's not where this ends, but for now, that summary should suffice. The debate was, well, a shit show, as both parties have since acknowledged, and as we'll get into in a moment. But the effects that it had on the online left content space were much more serious and malicious. One of these effects, as Xander Hall has so succinctly put it in his video, is that it's treated as orthodox thought in debate spaces that anyone who agrees with or defends Professor Flowers in any capacity is pro-genocide or sympathetic to violent ethnostates.
That is the dichotomy in that debate. You're either anti-genocide or pro-woke genocide.
Now, this idea comes from somewhere. It comes straight from the source, actually. From the overlord of the debate realm himself, Vaush. Since this debate nearly 6 months ago, Vaush has continued to characterize Professor Flowers as being an anti-white racist, whose ideology inevitably leads to genocide. Here he is talking about it last week on his stream.
It's like Professor Flowers. I think that Professor Flowers is basically just an anti-white racist who stumbled into a misunderstanding of decolonial terminology. There are always bad people who...
See, that's very fascinating that Vaush says that.
Yeah.
Does he not realize that the outcome of all this decolonializing nonsense is that position?
No, that's why I want to do this video. This is the most fascinating thing, because Vaush doesn't realize that when he's arguing in favor of CRT, that's the position he's arguing in favor of. This is the Martin Bailey thing. His version of CRT is the Bailey. There's the Mott is the defensible position and the Bailey is the indefensible position.
Right.
Professor Flowers has he's called out Professor Flowers' indefensible position. Like he's basically targeted her and saying, you know, this position is indefensible, leads to genocide, et cetera, right?
Right, but what I mean is like he's... Here, let me play
6 months ago, Vaush has continued to characterize Professor Flowers as being an anti-white racist, whose ideology inevitably leads to genocide. Here he is talking about it last week on his stream.
It's like Professor Flowers. I think that Professor Flowers is basically just an anti-white racist who stumbled into a misunderstanding of decolonial...
Yeah, because he's conceptualizing this as like, oh, Professor Flowers is racist, and she's just using this colonialism wokeness to justify her racism. And it's like he doesn't, how can he not understand? Like, is he that dumb? Is he that out of touch?
Well, he's that
he doesn't understand, like, well, maybe that's the case with Professor Flowers. I don't know. But the philosophy she's talking about, the colonialism, the CRT shit, that all leads to that place naturally. She's not bringing that into the philosophy. That's in the philosophy.
That is the purpose of the philosophy.
Exactly.
Yes. No. This is what's insane. That's why when he goes on Tim Pool's show and argues with Charlie Kirk about critical race theory, he's not arguing about this version of critical race theory. He's arguing the made-up version of critical race theory. I don't even think he understands that this is the philosophy of critical race theory.
Right. Maybe.
But
so you're taking he just is fucking ignorant. position.
But this is what's so fascinating about this, because he's calling out the critical race theory position as clearly as we have called it out many, many times. Like I believe all last week we were talking about all of these mainstream media people. Basically, Joy Reid is a fucking racist, like nonstop on her television show every single day. I don't see anything different from the things that Joy Reid is saying and the things that Professor Flowers is saying. So it's like that
there's
position
a difference.
is the mainstream position.
There's a difference. It's just that Joy Reid is following the same ideology that leads us to the Professor Flowers genocide position.
Right. She's not. She's basically being more articulate about it.
Yes.
Terminology. There are always bad people who will mask their ideology through sort of euphemism and adjacent positions. How many super far-right fasci types cloak their positions in the front of like nationalism? Not like hyper-nationalist, fascist, whatever, but just like regular American nationalism. That's like the most common thing in the book, It's not even like anything PF said was that extreme either. It's ethnic cleansing.
See, the huge difference is, though, the philosophy itself is developed to empower the black nationalist mindset. That's the whole point of it.
Yes.
It's specifically for that. But you can't say that about conservatism. Like, conservatism isn't a philosophy that's designed to foment ethnocentrism or white nationalism.
Well, they would say it is.
They would, but that's a mischaracterization of conservatism.
Well, I'm really glad you framed it the first way, because I never really thought about it on that language, but you're right. CRT literally is designed intentionally to foment the black nationalist perspective from the civil rights movement. And that's why, and that's, what Gary Peller talks about in race, in his conceptualization of race consciousness. The entire point of CRT is to say, listen, during the civil rights movement, we let the dirty liberals win the war about how to handle race stuff. But we need to go back and start to think about the black nationalist and the socialist conceptualization of how to, create our perfect society.
But Vaush, in this exchange, is taking the side of those dirty liberals that won. He's taking our side.
Yeah, now that he is being targeted by this, suddenly he drops all the CRT and all of the socialism and all the race Marxism, and he becomes a dirty liberal.
Yes. Not only that, he in subsequent streams, he's like, oh, pardon me for coming off as colorblind, but we should be colorblind to this kind of shit.
Right.
It's like, ding, ding, ding. Isn't that the value of colorblindness? How can you foster a multicultural society without that?
I think what's going on here too is that we have Breadtube is divided by, there's a battle between the Marxists, the economic Marxists, and the race Marxists.
Right.
And as long as they have Donald Trump, as long as they have some right-wing enemy to go against, they can unify against that. But when the external enemy goes away, the daggers start to point inward.
Right. Yes. No, the economic Marxists, which you can make an argument that Vaush falls into that camp. Yes. They start realizing, hey, I'm surrounded by a bunch of fucking racists. And I don't like racists. I'm in a very peculiar position here. Like, I have one of them making hit piece videos about calling me a racist. Right. Then all of a sudden it's like, maybe I'm not so into this CRT stuff.
I don't get it.
There's enough lore and content regarding this interaction to last anyone who's interested until next winter, so I'm just going to give my honest opinion and summarize it in the following way. I do not think that anyone that has actually listened to Professor Flowers' videos on this topic can make any of the claims that Vaush and his fans continue to make about her. Calling her an anti-white racist that is pro-genocide or pro-ethnostates is a lie, as it was never the content of her arguments. It was a narrative crafted by the failings of the format of...
So the funny thing is that later he's going to play a clip that he thinks proves that Professor Flowers is not advocating for, or not advocating for, but is making white genocide permissible. And then the clip that he plays is her explicitly saying that it basically is permissible.
Right. Yeah, I know. He completely chimp climps himself. So
it's so bizarre. That's why I don't Noah's mindset here is very fascinating to me. It's like, how is he not aware of what's going on?
I feel like it's just this CRT bubble where
he's just so ideologically possessed. He's
right.
Into it.
You can't, like, it's they live in this world where people of color cannot be racist. No matter what they do, they cannot be racist. So he sees everything said by a creator of color in the most charitable light. So charitable that it's completely innocuous to you unless you're being directly attacked by this person. I mean, I watched several of her videos, and you can't say that she makes pro-genocidal arguments in every single video, but she definitely says racist shit in every single video. I couldn't find any videos that she wasn't being openly racist. Yeah.
Online.
I should say, and this is one of the things that's interesting about this controversy. When I say openly racist, I mean openly racist in a conventional way. Noah would not acknowledge that is open racism because he lives in the CRT bubble where whatever a creator of color says, it's not possible for them to be racist because they suffered so much injustice in their life that it's kind of justified for them to lash out at their oppressors, right? So I'm talking about a conventional definition.
Yeah.
One of the interesting Go ahead.
Oh, just a conventional definition. People judging other people on the color of their skin and making a bunch of assumptions about what that entails.
Right. But CRT has erected this entire other definition of racism where it's like, we live in these systems of oppression, white supremacy, benefiting from white privilege and all that. And since Professor Flowers doesn't benefit from any of those systems of colonialism, whiteness, whatever you want to call it, it's impossible for her to be racist. So he doesn't see anything that she's saying or doing or interact in any of this interaction with Vaush as racist. But Vaush is like, no, this is racist. He takes a conventional position, the James Lindsay, Christopher Rufo, fucking Sitch and Adam position. This is racism.
Debate streaming, more on that later.
We'll come back to this later.
But more importantly, thanks to the means by which this narrative was conceived, with Vaush arguing against decolonization and separatism using fear of retribution rhetoric.
It's all well and good to talk about living free of your oppressors, but when you break apartheid in South Africa, there are millions of white people living in that country. Like, what do? Do you just like ship them all out? Do you build camps? I mean, there's not really any way to do that without genocide,
It has created a hostile space.
See, this exact argument has taken place on the opposite side of the political spectrum about the white ethno state people, right?
Yes.
That question has been posed to the fucking white ethno state, and they fucking weasel out of it in the same exact ways.
Right, which is that's what Vaush's point is like,
yes,
you're literally just saying the same argument that the alt-righters said in 2016 when they were having these conversations.
But in the CRT framework, and their logic is pretty sound on this, they're saying the difference is one group is in the oppressor category and the other group is in the oppressed. And in this situation, it's inversed. So Professor Flowers would say, listen, but it's different because I'm the oppressed group. And if I want to genocide my oppressors, that's justice, right?
Right. Well, and we talked about this, I don't know if it was Tuesday or last Sunday, where the CRT position and the alt-right or the white nationalist position, it's the same fucking position.
Right.
It's just replacing what race you want to be at the top of the hierarchy.
Yes.
And that's true of all race Marxism, because we're kind of using CRT a little bit broadly here. That's true of all woke Marxism, of all wokeness, of all race Marxism. It's literally the same as white nationalism. It's just let's replace who's on top. And it's okay for us to be racist against white people because non-white people are oppressed. And all that matters is oppression and power.
Yeah. All of this dialogue that we're having now, is it taking place in this exchange, but unconsciously? They're not talking specifically about any of the things we're talking about.
Well, yeah, Vaush is just narrowing it to her position, not realizing that it's the entire position of his team, quote unquote teams, when they talk about race.
Exactly. Yes. And that's what's amazing about this, because he just doesn't seem to realize that's a common position. It's a very common position.
I know.
Space for black creators wanting to discuss issues like black separatism and black nationalism, and this in turn serves to reinforce the racial status quo of LeftTube, which is something that, especially as leftists, we should not be wanting to reinforce.
See, he's really upset about the racial dynamics of Breadtube.
Yes.
This has to be fixed, Sitch. I mean, we can't do it. Obviously, we can't join Breadtube. It'd just be a couple more whiteys over there.
That's right. That's right.
Course. In his retrospective video on the
I mean, Noah could do something about it. He could fucking quit Breadtube.
There you go.
conflict.
Why is he just setting one video to unlisted? You delete your channel. Why don't you do something?
By being a white content creator on Breadtube, you are throwing off the average. Okay?
Yeah. Yes.
So yeah, you should delete your channel if you're white and on Breadtube if you want to add a more racial balance.
Using all this great production value and all of that too, man, it just screams white supremacy.
I know it does.
Vaush still fails to meaningfully recognize the distinction between black separatism and white nationalism, which was the main criticism of Professor Flower's original video.
Black separatism.
Do you think that Noah in this video will be able to explain to us the difference between white nationalism and black nationalism?
Well, he does. He explains it the same way that I just did.
No, I meant like realist, like not just the power plus privilege bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
You think he can actually give you some philosophical axiomatic difference between the...
Obviously not. Obviously not. It's all P plus P equals R.
Yeah.
It doesn't get any deeper than that.
Is essentially just the black version of white nationalism. It's just kind of couched in this like a different type of victim rhetoric. The end result tends to lead to ethnic supremacy and ethno-states, and I think that's bad no matter what.
Mind you,
Vaush did an interesting thing there because he actually admitted that the white nationalists have a victim narrative, which they do. They definitely do.
Mm-hmm.
This is after
you've noticed that, right?
Sure.
Like half a year of this being explained to him in varying degrees of simplicity, that this comparison between these two different things serves to ignore the historical context of these movements, and comparing it to Nazism is ignorant, to put it lightly. Gary, anything you want to say here, or can I just keep going?
He's saying it's racist to compare white nationalism and black nationalism.
Yeah, but he put it in a chyron on the screen, so you didn't hear it. If you're just listening to the video, he puts up a chyron that says that's pretty racist, not going to lie.
Well, it's not technically a chyron. He just flashed a giant text across the screen.
Well, I mean, chyron is whatever.
Yeah. Listen, we're all about using very specific language here at the Sitch Nav.
Is chyron bad? We can't get sidetracked on this. Come on, we're trying to power through.
Okay, well, I guess on the debate side, we did find Professor Flowers guilty of a few crimes.
Okay.
First off, racial essentialization.
What the fuck is that?
It's when you call white people colonizers. It's racist dog whistling.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
See, he just laughs that off.
Right. It's so funny. First of all, if Noah's pretending he doesn't know what it means to be, he's pretending he doesn't know what race essentialism means.
Right.
Which, if that's true, then he did a CRT video.
He wrote a fucking script that he typed race essentialism into. Okay, he knows what it means.
Yeah, he's pretending he doesn't know what the fuck it means. And then, as you said, instead of addressing the point, he just plays it off like a joke and goes, "Oh my god, this is so dumb."
Right. Yeah.
But look, this is part of the propaganda, because maybe this is the problem, Adam. You and me are up here trying to explain things, detail, going on and on for hours on end. Okay. Hassan and Noah just go, "That's stupid. Suck my dick. Funny joke. Move on," and everyone cheers.
Right. But our ultimate goal is that people do understand it.
Is that our goal? My
goal,
is to have a $3 million West Hollywood mansion and a $200,000 car. I don't know what your goal.
We're doing everything completely incorrect. We'll have a meeting this week. I will explain to you how we do that. First thing we have to do is focus on how we both have some sort of lobotomy where we lose our entire ethical framework, because we're going to have to do a lot of really shady shit for that to happen.
Okay.
Yeah. Unfortunately, fortunately for these guys, Hassan is too stupid to realize how unethical he is. Yeah, no, he never, this is what's so frustrating because, and even in the subsequent follow-up streams, they never have a conversation about race essentialism. Like,
right.
You have Noah's position, basically, you have to infer this because he never really comes out and says it, is Professor Flowers can be as racist as she wants to be without any repercussions because of perceived past injustices. And that's baked into CRT. That's the CRT position.
Yeah. Well, it's based into all race Marxism.
Yeah, all woke. Yeah, all, whiteness is the problem. Yes. Yeah. So Vaush, technically, if he is taking the CRT worldview, he can't say that what Professor Flowers is doing is wrong.
Well, and I want to bring out too, this is the key point of why Marxism and fascism and all these collectivism identities or philosophies are all inherently bad and immoral and dangerous, because we all have an innate sense of if somebody wrongs us, if an individual wrongs us, they should either suffer like a penalty, they should go to jail, or we're justified in enacting some form of revenge or retribution.
Yeah.
You sue them, you fight them back, blah, 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 blah.
Justice.
And part of the benefit of liberalism and living in a liberal society is that we view this on the level of the individual. If a person wrongs us, we sue them as an individual. Okay. We don't sue their race. We don't sue their age group. We don't sue their gender. We sue the individual person.
Right.
And and the reason that like Marxism and race Marxism falls down the genocide and fascism falls down the genocide hole so easily is because they de-individuate people. They say the individual doesn't matter. It's not as important as the group. You have to look at everything from a group perspective. So no longer is it, oh, this person wronged me. It's like, no. This person is part of a group of people.
Right.
And those group of people wronged me. And they created systems that were designed to wrong me.
Yes.
And so obviously so then under that framework, you're saying, well, then it's justifying for me to attack people of that group on the basis of them being in that fucking group.
Yeah, because that's an essential characteristic of their race, which hence the term race essential.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, it's fucking evil. And we have to listen, we as human beings are predisposed to using things like, stereotypes. Just to say like all people of X are like this is an easy shortcut. That's a terrible thing to do, and we have to fight against that all the time. For some reason, Vaush is capable of seeing this very clearly and articulating it very clearly when someone is attacking him.
Well, no,
not
it's because
so able to do it when they're attacking someone else.
This is the classic elephant in the rider. Okay, when the facts are on your side, it's so easy for us to become the cold, hard logic fact machine saying, no, you're all wrong. Look at the facts. But when the facts are against us, suddenly that all goes out the window.
Yes.
And we will construct whatever bullshit narrative we want to push whatever we want. And that Vaush is the classic example of that.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Completely.
Now, I wish I could say Noah's classic example of that, but I don't know if he has many facts on his side so far. So.
He has zero facts on his side. He is in the woke religion echo chamber and doesn't even know it. He's a good video maker, and he's funny. Yeah,
that's true.
I wish he wasn't doing Breadtube videos. He should quit Breadtube. He could
listen. He doesn't even need to do that. He could do Breadtube videos that are just not dishonest.
Yeah. Or he can't. He's got to give his spot to a creator of color. Shut up.
Oh, that's true. You're right. Yeah.
He's the wrong color for Breadtube.
You're right. Delete your channel.
Should be disqualified.
We didn't make the rules, though. Okay, you did.
Yeah, these are your rules. Okay.
Qualifying from the entire left. The idea that literally just admitting by colonizer, I'm using it as a dog whistle for white.
Okay, give me the timestamp where she said it was okay to call white people colonizers.
What?
You don't have it, do you?
Not on hand.
Okay, well, no one does because it doesn't exist.
But she said white people are colonizers. How is this not an endorsement of...
Who colonized the world, Gary?
Europeans.
Okay, and what did Europeans look like?
Like you.
So, white, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's a...
Well, look, he's saying that it's obvious at face value, Sitch. I feel like we're getting the real intellectual content now.
Wait, this isn't even... He's just validating the racism.
I know. I told you, he's on the same side as Professor Flowers.
It's baffling.
Yeah.
He's like, she didn't call all white people colonizers.
Right.
And then he's like, well, it's okay for her to use colonizers and white people and conflate them because our perspective, the selfish, European perspective is that Europeans were the colonizers.
Yeah, no. I'm telling you, it's so ironic because he's like, here, let me accuse these guys of racism. But it's the wrong kind of racism. Here's the racism I like. Let me do that. He's like doing the same fucking racism. It's just racism, okay?
It's okay to call white people colonizers. That's racist, hurts our movement, and pushes away potential new leftists.
Gary, I already explained this. That's not what Professor Flowers was saying. Her point was that colonization is an ongoing process. And
also, he doesn't play the clip, which I should have timestamped it because I did listen to some of Flowers' conversation with Vaush. She does pretty directly say that it's okay to just refer to all white people as colonizers.
Oh, definitely. Oh, yeah.
She does say that multiple times in the conversation.
And in other videos. It's pretty, I mean, it's pretty.
Right.
The thing, according to woke rules, people of color can be as racist as they want to be. They can be openly racist and it's not considered racism. Okay. We all know that. Noah's just playing by woke rules. He is. And Vaush is throwing the woke rule book out the window because this person is attacking him. I guess, are we disagreeing on this? Maybe
we agree.
Okay.
Yeah,
what did Europeans look like?
Like you.
So, white, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's okay to call white people colonizers. That's racist, hurts our movement, and pushes away potential new leftists.
Gary, I already explained this. That's not what Professor Flowers was saying. Her point was that colonization is an ongoing process, and choosing to ignore this fact makes it impossible for us to truly reconcile with its legacy. Anyone with a baseline understanding of these issues that saw the debate understood that this was the perspective she was coming from, and that Vaush trying to frame...
This is so weird. Like, every time he poses a question, his answer has fucking nothing to do with the question at all. He's like, she wasn't saying all white people are colonizers or that you can say all colonizers are white people. She was just saying that it's an ongoing process of a struggle you have to keep. And it's like, what are you fucking talking about?
Yeah.
It doesn't address the criticism.
Yeah. We know the answer. Doesn't matter. He doesn't have to answer.
Frame this as somehow being racist against white people was, to use an Among Us term, sus.
Why is the context?
So he's basically making the argument that she's not being racist against white people. That's his position. And
yeah, he's saying she's so not being racist,
right?
That Vaush is being racist, by assuming that she is racist.
Exactly. Yes. But just to be clear here, we don't want to hide our positions here. No. We think Vaush is pointing out genuine racism in Professor Flowers, and doing it very clearly. Okay.
Right.
Of oppression irrelevant. Why is the context of who has power irrelevant?
Because, and I'll say it once more, and this is why you should really check your racism, my friend. White people and colonizers aren't the same group. The people who are white in South Africa are regular humans who live their lives. They are not physical.
Colonization is still happening. Like America.
They are, yes, the concept of colonization is happening. You do not then get to attack 6 million ethnic minorities in a country. That's what you're doing. You're taking a sociological...
Is he putting these up? Am I allowed to call that a chyron? What do you want me to call it? Text on screen?
Text on the screen.
So he flashes, when you are attacking 6 million ethnic minorities. That's some propaganda.
Well, I don't, he's playing a clip that disproves his own point.
I know.
How does this make Flowers look good and Vaush look wrong in this conversation?
Well, it does. This is the thing. This is Scott Adams' 2 movies right here.
Is this just because he's an angry white man yelling at a black lady? Is that what he's banking on here?
Yes. It's 2 movies. It's through the woke ideology. What Vaush is doing is the racism, and through the normal, like conventional view of racism, everyone can see Professor Flowers is being openly racist, and Vaush is being, Vaush is right to point it out.
Problem,
right?
And making it a race.
Well, I just want to say really quickly, Noah's not even structuring this correctly. If he was not ignorant, if he wasn't in the bubble, because the way you would structure this is you'd say, that's not what Professor Flowers is saying. And you'd play a clip of her explaining what her position is. So far, Noah has not had a clip of her explaining her position. He's kind of given his weird vagueness answer of what her position is, and he's played Vaush criticizing what her position is.
Right, but I don't think that clip of Professor Flowers exists. I don't think the clip of her talking about colonialism being an ongoing process and whites partaking in it and
No, it does. No, it does exist. But what I'm saying is, like, this is where I get confused about whether he's stupid or malicious.
Mm-hmm.
Is he not playing the clip of her explaining her position first and foremost because he's just being dumb,
Mm-hmm.
or is it because he knows that if he plays the clip of her explaining her position, it makes her look bad?
Could be either or.
Which is, by the way, what conservatives do to black people.
In this debate, Vaush employed the argument of the fear of retribution because, as members of the gamer zone tend to do, he was testing the limits of her moral framework using an extreme hypothetical, which is a very normal thing to do. It's one of the most normal things you can do, actually.
So you're saying that hypotheticals have no value. What, are you too stupid to understand how they work? The ability to imagine made-up scenarios and argue about them is what distinguishes sentient life from animal.
Shut up, dude. No, I don't have a problem with hypotheticals as a concept. I do, however, have a problem with people being framed as endorsing the extreme outcomes of these hypotheticals.
It's not even like any.
So the purpose, like, so Noah and Good Faith Gary cannot articulate this properly, of course. The purpose of posing these extreme hypotheticals, which can be done dishonestly, okay? You know, we saw this with Kathy Newman, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was a lot of dishonest, extreme hypotheticals. Jordan Peterson would say something, and then Kathy Newman would try to spring some extreme hypothetical gotcha that made no sense and was not at all what Jordan Peterson was
and
saying.
link Jordan Peterson to it.
Right. The way to do it properly, okay, and honestly, is you explore someone's moral framework and you start saying, well, if you accept these moral questions, doesn't that possibly lead to this moral outcome? Like, how does your moral framework deal with this moral question, even if it's some extreme, something that seems extreme? And that's useful. And that's a useful thing to do, because if your moral philosophy can't deal with that, then it means it is flawed, and it means it can very well lead to these extreme, horrible outcomes, which we've seen all throughout human history.
Yes. I think if you're exploring ideas in a good faith setting, it can be used for that. It can also, in a bad faith setting, be used to mischaracterize your position as the terrible hypothetical extreme, which Breadtube does all the time. So.
Right. But Noah only concentrates on the negative aspect of it. He doesn't see any utility or understand the utility of doing it in an honest fashion.
Right. Yes. But I honestly
said was that extreme.
I honestly, and I got into it with Doomer on Twitter about this, because I honestly think 99.9% of the time it's used for the dishonest utility.
It is.
And 0.01% of the time it's used actually in some sort of good faith setting.
But the problem,
most of these things are not good faith settings, right?
Well, okay, but I think there's a mistake here. I think you could say almost every philosophical tactic in regards to politics in the debate sphere is used in bad faith 99% of the time.
Right. Okay.
So you have to be careful to say, well, we're going to throw out some useful tool because it's used bad faith most of the time. Because, like, well, that's true of everything.
Right, but this is a particularly useful tactical nuclear device in taking to assigning a position to somebody. That's
right. But there's a difference between assigning the position to someone and saying, doesn't what you're saying lead to this?
Right.
And if it doesn't, explain what the difference is. And if their only answer they can give you is, well, it's not the same because power plus privilege, that's a big red flag.
It's a huge red flag.
That's not a real answer.
It's a huge red flag. But it's used, I only ever see it being used as a character assassination tool. That's the only way that I ever see it being used.
Well, I'm just going to stand by it. So.
Yeah. No, I think it's completely useful.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not even sure we would do that on here because we know the ramifications of exploring those fucking.
What do you mean? We do all the time.
Yeah, but we do it in ways that are not going to. I mean, the whole purpose of someone bringing it into a bad faith context is they know what they're doing. Like they're going down those hypothetical routes to paint the person as.
I don't know. Well, no.
We're not doing.
Okay. That. If you're a leftist or you're Noah and you're watching this stream, they would say that us calling all race Marxism and calling Professor Flowers and calling CRT the philosophy that leads to race, genocide, they would say that's what we're doing, that we're doing this dishonest, extreme hypotheticaling.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I'm just saying that you have to be conscious of that.
Okay.
Stream either. It's ethnic cleansing.
When they never would have argued for them in the first place had they not been brought to the table by Vaush or whichever debate lord they are encountering. In multiple
this is the only part of the video that I think he makes as like a salient argument.
How can you think that? He's making this is the art what he just said. Go back. What Noah just said is insane.
Conversation
either.
I do, however, have a problem with people being framed as endorsing the extreme outcomes of these hypotheticals.
It's not even like anything PF said was that extreme either. It's ethnic cleansing.
When they never would have argued for them in the first place had they not been brought to the table by Vaush or whichever debate lord
he's
they are encountering.
He's basically saying the same exact thing that you said.
He's saying they never would have argued the position if Vaush didn't bring it up.
Yeah, he's made the same argument that you just made.
That's an insane
10 minutes
thing
ago.
to say. Right. That's a very stupid thing to say.
You said it. You said this 10 minutes ago.
No, he's not. No. He's not saying what I'm saying.
Okay. You just said, listen.
I said it's very easy for people to end up defending things they don't necessarily believe in during a debate because they're emotionally heated.
Right. But you're saying Professor Flowers is defending a position that she does believe in, even though it's heated.
The reason that we know Professor Flowers was not just in the heat of the moment defending something she didn't mean to, is because, as you witnessed, she repeats the same position again and again and again and again in multiple videos where she's just talking to the camera.
True.
Okay. So that's the difference. And what Noah is saying is he's saying
she never frames it in the way that Vaush frames it as genociding white people. She never frames it.
What Noah's saying is even worse because of the way he's phrasing it. Because he's basically saying, well, this conversation, this talking point of white genocide would never have a racial genocide, would never have come up except that Vaush brought it up. So therefore, Vaush is the one at fault. But imagine if we flipped that argument around and you had someone talking to Richard Spencer.
No, I fully understand what you're saying. And it's
right.
One
you
of
would
the
say,
things,
well, you're the one that brought up the fact that we might genocide people to get our white ethno state. I didn't bring that up. It's like, well, wait a minute.
Yeah, it's one of the things that I think is valuable in debate and doesn't really get, in this whole exchange, doesn't really get brought up. In video essay, it's fucking mask on 24/7 until you can talk to these people in a setting, not even really in a debate setting. It doesn't have to be a debate setting, but just having a discussion. You're not going to be able to get
hypotheticals and the extreme hypotheticals is to try to pick at what's beneath the mask.
I agree. I totally agree. Yes.
Multiple conversations since, Vaush has attributed this escalation in rhetoric to Professor Flowers. Escalations like...
So I think what bothers me here, and I think is the point that I think is apt, is that the continuous character assassination that Vaush does, when he can completely mischaracterize a person's position and then just continually character assassinate them, that bugs the shit out of me.
Yes.
Equating land back to genocide. Here he is talking with indigenous activist Morgan Khashoggi about land back. Morgan and Vaush are referencing Professor Flowers in this clip.
It feels like a very virtue signaling thing sometimes to be very in favor of decolonization, like, yeah, pro land back. But then when it actually comes to talking about these issues and actually like reconciling, like sometimes it can get, I think, a little bit, well, there's a clear dissonance. So
it's not that people are getting it so wrong. It's just we need to smooth some wrinkles out so that people don't start using really inflammatory language to describe how we feel about our own problems.
The weird part is that Professor Flowers never spoke on these issues on the terms of genocide until she spoke with Vaush, which should be of no surprise to anyone familiar with Debate Bros. Over the course of all these interactions, the first time the word genocide is ever used is here at 4 minutes and 45 seconds into their debate, and it's not mentioned by Professor Flowers.
When you take a look at a lot of black separatist communities, there are a lot of underlying reactionary tendencies like homophobia, anti-Semitism. It seems like the fundamental bones are pretty similar, and then when you get into the logistics of creating an ethno-state, there's not really any way to do that without genocide, you know? Like, take South Africa, right? I mean, it's all well and good to talk about living free of your oppressors, but when you break apartheid in South Africa, there are millions of white people living in that country. Like, what do? Do you just, like, ship them all out? Do you build camps? I mean, it seems like this logic always leads down a really bad road.
Isolate that last quote. It seems like this logic always leads down a really bad road. That conception right there, that limit testing ideology, is precisely what causes the inflammatory language to start being used in these conversations. The same language that...
I'm just imagining, like, alternate universe Noah Samson saying, Richard Spencer never talked about genocide until this pesky lefty interviewer asked him.
Exactly.
Wouldn't your philosophy, what happens when all the black people don't want to move out of the country because you're offering them money? What do you do then?
Yeah.
Why, why does this horrible interviewer bring up genocide? Oh, he never brought that up.
Styx brought it up first.
Yeah.
That the actual land-backed activists said was causing so many problems.
Using really inflammatory language to describe how we feel about our own problems.
There's not really any way to...
Did you listen to any of that subsequent stream?
No.
Okay, I listened to some of it, and it was definitely a let's beat up on Professor Flowers stream. Right. Yeah. It felt like Vaush bringing on someone higher up in the oppression hierarchy. I think he even says this explicitly in the stream, and then talking about how we really need to talk about land back. This
so if we it's actually funny because that's how it comes across. Like Vaush is like, I need to get like a minority on.
Yeah, that's exactly tokenism.
To agree with me.
Yeah.
Though supposedly, as we found out from
she reaches out first. I know. Yeah.
Noah Samson debate, yes, that she reached out to him. So
well, he accepted though. That's
right.
It doesn't matter. I'm sure Vaush has
it's a little I mean optically it's a little different, isn't it?
Than him reaching out.
Yeah, like someone scribbling out like, they're calling me racist, let me find someone who's of color to say I'm not racist.
Yeah,
like it's a little different.
Yeah, okay.
To do that without
one way he's
discussing
just taking
ideas
one way he's just taking advantage of an opportunity. Right. He's not creating the opportunity.
Right.
Discussing ideas in this manner by pulling them to the extremes in a combative context is especially damaging with topics like black separatism, a topic that the white online left has repeatedly demonstrating having very little knowledge about, and thanks to Vaush and others, very little willingness to inquire further. Vaush just says they're Nazis in reverse, and everyone's like, okay, cool.
Black separatism is essentially just the black version of white nationalism.
All of this has been explained ad nauseum in these videos, but the YouTuber Carr, he has a great channel by the way, go check him out. He explains why this is ignorant as clearly as I've seen anyone do in this clip from Professor Flowers' last video. Let's see if people will get it this time. 147th time's the charm.
Okay. So we're once again in the situation where Noah has said, I'm going to play a clip that's going to show you why Vaush is wrong, or why the subject is wrong, and why this is not the same, and why black separatism black separatism is not the same as white separatism and is not racist.
I can't wait to see the clip. I'm on the edge of my seat here. I want a very complex breakdown of black separatism, how it's not just, you know, a black ethno state somewhere. I can't wait.
What are the odds?
Don't disappoint me, Noah.
What are the odds
that
the clip we're about to see is going to actually illustrate that, and it won't just be P plus P equals R bullshit?
Man, I know that you know, Sitch. I have a soft spot in my heart for marginalized people. Okay, I want to hear the actual complex argument.
We'll hear. Yes.
Yeah, let's see it. I want to hear it.
To set the record straight on black separatism, because a lot of people seem to get it wrong in online spaces. The best way, I think, to visualize it for anyone listening, separatism is basically self-determination and creating as much space away from your oppressors as possible, allowing you to act upon that self-determination. If that creating space from oppressors requires violence, then it requires violence. It doesn't have to, though. You can talk about...
What? Sitch. What the fuck? Sitch.
How can this is what I don't understand. When it comes to like Noah doing his aesthetics and his jokes, he's such a great propagandist.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to him choosing clips, he chooses the worst fucking clips ever. He's like, let me show you why blacks nationalists and white nationalists are different. And he cuts a clip of a guy saying, well, listen, if black people don't want to interact with white people, that's fine. And if they want to use violence, that's also fine. That's the clip you choose now for your argument.
I mean, I would never. I feel we're all in this together, okay? Blacks and whites inherited this nation. We have a shared destiny, whether we like it or not, okay? This is fucking today.
He just played a clip proving the point that it is the same.
I know. This is very sad to me. What I said about it really is the people who are in favor of, you know, of multiculturalism. I hate to say it, but a diverse population against the people who just are fucking ethno-nationalists.
Listen, maybe we're wrong here. Maybe Noah is a master troll. Okay, this is the James Lindsay, Peter Boghossian, Helen Pluck-Rose grievance studies. Maybe Noah Samsen is a secret anti-SJW he's been making Poe videos for like the past year, and it's got out of control.
Well, it's amazing then. I mean, he's definitely unlisting the video is a masterstroke. Somehow I don't think that's the case though. Yeah, this is crazy. This is totally insane.
Rosewood, Tulsa. You can talk about MOVE in Philadelphia. MOVE was a black separatist movement, and the cops bombed it, and they killed 8 children, and they burnt down a block of townhomes. So this organization was not responsible for anyone being hurt in their town whatsoever. They literally just wanted to do what they saw, mind you, white people doing throughout the country, building compounds and building their own internal insular support networks and dual power structures. That's ultimately what separatism is about, is creating that space between the oppressors and the oppressed or plundered people so that they can act upon that self-determination. It's never been about ethnic cleansing. It's been about creating a safe distance.
It's ethnic.
See how, I mean, that's such a complicated argument because they're going to have their own court system. They're going to have, I mean, is there going to be like imports and exports? What are we talking about here?
Well, yeah, but I mean, this is what we were talking about with Dave.
Yeah, I know.
Like we're going to be for this separatism shit. And you're like, what does that entail?
Yes, I know. Exactly. I mean, he said institutions. They want to have their own institutions.
Right. And with the black separatism, it's like, obviously it's philosophically racist because you're saying we're only going to allow black people to live with us, to partake in our institutions.
Yeah. What happens when a black guy wants his white wife to move in?
Right. But then, and the thing that Noah's not addressing, another danger of the argument here, is again, it is racist because he just made this whole big stink about how, they're not conflating colonizers with white people. But that's what the guy he said he played the clip of just did. He just labeled all white people as their oppressors.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're oppressors.
They're not saying, right. They're not saying we want to move away from racist white people that are oppressing us. They're saying we want to move away from all white people because all white people are the oppressors or represent the oppressor.
Race essentialism. That's exactly right.
100% race essentialism.
Right.
Cleansing. I don't get it.
We saw the same problem with hypotheticals arise in Vaush's recent debate with YouTuber Non-Compete, where he opposed this hypothetical regarding Jews being overrepresented in banking during the Weimar Republic.
Whenever people have been enslaved, if they rise up and use violence to liberate themselves, then that is probably acceptable because they had material conditions in which they...
Like the Nazis?
Rising up against the Nazis was acceptable, yes.
No. After World War I, the Nazis claimed that Jewish bankers were holding the country down.
And that was false consciousness because that wasn't actually happening.
How can you tell?
That was false consciousness. Their ideology was not aligned with reality.
See, he calls that false consciousness, which is an interesting thing because he doesn't realize that in the same white, black, oppressor, oppressed narrative. That would be false consciousness as well.
Yeah, but and this is what was like that. The whole non-compete. This was like non-compete's a fucking moron.
Yeah,
I don't know. But what he was saying, his argument is insane too, because he's basically just saying, oh, well, the only reason the Nazis were wrong was because they were wrong about like the facts of the distribution of Jews like in powerful positions. So are you saying that if they were correct, then the Nazis would have been correct? Like what kind of fucked up argument is that?
That's a totally fucked up argument. Yeah.
How can you tell?
Because Jews don't actually control banks in the world.
There was a disproportionate number of Jewish control of banks in Germany during the Weimar Republic.
All right, Vaush, we're done here. Thank you. Goodbye. This is that's all I need to hear.
You don't have an ethical... Oh my God. I'd run too if I was him. In case anyone's curious about what's happening there, that guy was actually too stupid to have a conversation with.
Oh, Jesus Christ, why did I ever watch this stuff? In response to Non-Compete's claim that no, the Jews did not control the banks.
Jews don't actually control banks in the world.
Vaush responds with, actually, yes, they did.
There was a disproportionate number of Jewish control of banks in Germany during the Weimar Republic.
All right, Vaush, we're done here.
He doubles down on this claim in a follow-up video days later by arguing that this is a statistically accurate reading of history.
The critical thing here is that for me saying that there was a disproportionate amount of Jewish control of the banks in the Weimar Republic, a bunch of people online are calling me a Nazi. Or like everywhere, it's like a whole meme thing. And
I can't imagine why.
I know.
Jesus,
it's so funny. Like I feel no sympathy on our bad here because this is all like, oh, you've made your bed.
Totally.
And now you're gonna fucking sleep in it.
Not only that, it totally plays into exactly what you were saying about how when you're in a debate, you want to, you know, you're never going to say you're wrong. Vaush experiences that 4 days later. It's like, what the fuck, dude? Let it go.
Right. Well, it's interesting because in his egomaniacal rants after he talks to Noah, he makes this thing where he says like, oh, he double, triples, quadruples down and never changes his mind.
Right.
And he says that like it's a good thing.
I know, it's a terrible thing.
I was like, what? This is so weird.
People online are literally characterizing you as a Nazi, and you're continuing to give them ammunition because you don't want to admit you were wrong on a point. Fucking, this is where I'm completely with you. Lie in the bed, Vaush. Get in the bed.
I don't know if it is Vaush factually wrong here because Noah doesn't actually, I think, try to contend the facts here.
Right.
Whether there was a disproportionate amount of Jews in Germany that were, running banks or whatever.
Right. He's literally going to bat for Nazis. There's no way around that. That was a Nazi argument in the Holocaust, and you have fucking Vaush here looking for evidence that the Nazis were correct. How is he not?
No. You're Did you watch the non-compete Vaush debate?
I did.
Okay. Because remember, the entire point of Vaush bringing this up, which is I hate to say it, he's correct on, okay, is that you need to have some kind of ethical framework about what behavior is allowed and what isn't allowed. And this spawned off of the fact that non-compete refused to talk about hypothetical situations with Vaush. And it seemed like non-compete was basically saying, well, as long as someone is oppressing you, you're allowed to rise up against them.
And he's testing that ethical axiom.
And he's testing that by saying, well, the Nazis categorized the Jews as oppressing them because they had disproportionate amount of wealth over them.
Right.
Okay.
So
he's not saying he agrees. He's not saying that justifies it. He's saying that non-compete's framework would justify it.
Right. But this is a central axiom of CRT. How is it not?
It is a central axis. Yeah, completely.
So
100%.
I'm saying Vaush endorses that ethical component. I mean, maybe he should. It seems like he's going against that ethical component now. He's basically Vaush is coming out and saying, even if you're oppressed, genociding your oppressors is probably not a good idea.
Yes.
Right?
Right, because he's defending himself in the debate, so obviously he can come out on the correct side of something.
Right. Yes.
Yes.
But that's not the CRT position. And
right.
Non-compete. We're calling all these people dumb. We've called non-compete dumb. We've called Noah dumb. This is the problem with these ideologies, because even a dumb person is led down this path, right?
You mean a smart person?
No, a dumb person.
Oh, well, dumb. What do you mean? Dumb people are led down all sorts of paths.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, it's the water that they're swimming in.
Right.
Let's put it this way: they're not able to see the faults in this position. They're not able to reason themselves out of these horrible positions.
Right. Yeah. No, I understand. Yeah. I mean, even though we throw dumb around, the only person I think in this space that is 100% legitimately stupid is Hassan.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I don't understand. Like, Noah's so captured by ideological possession that he just is blind to this stuff, I guess.
Yes. Yeah, totally.
Weird thing is, as I understood when going into the debate, and then have looked into and have found that, yes, this is the case, there was.
The reason non-compete.
See, it is kind of brilliant that it's evil. I shouldn't call it brilliant.
Brilliantly evil.
It's brilliantly evil from a propagandist perspective. He knew that this was a misstep of Vaush that he could capitalize on. Like, he fucking saved the clip here. Like, he knew what was up.
Right.
It's like, I'm going to destroy Vaush. This is going to go greatly. Why didn't he just shut up and not go on the stream with Vaush? Why didn't he just say, yeah, why don't you respond to me in a video or whatever?
It was pretty stupid.
Because now we all know this is the valuable thing about debate. It really is.
Well, here's what after, I guess, I don't know if we should do it in the middle or after. Mm-hmm. I want to play just like the first 2 to 3 minutes of Noah talking to Vaush. Okay. Because that's all you need to feel the massive tone shift and personality shift, and how Noah is talking alone in a room to when he's talking to Vaush. It's like, oh my God, it's complete 180. It's so interesting.
It is. Yeah. We're doing great on time.
Are we though?
I think we are.
We're doing terrible.
I'll shut up more.
Pete hung up here. Wasn't because his ethical system had been exposed or whatever these guys are always talking about.
You don't have an ethical... Oh my God.
But because even engaging with this claim that Jews controlled the banks at any level of historical specificity cedes the entire argument to the fascists. Whether they did or not should be irrelevant. The real question is, why would this matter?
This is baffling to me.
Mm-hmm.
That's literally Vaush's position.
Yeah.
Is he saying whether they controlled it or not is irrelevant to whether you should genocide them or not?
Yes.
And he's saying non-compete is the one that's opening the door to allow them to base this on.
Yes. No, Vaush is arguing against being able to genocide your oppressors. Even though it's against CR, even though, listen, Vaush is arguing against CRT. That's one of the things we want to make clear here.
Oh yeah, no, he's making the argument in a very self-serving manner.
Totally.
He's accidentally stumbled on the what is correct because he's allowed to in this position. At this time space point, he can now argue what is correct because he's under attack.
Right. Yes.
I'm dropping a quick tactical Zizek nuke here because it's relevant regarding the topic of debates with racists and fascists.
Why is this false? Because the Nazis here, even if it were to be true, but it wasn't, of course, they lied in the guise of truth. Because the true question is not, is it true what they are claiming about the Jews? The true question is why, in order to sustain their politics, they need this fantasy of the Jew. Why they need this phantasmatic figure of the Jew. And incidentally,
It's funny too because
the irony here is so fucking rich in the CRT context. Why do they need this fiction of the truth?
Right. Well, first of all, I can't fucking stand listening to Schlavak.
I know. I hope you weren't eating.
Yeah. But it's funny because Schlavak isn't even making the same point that Noah just made. But he thinks they're making the same point. Noah said, why does it matter if Jews control the bank in order to, that doesn't have any validity whether it's philosophically or morally correct to enact genocide or not.
Right.
What Slavak Žižek is saying is the question is, why do the Nazis feel the need to have the victim narrative in order to justify what they're doing? They're asking very different questions.
Right. And you could ask the same question of the CRT activists.
Yes.
Why they feel the need to have this oppressor narrative to enact their political change. It's fucking perfect.
And it's hilarious that Slavak, who's a Marx or a socialist, is criticizing this because this is the bedrock foundation of all these socialist Marxist philosophies.
Totally.
There's a group of people who are being oppressed by another group of people and thus are justified in enacting some form of revenge or retribution or something else.
Yes, some fucking hideous act of genocide.
Right.
The same, I think, even today with Iraq. Here I think that many fake leftists fell into the trap of accepting the terms of the debate.
See, and he even relates it to Iraq, where Iraq we were pitching. Well, I don't know about the situation in Iraq with the oppressor-oppressed narrative.
The true question is not, is it true what they claim about Saddam? The true question is a totally different one, is what kind of new logic of hegemony, new world order is established in this way and so on and so on. Even to accept these terms. And
this is like a weird...
Yeah, it is.
Like, I don't know if it's a whataboutism or just like dodging the question because he's like, well, it doesn't matter. He's saying it doesn't matter if if Saddam Hussein was doing bad things or not. All that matters is, this is going to bring about some sort of new world order, new world hegemony of America in the Middle East or something.
Right.
And it's like, well, those can both matter, right? Like, why do we have to promote such stupid low resolution elephant thinking where we can't say, well, maybe Hassan is immoral and horrible, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we should invade the country or something. Like,
right.
Why do we have to have this all or nothing thinking?
Yeah.
It's sad.
It is sad.
To argue yourself into a totally idiotic position, when there you have to argue, oh, but it's not so bad. Some people nonetheless supported Saddam.
He is arguing that you need, taking on a premise. This is what we always talk about sneaking a premise in. Who's the person that sneaks a premise in? Is it Ben Shapiro or
I think
Sam
it
Harris?
was it Ben Shapiro? Yeah.
He's saying,
I don't remember.
Zizek is arguing that sneaking in a premise can force you into arguing against that premise when it's easier just to deny that premise exists.
Well, but
this has nothing to do with the fucking video, though.
Yeah, this has nothing to do with Noah's point. But what Slavak is saying, I think, is actually really bad because he's and this actually makes a lot of sense when we were talking to Ben Burgess, and I feel like even distributors is that it's like when you try to challenge them on something or talk about something, they just change the premise.
Yeah,
they just keep changing the premise, and that's what Slavak is saying. He's saying, "Oh, if someone challenges you on whether Saddam Hussein is bad or not, you just change the premise."
Right. Yeah,
I think that's a very dishonest way of having a conversation with someone.
It is. Yeah. Yeah, you got to dig in and follow up.
That's not our debate, my God.
No, I don't think Vaush is an anti-Semite, but I wouldn't be terribly upset.
Yeah, this is clip. Half of it is a complete non sequitur, but I guess he felt like he had to put that half in because the other Zizek doesn't even follow up on his own question.
He doesn't fully understand what Slavak said, which I don't blame him because no one does because of the fucking way that he talks.
Because of the accent.
It's not just the accent. It's like, I don't know. I'm assuming he has some sort of motor brain problem or something because he slobbers all over the place.
Zizek posed a question. He said, "Why did the Nazis need this oppressor oppressed?"
No, I know, I understand, but what I'm saying is,
but he never answered that question.
Right. That's well, he might have answered it. I don't know. Noah clipped a bunch of stuff
later.
like it's cut,
Right.
so
Okay.
who knows? Maybe somewhere in there. But just Noah didn't understand what Slavik said, and thus he thinks that this relates to the argument in his position, which it doesn't whatsoever.
I mean, we know why the oppressor-oppressed narrative is politically valuable. I mean, it seems obvious to me.
Right.
Does it seem obvious to you? I mean,
well, I mean, it obviously is. It conforms completely with our evolved thinking of
our intuitions about justice.
You're right, and that there's this in group and this out group, and it's we're going to say that it's hard. It's hard under our current framework, and maybe this was always true. I don't know if this is true. But under our current framework, our current philosophy around the world, most humans do not believe in a might makes right philosophy, at least up front.
No.
They have to,
you got to cajole.
Right. They have to make up some rationale for it. And so that's the easiest rationale to say, oh, if I want to attack this group of people,
they hit me first.
They hit me first. Right. I'm just getting revenge. I'm just getting retribution, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Like that's a tale as old as time.
It is. Yeah.
Upset at anyone who got this impression after seeing Vaush uncritically repeat this false Nazi talking point and then double down on it, or if they'd encountered the legions of Vaush fans spending hours.
And he keeps saying it's a false talking point. You could say the talking point could validate Nazis. You could say it's wrong, but you can't say it's false unless you actually prove that it's false, right?
Do you think he wants to prove that it's false? Do you think he wants to start digging in?
Well, just don't use the word false then. Just use a different word.
Right. But first of all, he has to use this because this is how he paints Vaush as a Nazi.
Right.
Now I see, man, I never really watched this video from Vaush's perspective until now. And now I see why Vaush is completely freaking out. We have a clip, I hope we have time to play it, of Vaush just bringing up the video and just doing the ultimate face palm over how many views it has. Like he's distraught. He's fucking distraught. Oh, it's such a real moment.
Online after the debate, arguing that yes, actually the Jews did control the banks before the Holocaust because my favorite streamer said so.
This is so you don't agree with anything that he's saying here because a shitload of Vaush fans just went into full Nazi talking point mode. Like that's true.
The problem is I don't like the sort of I don't want to promote this low resolution idea that people can't talk about whether facts independent of morality are true or not true.
You're exactly right. You're exactly
I think
right.
that's I don't like that.
Yes.
But it's funny, the irony here is that Vaush is 100% guilty of doing that same thing.
Do you think the reason this talking point is resonating with people in a way that they feel the need to find concrete answers is because it does butt up against the central argument that I think is they want to believe this oppressor-oppressed narrative of the world. They just view themselves in the oppressed camp.
Yeah, maybe. I think that's part of it. I think it's definitely part of it.
Right.
It's these sorts of nonsense magic fairy tale wonderland hypotheticals that have no use outside of the performative debate context that end up leaving a lasting impression on the internet. These little Vaush freaks flocked to non-compete to call him technically pro-Nazi when their streamer was the one spreading Nazi misinformation. Part of my issue with debate streams is that misinformation like this is so easy to spread, yet so difficult to correct. It's why this video has to be 2 fucking hours long and take weeks of work to make. They stream for 8 hours a day and say shit like this, completely ignoring the real-world complexities of these issues and reducing them to fun little rhetorical games to be used for dunking.
It's funny that he's criticizing, he's saying they're ignoring real-world complicated nuances and simplifying them when it's like, well, no, that's what you're doing. You're ignoring it.
Yeah.
If someone poses some philosophical moral system and you test it with extreme hypotheticals and it leads down the path of them enabling or accepting racial genocide.
Yeah.
What's going on here? And that's And Flowers walked in. She didn't just walk into that. She supported that again and again and again and again. So we assume that that is either the failing of her philosophical position or what she honestly believes.
Right. But listen, Noah can just hand wave that away, Sitch. Okay, that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter.
I'm sorry.
You don't know how this works.
P plus P equals R. I'm so sorry.
Sitch, you really need to educate yourself on privilege, or on P plus P equals R. Privilege plus power equals prejudice, or something like that.
I'm so sorry.
Do some research. There's this great video online by this guy, PSA Sitch. You should watch that video.
I should
and
watch that
fucking educate yourself before you open your mouth.
PSA
I don't want to
Sitch-
hear this shit from my favorite streamer, okay?
I've heard PSA Sitch never made videos. And that's actually just a false memory.
No,
for the
there's
false
this,
consciousness
there's this
created by
amazing video on the topic. You should look into it and stop just, making flippant remarks on a 10-hour live stream that people are gonna go all over the internet. Okay.
Speaking of that, A-Rod for $20 says any system that denigrates competence and promotes incompetence seems doomed. Is that a white pill, or does it make their acquisition of power even more frightening? Anyway, S-Class is the best class.
Boo! Boo!
I think it is a white pill. I think it is. I don't think. This is why I am somewhat optimistic that the whole Breadtube shit will not grow and bleed into politics beyond the AOCs of the party, because I think it is doomed to fail. I think it is doomed to incompetency.
Can we sit here and enjoy watching the show? Yes, we can.
That's right. That's right. Ivan Petrescu, thank you, Ivan, for $20. Says to give Sitch more ammo against Doomer.
Uh-oh.
What did he do now? On EFAP, Doomer was sipping for Jinx to be hooking up with Silco. Maximum degenerate.
Uh-oh.
I didn't watch anything beyond the first episode, so I don't even know who that is.
Good.
Okay.
We can't get sidetracked.
I apologize. Satoshi was a Reploid for 200. Knock knock says, where did the flat earther in chat here go? I miss him. Oh, there was a flat earther?
What? Really?
Exciting.
The laws of perspective? We need them back.
Listen, gravity's a lie, guys. I don't know if you know this. It's all a lie. The earth is just moving up, and the forward momentum is like keeping everyone down.
We want an eclectic community. Come back, flat earther. We welcome you.
We welcome to mock you. Alexi Time for $20. Thank you, Alexi. Says, it's amazing that all the problems of the world are being solved by lazy idiots talking to laptops in their basements. If only Socrates had an internet connection, we would have the millennia of utopia. True.
Mm-hmm. And making money doing it.
Very true. Fondue for $50. Thank you so much. Says, what is your opinion on Daryl Davis? He has made friends with KKK members and even has their robes after they left, in part due to him. But at the same time, he's unable to even begin to talk to woke people without them yelling in his face. I think Daryl Davis is a hero.
Yeah.
And he is like, he's a national treasure. Daryl Davis is the living embodiment of enlightened liberalism and liberal principles of trying to make people. Daryl Davis understands that the way you get people to not be racist is for them to understand that you are an individual, not a group, an individual human being like they are, and that black people and white people can be part of the same in-group. They can share interests and fears and want to raise their children and have a good job and do all the same thing. And that it's this looking at them as the out-group that's the problem. Daryl Davis knows what is up. The woke people don't understand jack shit about human psychology.
Yeah, Daryl Davis intuitively understands the rider elephant metaphor brilliantly. Actually, V Radio, friend of the show, has a great interview with Daryl Davis on his channel you guys should check out.
Yeah. King of Rats for $20 says, what do you guys think about the Canadian trucker protest? Maybe you've talked about it and I didn't hear. A-Team Laser Beams Simp Class. Ugh.
S-Class is Simp Class? Is that what he's saying, basically?
That's what they're saying.
Okay.
That's what they're saying.
Cool.
I'm going to be 100% honest. I know so little about the trucker protest.
I know a bit, but not a ton. Truckers, they don't want to get vaccinated. This
is what I know.
Mandate.
I have not looked into it, because this is a problem. Whenever I can't just read an article about something because I know that there's so much fake news. I have to like research it.
I know. Oh,
this is my knowledge of the trucker protest. There are truckers in Canada that don't like the vaccine mandate stuff, and they're honking their horns. That's basically all I know about them.
Well, and they're blocking traffic and shutting down a city and making
I didn't even know that.
Look like a huge fucking idiot. And also they're trying to pen them as racist, sexist, homophobes when it's completely wrong. They're just, it's fucking. I don't understand. The pandemic is fucking over. Okay, it's over. The whole idea that they're forcing truckers who are in their trucks. They're not even. Are they fucking super spreaders? They sit by themselves all day long. It's insane. Forcing them.
I don't know. You've been to those truck stops. They'll congregate together and do sexual deviant things together.
Oh, okay. Well,
according to common lore.
I'm against vax mandates on principle. So I don't think you should be forcing.
I know we have truckers that listen to us. Tell us the dirty deeds here. What's going on? What are you guys doing out there?
They're gonna get Justin Trudeau thrown out of office.
Okay. Sword and Scale. Hey, Sword and Scale for $20 says, seriously, why is his operating system ethnic, and why is he having a conversation with it? That's exactly because he's racist. That's the CRT lens.
True.
Cyborg for $20 says, you're racist if you acknowledge race, but you're also a racist if you try not to acknowledge race. But also if you say race doesn't matter, you're also racist. But also if race matters, then you're a racist.
Yeah, 100% accurate.
No win. It's a no-win situation.
All roads lead to you're racist.
That's right. Hey, Aiden. Aiden sent us a chat. Aiden for $5 says, Vaush is everything he claims to hate. Anyone who is not him, a Nazi, while he advocates for legit Nazi ideology. Really makes me think. LOL.
Yeah.
There you go.
Other YouTubers.
That guy was actually too stupid to have a conversation with.
Then all their fans start spreading this shit around the internet uncritically and wonder why people call them Nazis.
A bunch of people online are calling me a Nazi. There was a disproportionate number of Jewish control of banks in Germany during the Weimar Republic. This is really weird to me.
I've seen an accusation thrown around the internet that Vaush is a Pedialyte drinker because of a number of older clips from his stream where he brings up things like chimichangas and Pedialyte, not unlike the examples we just looked at.
This infuriates Vaush. Whenever anybody talks about this, it infuriates Vaush.
I know.
Fucking infuriates. This is what got him, why he started that Nazi thought experiment with non-compete, because his girlfriend called him a Pedialyte, I guess we're calling it now.
Yes, that's true. That's true.
Now, Gary, I need you, man.
Hey.
So straight up, these clips are weird as fuck. So fucking weird. Weird and wrong as arguments. I'm not going to play them because I am...
You already fucking played them, Gary. You already fucking played them.
It's hilarious. It's so funny to say, oh, Vaush said some very suspect things that makes it sound like he's a pedo. Now, I'm not going to play those clips so you can make the determination on your own.
Right.
And I'm not going to tell you what he said in those clips. So I'm in good faith because I'm not going to play those clips. But it sounds very sus to me.
You're way in bad faith territory, dude. You're fucking way already down the line into the bad faith territory. Yeah. Clippy's drunk or something. I don't know.
That being said, Vaush has said some very sus things about Pedialyte and chimichangas. Okay.
We're not playing those on stream.
I'm not playing, but he said some excessive. I'm not gonna pretend like there's any good faith coming from us on this one. There's zero good faith here. He said some very sus things.
This is the lie in the bed that you've made for yourself situation, though, because these thought experiments where he said the so totally sus stuff was to basically paint capitalism as the equivalent of pedophilia.
I'm not even referring to that. Because I don't necessarily have a problem with that.
Oh, there's other clips.
There were some like weird Discord messages and clips that were independent of these hypotheticals.
Since you know way more about this,
saying this?
You know way more about this than me. Let's move on.
Yeah,
hanging on to a single shred of hope that this video will still be able to get monetized. It probably won't though. But Gary?
Well, despite Noah's objections to these clips and their apparent sussiness, there isn't anything in them that would merit the claim that Vaush is a
Pedialyte drinker.
That is a very serious accusation to be making, and to make it without solid proof is dangerous, and we should not normalize doing that.
Thanks, man.
Okay.
Now just apply that same logic to racism. Fucking
I know, right?
Noah. Just do that, okay?
I know.
So at some point in time, Vaush stopped using these extreme examples involving children in hypotheticals, probably because using them only encouraged people to make these spurious but not out of nowhere accusations against him. So if he understands that handling these sensitive topics carelessly can have negative consequences and has adjusted his behavior accordingly in the past when they've affected him, why can't he do the same for others? As we've seen, the effects are real. Professor Flowers is the target of a harassment campaign spurred on by Vaush with his use of this hypothetical about the fear of retribution. Non-Compete was accused of technically defending Nazism because Vaush, through his little rhetorical game, justified this treatment in their eyes. He is either choosing to ignore these facts or just doesn't care, and both of these should be unacceptable, right? There's a great thread from a streamer called Ask Vera that runs through the standard procedure of...
So I just want to point out something, okay? We're 41 minutes into a video. He is still yet to play a single clip of Professor Flowers explaining her position yet.
Yeah. Right.
Even though a huge chunk of this video is just saying
Vaush is mischaracterizing Professor Flowers' position. Right. Yeah. Yeah.
This is hilarious.
It is.
Interactions with debate streamers and how they are a recurring problem. Number 4 is especially relevant here. Reactionary debaters smuggle assumptions into hypotheticals, hoping you get distracted with the hypothetical rather than challenge the assumption. This is precisely what happened to Professor Flowers regarding the topic of genocide, and this distraction has forced her onto her back foot ever since. Here she is talking about it in her final video on the topic.
So there are a lot of people who are saying that I'm genocidal, and I just want to clear up what I mean. What I mean to say is that there is no amount of violence that colonized people can enact towards their colonizers that will ever compare to what colonizers have done to them. That compares to the millions of kidnapped and enslaved people, to the thousands of years of history and way of life that has been wiped out, to the languages that have been lost, to the entire caste system that has been created, to the relocation and murder of millions, to the subjugation of entire nations, and to the subjugation and profit of stolen land.
She is...
That's a clip that takes the genocide claim away. I mean, it seems to me that it kind of goes in the opposite direction there.
What the fuck? How can he be this stupid? This is why I don't understand.
He picked that clip.
This is insane. Wait, I just want to play
Did Vaush pick that clip for him, maybe?
This is like a comedy. This is literally like if I was doing a comedy bit. This is what I would do. Okay.
Genocide and this distraction assumptions into her back foot ever since. Here she is talking about it in her final video on the topic.
So there are
this is the comedy bit.
He's
He's like
position.
Here she is not advocating for genocide.
A lot of people who are saying that I'm genocidal, and I just want to clear up what I mean. What I mean to say is that there is no amount of violence that colonized people can enact towards their colonizers.
She's basically saying that it's retribution. It's not genocide, but it's still killing everybody off.
She literally just said, "There's no The question is, do you support, black people genociding white people?
Right.
If the white people historically had oppressed them, and she says, well, there's no amount of violence that could ever make up for it.
Right. So basically, yes, she's basically saying
right,
but she's not framing it as genocide. She's framing it as retribution.
That's the most way you could ever say yes, race genocide is okay without explicitly saying race genocide is okay.
It's pretty explicit. I don't know that you.
Well, she's not saying she's not saying the words. Yes, it's okay for black people to go race genocide white people, but she's saying, well, stop complaining about it because the past.
Right.
But this is how the fuck, what world is Noah living in where he chose this clip? This makes her look so bad.
It looks horrible. It does look horrible. This is CRT, though. CRT makes this acceptable.
This is the most sussy-wussy fucking clip of all time, Noah.
Do you think Ibram X. Kendi would make the same argument in this?
No.
Yeah.
He's smart enough to now say
it's too
this.
far. Yeah, it's too far.
He'll never, even if he believed it, I don't know if he does, but even if
I'm sure he does believe it. I'm sure he does believe
I'm not gonna assume that much bad faith from him, but he wouldn't, if he did, he wouldn't say it.
Right. Is this racist? Is this racist?
Right. Oh, Professor Flowers.
Yes.
If you're listening, I think you could do well in Breadtube being openly racist against white people. Let's listen. Breadtube will accept you being openly racist with open arms. Okay. That's not the problem, Professor Flowers. The problem is, and I don't know why the fuck you think this is a good idea. She does this thing. You see that, these zoom ins you're seeing on her and on the pictures. That's not Noah. I thought that was Noah doing this for like comedic effect or something. Mm-hmm. That's Professor Flowers. She does this thing that's so alien. It's almost like she's an alien from outer space who watched human video essayist and then tried to do it and did it all wrong. She does this weird thing where every time she cuts, like she'll have like a 10 to 20 second speaking portion in her before she cuts. And everything she does the same thing. She starts with a zoom out and slowly zooms in on her face and then cuts. And then it resets to the position it was and then slowly zooms in on her face, then cuts and resets and slowly zooms in on her face. And it just repeats this every 20, 30
That's
seconds.
Art, Sitch.
It's insane. It's like I'm in a fucking funhouse of mirrors. It's like I'm tripping on acid. It's a drug. It's like I'm watching a David Lynch film. Who the fuck would think this is a good idea? Who would watch this and not become fucking nauseous?
I'm suspect that you can be openly racist on Breadtube and gain an audience. I think that's bad advice.
You're so wrong. You're so wrong.
Well, do people really want to hear this? I mean, come on.
Of course they do.
No, they don't. Vaush's audience doesn't want to hear this.
Just watch the visual here. Okay, this is
I understand the visuals. I totally.
No, I want the chat.
Okay.
To notice this. Okay.
Right.
How is her audience not motion sick for this video?
A lot of people who are saying that I'm genocidal, and I just want to clear up what I mean. What I mean to say is that there is no amount of violence that colonized people can enact towards their colonizers that will ever compare to what colonizers have done to them. That compares to the millions of kidnapped
zooming
to thousands of years of history and way of life that has been wiped out, to the languages that have been lost, to the entire caste system that has been created, to the relocation and murder of millions, to the subjugation of entire nations.
Okay, let's move on. We don't need to hear this again.
You just don't want to see all the horrible pictures of me laughing.
It's just, I don't know. It's sad. It's sad.
It is sad.
I feel like, I don't know. I feel like the racial
Why is she
tension.
zooming in, Adam? Stop zooming in.
Well, I mean, that's neither here nor there. I'm trying to.
I listen as a former video essayist. Okay, I'm sorry.
A current
video essayist. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Self-report. What time are we at? 3 hours and 43 minutes. Self-report.
As a current video essayist on sabbatical.
No, you can't take that back.
I do notice these things.
You cannot take that back. No, it's too late. It's already been said. This is a mass slip moment right here. This is a problem with live shows.
To this clip.
What does that mean?
Dream.
They're stolen land.
She is right. Do I need to
wait?
That's how it ends. Professor
in
Flowers
her final
is right.
video on the topic.
How did it go back so far?
I pushed it forward.
Stop it, Adam.
Into the subjugation
clip on his stream.
There is no amount of violence that colonized people can enact towards their colonizers that will ever compare to what colonizers have done to them. That compares
What does that mean? First of all, that's not what she meant, because that's a totally different concept. Is that even like relevant? What does that have to do with what we're talking about?
History and way of life that has been wiped out, to the languages that have been lost, to the...
Also, doesn't this kind of support my argument? This seems very strange to me, because it feels like the implicit suggestion is that the violence that colonized people do is okay because it could never be enough. You know what I mean?
So, Professor...
That's literally what she said, yes. I hate the picture. I hate to say, Vaush is correct.
Right, but
Flowers
he's figuring it out on the way.
Yes,
definitely.
Yes, he's slowly stumbling upon it.
He's like, what? I don't get it.
I don't get. This is what I've been advocating for this whole time.
We're genociding me now.
Super confused.
He's like, I don't. What happened? Wait, this colonizer stuff is about me.
Says these things cannot be compared, and attempting to do so downplays this very real history of oppression. Again, an objectively true statement. And to this...
That's not what she said, and that doesn't even address the question.
Right.
That's a total punt.
Right. Yes. And also connecting the history of oppression to current day retribution is a huge topic in itself, which Noah's not the person to talk to about that. We need actual smart people to engage in that debate.
It's pretty sus if somebody says, hey, doesn't your ideology lead to genocide? And your answer is, wow, it's racist that you would say that. Yeah. I'm not even going to address that question.
Right. Yes. Yeah, no.
It's like, oh, okay. I mean, generally, most people can explain why they're not in favor of genocide. It's not that complicated.
Yeah. Killing people is bad. Don't do it.
This Vaush responds, you claim to not want to do white genocide, yet you cite historical oppression, which could be used to justify white genocide. Huh. Curious. Very curious indeed. Checkmate, Nazi. So, this is racist, right? Am I allowed to say that yet?
I think...
You got it. Sitch. He's basically saying that the anti-CRT position is racist. Okay. Yeah. And he's asking good faith Gary for confirmation.
Right. He's saying that if you are a white man or a white woman and you talk to a person of color and they have some some philosophy or some morals framework or something that can lead, that you as a white person think can lead them down the path to justifying racial genocide.
Yeah.
You shut the fuck up and you don't ask that question. Because if you do, you're a big old racist.
You're a big old racist, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
We all know.
You got to get yourself some blue lights, though. Otherwise, it doesn't look cool when you say
Listen, I am a learned scholar of history. And as a super duper non-racist, non-essentialist, I know that that throughout human history, only white people have ever enacted genocide in all of human history.
What about
only
Rwanda?
White people? Yeah.
What about Rwanda, though?
That's that's racist that you bring that up. I don't even know why you bring that up.
I mean, Rwanda.
Why would you bring that up?
They literally call it the Rwanda genocide.
Why would you? This is
there's a fucking Wikipedia page about it.
Can you see how racist?
There's an Academy Award-winning movie about it. Okay,
he's trying to gaslight us with his racism.
Rwanda?
I cannot believe I have to drop from this call. You're like one step away from being an alt-righter. I'm very uncomfortable.
You need to read the book A Long Way Gone about the Civil War in Sierra Leone. It's not
obviously that was because of white people.
There's not even any white people in the book. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. It's good faith Gary better have something good to say here.
I think what you mean to say is that while this individual act may not be racist, the way this flow of information has been set up has led to a racist outcome. That outcome
oh my God, he takes the exact CRT position. It doesn't matter that his intent wasn't racist.
Yeah.
The outcome is racist.
This is our good faith character here. Can't even fucking articulate the position.
This is fucking comedy gold, man.
Oh, no.
Being Professor Flowers discussing historical oppressions here is seen as a potential justification for retributive violence, which was never her point and not how these claims...
What?
Why did she... Wait. If that wasn't her fucking point, Noah...
What?
Why did she give that as an answer when asked the direct question about retributive violence.
She said that no amount of violence could make up for the violence that has been perpetrated by whites. That was literally her fucking answer. Oh, this is so... What? We're in... I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone, Sitch. What is happening?
Should be viewed, especially from anyone
No,
claiming
but this
to
would be like saying... This would be like if your neighbor went up to you and you're like, hey, neighbor. Hey, Adam neighbor. You're not thinking about killing me in my sleep, right? And then Adam's response is, listen, neighbor. You have constantly parked your car on my driveway.
I know.
You have constantly put things in my trash can. You have constantly let your dog poop on my lawn and have not cleaned it up.
No amount of violence could make up for the injustice you've put on my household.
And then you walk away.
Exactly.
And they're like, oh, I think he's gonna fucking kill me.
I know. They would think that. Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they? You got this is the amount of blinders that no one needs to be wearing to spin this as good. I mean, this is why this is fascinating to me. I mean, it's CRT on the brain. It really is. It's like it puts people in just a different ideological headspace.
Yep.
On the left.
Yeah, so it's racist.
Okay.
Thanks to...
So his answer is it's racist and good faith Gary agrees. Let's move on.
Their debate, which in effect served to legitimize this fear of retribution rhetoric, a white supremacist narrative is being repeated all over the place, making it so that topics requiring nuanced discussion, like black separatism and black nationalism, are framed as being not only inherently violent, but equivalent to Nazism. If we take a quick peek at some of the chats from that stream,
it's baffling.
I know.
Vaush is using liberalism rhetoric to make this argument.
I know. Yeah. No, it's great. It's awesome. That's why we couldn't really cover the Professor Flowers dust up because I basically just agreed with Vaush. So what's in covering that? Yeah.
Right.
But this is a much more interesting context because it is Professor Flowers in the CRT camp, Noah in the CRT camp, in those ideologies and where those ideologies lead against Vaush in the fucking James Lindsay camp.
I think you may have heard this before. People say, "Oh, Vaush is a secret liberal." Mm-hmm. He's really a secret.
It's not
liberal.
A secret anymore. Vaush.
He only pretends to be a Marxist or a communist or whatever, or a socialist. But I don't think he is. I don't think he's a secret liberal. I think what's happening here and what we're witnessing is I think Vaush is a socialist. He does believe in all that socialist shit, but he's very comfortable dropping it and adapting liberal talking points that serve him at the time.
Right. Okay.
I think that's what's happening here.
Well, I often think a lot of Vaush's arguments are straight off of fucking CNN and MSNBC. I mean, they seem completely like milquetoast. Well, I don't know. Some of the shit on MSNBC you've shown me makes me think maybe it's not so milquetoast.
Yeah, there was lots of crazy shit we just watched.
I know. Okay. But he's definitely getting his... This is like a mainstream position now on the political left. I mean, what do you even call it? Because it's so weird how Marxism has kind of infected mainstream political thought.
I don't think Marxism... Well, I think the race Marxism...
Right.
Is unfortunately becoming mainstreamed.
Yes.
Economic Marxism is not becoming mainstreamed yet.
But that's the point of it, is to smuggle in the Marxism, which is the scary part.
That is the point of it, yes.
You know, soon they're like, well, we've been doing Marxism all this time anyway. It's just, and then you see the liberal go, what? This is Marxism?
Yeah, they basically want to trick, white guilt liberals into accepting race Marxism. And then 10 years down the road, they can pull off the sheet and say, you've been Marxist the whole time.
Yeah.
Ta-da!
Yeah. And then do that, oh my God, I am a Marxist.
And then do the economics.
And then they go jump off the bridge. They're like, I can't believe, what have you done to me? You've taken my future.
Quite interesting. Mom said it's time for me to be the colonizer. It's a pro-genocide argument, basically saying that the image of white people in chains while MLK smiles in the sky is based. That is her saying that a white genocide is justified. So that means reverse genocide, good. Leftism, it's good. Leftism, we love it.
Thousands of years of history.
How is he blaming Vaush for this when it's Professor Flowers' video? I don't get it.
Because he's saying that Professor Flowers is not actually saying that, and she's saying something different. And I'm not going to explain what she's saying is different or how it's different, but don't trust your lying eyes and ears. Well, Vaush is the one that's, you know, straw manning this position onto her.
If your position is so easily misconceived as this, then you've done something incredibly wrong. Please make some changes.
And way of life that has been wiped out, to the languages that have been lost, to the entire caste system that has been created.
What's he typing on the screen there during that? I fucking missed it.
He said, please stop scaring me.
Oh, okay.
Leftism, it's good. Leftism scholar Xander Hall elaborates here.
I'm going to say this right now. I'm going to call it out. When people say woke genocide to refer to like the black separatist stuff, it's kind of racist. I'm going to be honest here, because it's not woke. All you're doing is putting woke before something that has to do with brown people because it has to do with brown people. It's not woke. There's nothing about what Professor Flowers or Black Hammer or any of these people advocate for that is woke. Being woke.
What is happening here?
Did you see that these people?
Yeah, he's calling out. He's calling out these people.
Right.
With Xander Hall all the time. Yeah, he's definitely targeting Xander Hall as a racist. But how is he saying that what Professor Flowers' response was woke as fuck? What the fuck is he talking about? He's saying none of this is woke?
Okay. No. What he's saying is, he's saying if you call something reverse racism, that's racism because you're making a categorical distinction between whites being racist and blacks being racist. Mm-hmm. And you should just call racism racism.
So Xander Hall's coming out as colorblind here.
Yes, Xander Hall is making a very liberal colorblind prescription here. Yes.
Right. But he did say
woke is advocating for integration and cooperation.
That's the part that I have the problem with, Sitch.
What?
He's saying woke is advocating, and this is my problem with Vaush as well, because Vaush paints woke as, you know, mainstream neoliberal thought, which it's not.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's not.
Well, and I'm glad you posit because it is ironic that he thinks being woke is being pro-integration.
It's pro-separatist.
It's pro-separatist.
That's my problem. This is why we're calling it out. This is why John McWhorter is calling it out. This is why liberals are calling it out and conservatives are calling it out too.
This video is eye-opening to me because I guess I assumed that a lot of the Breadtubers were more knowledgeable than they are.
No,
I think they're all just idiots.
They are.
They're all just regurgitating the CNN talking points. You know, Republicans across the country are CRT banning because they don't want to teach about the racisms because it makes the whiteys feel bad and they're all racist. And then the Breadtubers go, "Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I'm just going to say that on my stream."
Yeah, no, they're just copying.
Okay, a multicultural, multi-ethnic, multiracial movement to fight against the systems of oppression in this country that put certain groups of people down, right?
Look at this.
See?
He's calling him out.
No one
knows. Yeah.
No one knows.
No one knows.
No one knows. That's hilarious.
You probably don't understand this, Xander Hall. Let us explain it to you. Noah is basically saying that you're full of shit.
Yeah,
that woke does not equal liberal colorblindness. You're spelling out liberal colorblindness, not wokeism.
Right. This is kind of hilarious.
It is
Xander Hall. Noah is 100% right. You are being a dirty, disgusting, colorblind liberal.
Yes.
You need to stop it. Okay.
Yeah. You're gonna.
This video is so illuminating. It's insane.
If you reach out to us to clout chase, you're gonna have to argue the opposite position. See, the liberal color, that's our position, okay?
Right.
You're arguing for our position here.
Right.
This is what bugs me about Vaush. Like, he goes on Tim Pool and argues for liberal colorblindness.
Yeah, it's like, what?
Exactly.
What are you talking about?
You're supposed to be supporting CRT.
Right. Well, this is like, but this is why I get annoyed with that pro-felicity guy, because he's out here saying, "Oh," and like Glenn Greenwald saying, "Oh, all this wokeness is like liberalism and neoliberalism," and you're like, "What the fuck are you smoking?"
Right? Yeah, no. We should bring him on. You can debate him. I didn't know.
I'll yell at him.
I didn't know he bugged you.
That is woke. Segregation, even if it's, well, we're black people and we want segregation. That is not woke. Just because brown people are doing it doesn't make it woke.
Oh.
What says? It says, oh.
It's just how is that a bad quote?
Just because brown people are doing it doesn't make it woke.
Yeah. Why is that a bad thing to say?
That's, I mean, this is Michael Eric Dyson's argument about why black people are not necessarily black.
That's
I mean,
right.
it's the same fucking argument.
Oh, that's just great stuff. We love it. Leftism is when reverse racism is the scariest thing you can think of. Mom, can you pick me up, please? They're not being colorblind. There's a good clip from the YouTuber Bad Empanada.
I know.
So bafflingly, Noah doesn't address any of the actual claims that people are, that he plays a clip of someone saying something and then just doesn't address it. He just goes, I'm gonna make a funny joke. You're a baby, fart noise.
But this is ContraPoints does this as well. You got to admit, ContraPoints doesn't really address the
But
art.
ContraPoints does it differently. ContraPoints says, I'm going to actually verbalize all the complicated things and then give you zero answers.
Right.
Okay?
Yes. Yeah. You're right.
Noah's saying, like, I'm going to play the person giving you their take, and then I'm going to like fake address it and not address it and just mock them for it.
Right.
It's weird because for as high effort as his video editing is, the thought process and the writing is like fucking baseline,
terrible,
garbage tier, low effort.
It's like when you see $100 million Marvel movie and they're talking about how girls just want to have fun. You're going,
yeah, exactly.
Damn, the writing is fucking awful.
It's like Captain Marvel, or better yet, okay, it's like season 8 of Game of Thrones.
Yeah,
you spent millions of dollars burning King's Landing to the ground.
Right.
And nobody fucking cares or likes it because the writing is dog shit.
Yeah, exactly. You have that amazing emotional moment and no emotion to back it up.
Exactly.
Because you don't care about any of the fucking characters.
Though I guess with Noah's, this is a bad example because with Noah, his video was successfully popular and propagandistic. So his viewers did believe the lie.
They did
buy into the propaganda.
Hell yeah, of course.
That explains how ridiculous it is to try to make this comparison.
Let's imagine a different world where white people did all the same thing and the black people were more radical and they were like, you know, we want you guys to get the fuck out of here. You know, we're not just going to forgive you for centuries and centuries of oppression, for enforcing apartheid upon us for 100 years. We want you gone. Would that be the same thing as Nazism? No, not even fucking close, man. Truly unbelievable. And do I think that would be an ideal solution? Also no. Is that what I would want? Also no. Can I
don't, what is he even saying? He never made a clear point.
All he's doing is making which we fully understand. He's making the claim that it's justified because of the past oppression. That he is saying that.
No, but what he's saying is like, okay, if black people were, when they were slaves, rose up and enacted like a Nazi Holocaust on white people, would that have been justified? It sounds like that's what he's trying to say that without saying it because he knows that it's
that is
he doesn't want to use that.
It's exactly what he's saying. I mean, it's crystal clear. What are you talking about?
Right.
We'll back it up.
But he doesn't want to just flatly say his point because he knows it sounds bad. So he's kind of like dancing. He's like leading you to the conclusion without saying it.
He's saying that the Nazis were not justified because they didn't have past oppression. They weren't fucking.
I understand that. Okay. I understand that.
But either way, it's bad, is what you're saying.
I'm just saying he's being a coward.
Okay. You want him to come out and say it.
Just say it. Yeah. Say your stupid hypothetical, which is wrong, by the way, too. Because under that hypothetical, it's so funny. Under his hypothetical, if black people were able to somehow, galvanize support enough to Holocaust white people, all white people in America, back when slavery was around.
But he's saying now.
Well, no, he's talking about the past.
Let's listen again.
Not want you guys to get the.
It's how ridiculous it is to try to make this comparison.
Let's imagine a different world where white people did all the same thing and the black people were more radical and they were like, you know, we want you guys to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, he's talking about now, dude.
I don't think he is, but you can.
He's saying, imagine a different world.
Yeah.
Where black people did not forgive white people for what they did.
He said, well, okay, whatever. I don't want to argue about it, but I don't think that's what he means. But we can.
You know, we're not just going to forgive you for centuries and centuries.
We're not going to forgive you for centuries and centuries. How's that not now?
Oppression for enforcing apartheid upon us for 100 years. We want you gone. Would that be the same thing as Nazism? No, not even fucking close, man. Truly unbelievable.
What makes you think this is slave
maybe
times?
maybe you're right.
What are you talking about? He's talking about fucking today.
So this is even worse.
I know it is. That's why I'm like, why are you letting this guy off? He's making the same exact argument that Professor Flowers
I wasn't going to let him off. I was going to say that he was making a preposterous argument.
Yeah.
But we don't even have to go, but he wasn't. He was making a worse argument.
Yeah, he's saying, listen, if blacks wanted to enact genocide on whites, they'd be perfectly valid in doing that. He's making that same argument.
Wait, why did Noah think playing this clip? What is the point? What was Noah's point for playing this fucking clip again?
Well, the point is to make the argument that black people are oppressed, therefore white people have it coming. It's that simple. It's that simple.
No, but Noah keeps pretending like that's not the argument.
Brown people are doing it doesn't make it woke.
Oh, that's just great stuff. We love it. Leftism is when reverse racism.
He's saying that the difference between the Nazi situation, why you can't call.
No. Stop.
Okay.
Noah. I understand that bad empanada and Flowers are making that argument.
Okay, good. And
Noah is pretending like they're not making that argument. Or I don't even think
Noah's signing off on that argument. What do you think?
No, I know.
Oh, you're right. You're right. He keeps saying that they're not being genocidal. You're right.
Right.
You're right.
Because this is where we get into the.
Okay, you're right. You're right.
Because this is why I get so confused about this video. When I watch this video on his own, I'm assuming Noah's pretending like they're not making his arguments.
Right.
But he realizes they are because it's so fucking obvious when you listen to what they're saying.
It's got to be sarcasm or something. Right. Like, Noah, wake up. It's obvious. You keep picking clips of them making this argument. But what's going on?
Right. But then when we see him go on Vaush's stream,
right,
and completely flop sweat and crumble on a bunch of things,
right.
But the one thing he doesn't crumble on is the Professor Flowers argument.
Right.
It makes me think, wait a minute, he's not pretending. He really just doesn't hear what Flowers and the other person are saying.
Right. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
And that's why it's like a comedy bit where he keeps saying, let me play you a clip that proves my point. And then he plays a clip of someone literally saying the fucked up thing that disproves his point.
Yeah, I'm telling you, we're in crazy town here. This is Mr. Toad's wild ride.
Is the scariest thing you can think of. Mom, can you pick me up, please? They're not being colorblind. There's a good clip from the YouTuber Bad Empanada that explains how ridiculous it is to try to make this comparison.
Okay, so again, Noah's point for playing this clip is he's going to explain why it's ridiculous to compare black people to Nazis if they're both advocating for racial genocide.
Well, but he's saying one racial genocide is justified and one is not. Just tell me you understand that.
Who's saying that?
Empanada is saying that.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm talking about Noah.
Noah's saying that by extension, even though he's making the entire opposite argument in the video.
I understand, but Noah doesn't
to be making the opposite argument.
But Noah doesn't realize he's making that argument.
I agree. Yes.
Which is what's crazy to me.
Just so you guys understand, sometimes when we argue, it becomes unclear. So Noah in the video is trying to make the argument that Professor Flowers is being wrongly targeted by Vaush as a genocidal maniac, someone who would endorse genocide. Okay. So Noah is trying to say none of these arguments are her endorsing genocide. And then he keeps playing clips of her basically endorsing genocide, but because it's justified because they're oppressed. Okay. So she is endorsing genocide, but she's saying it's justified. And Noah reads that as, okay, well, if it's justified, then it's not really genocide.
I don't know, but
that's the thing. That's the thinking.
I don't think that's Noah's thought process.
Right.
I don't think he's making that last step.
But can you see how somebody would say it's not genocide if it's justified and therefore,
yes.
Okay.
Well, that's the argument that they're making. Yeah, of course.
That's the argument they always fucking make.
Right.
Yeah.
Imagine a different world where white people did all the same thing and the black people were more radical and they were like, you know, we want you guys to get the fuck out of here. You know, we're not just going to forgive you for centuries and centuries of oppression, for enforcing apartheid upon us for 100 years. We want you gone. Would that be the same thing as Nazism? No, not even fucking close, man. Truly unbelievable. And do I think that would be an ideal solution? Also no. Is that what I would want? Also no. Can I understand it? Abso-fucking-lutely, yes.
Did you really just cite bad empanada?
He just said, can I understand it? Yes.
Yeah, he's justifying it. He is.
This is like, Noah is like the underpants gnome, okay? Step one, he's like, black nationalism and white nationalism are not the same. Okay? And then step two is, you know, the outcomes are the same, but black people have been oppressed by white people.
Right. They have a better justification.
Right. Step three, blank. Step four, black separatists have now genocided the white people, and it's okay.
Right.
Like, he's missing this. He keeps playing these clips of people saying, because there's a history of oppression, as you said, because there's a history of oppression, it's not genocide. It's not the same.
Yeah.
When it's like, that is fucking irrelevant to the conversation. No one is saying this.
Well, this is where the debate format and you know, justifying the debate format to the essay format is kind of the subject here. This is where the debate format would be useful, because we could ask him point blank, are you saying that if there's a justification for genocide, then it's not genocide by definition? Because I would kind of like to know that.
Right.
Yeah.
In your video, looks like you've lost me. That guy is a bad person. Everybody knows that.
Me citing a clip of Bad Empanada saying something that's objectively true is not an endorsement of everything that he has done on the internet. Please stop being a fucking baby. Just look at the meme.
Objectively true. See?
Okay, look at the meme.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's really helpful for me, actually.
I was slowly swinging around your baby's crib so you can gently fall asleep.
Okay, thank you.
Now, from my perspective,
Look
Vaush...
at this. He just put good faith Gary to sleep. What do you think's going to happen here? What do you think's going to happen now that good faith Gary?
Good faith Gary has not been very useful in this.
Oh yeah, he never was.
Seems to be defensive about these ideas because he is operating on some underlying assumptions about who Professor Flowers is, assumptions that were created when they had their debate. There's an extremely relevant video that I'd like to plug here. Debate Me, How to Know Things on YouTube, from Scottish neoliberalism understander John the Duncan. Please.
That guy is totally in the woke bubble, man. That guy's just deep.
Go watch this, especially if you watch Vaush. Sorry, John, to have to send them your way, but the debate bro deprogramming industrial complex has to start somewhere, and your two videos will be our foundational.
There is an interesting thing here too, where it's almost like just engaging in debates is a form of liberalism.
Oh, I agree. I totally agree.
Like I think that's the feeling that they're kind of stumbling upon. They're like, well, the fact that you're even allowing yourself to be challenged and questioning other people and opening a dialogue with them is a form of liberalism, and thus is wrong.
Yeah. You're fighting against the theology of, you know, this is the way we do things. We don't question what we do.
Yeah.
Texts. But this one addresses many core issues of online.
Well, and I just want to say it makes sense too, because liberalism, a big proponent or big tenet of liberalism is like, you talk about things, you understand the ideas and the logic and the logical principles and all these underlying things. But with all these leftist collectivists or even right-wing collectivist philosophies, all that goes out the window. No one cares about logic or reason. It's all power dynamics.
Right. Yeah, that we can improve society through some sort of empirical process, I would say, is like the Enlightenment, is liberalism.
Right. And that's why they don't like, if your thought process is everything is power dynamics, why would you ever want to have a debate with someone? That has nothing to do with how you think the world changes for the better.
They literally question, in that process, they literally question empiricism, which is the backbone of improving society. I mean, in my book.
Right.
It's funny that they come out and they're like, they want to cite every single study known to man. It's like, well, somewhere in there you understand the value of empiricism, right? I mean, you're not citing these studies for no reason. You seem to understand we need evidence for our claims.
But I would say they're not citing them because they believe or care about empiricism or what is true. They're citing them because they know that fundamentally ingrained in our liberal society is people caring about facts and logic and all that shit. And so they have to use the liberal framework to justify their craziness.
They're literally using it as a rhetorical device. That's so fucking sad.
100%.
That's so fucking sad.
Yep.
Online debate culture. One of them being how knowledge is created in these spaces and how this knowledge gathered through the act of debate is often held supreme above all other forms, and how this is maybe not the best thing for the left.
I think the issue with this proliferation of debate is that it further...
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. I have to go back.
Will be our foundational texts. But this one addresses many core issues of online debate culture, one of them being how knowledge is created in these spaces and how this knowledge gathered through the act of debate is often held supreme above all other forms, and how this is maybe not the best thing for the left.
I think the issue with...
I actually hate that framing because he frames it as whether or not debate is good, not for society, not for humanity.
Is it good for the left?
Not for starving children in Africa, right?
Is
Whether
it good
or not
for our
it's
political
good for our
movement?
political aspirations. Yeah.
Right. And that's exactly
Fuck
what I
off.
said. They're looking for power, and that's it.
Fuck off. Okay? Some of us really care about whether or not the world is going to be a more fair and equitable place, right?
Some of us care about finding out what is real and what is true.
True. There's so many things so many of us care about. But couching it all in your political aspirations just disgusts me.
This proliferation of debate is that it further embedded the idea that debate is a legitimate way of finding out whether something is correct and true. This is another example of YouTube's structures influencing how knowledge is produced. The platform encourages...
This is weird too, because isn't this the whole idea behind the dialectic? Which I think is a terrible way to come to truth.
Well, you want to know something really fucked up?
What?
They're really coming out against courts.
Really?
Are not courts two sides debating?
Oh, it's a
and then
dialectic.
jury?
It is. Yeah.
And then that's what the court system's supposed to be. Two sides have a debate. They produce their evidence, and then a bunch of people decide which side is the
Correct.
truth is correct. Okay.
Yeah.
And they're saying that that's bad, and that there's no knowledge or truth that can be gleaned from debates or conversations.
Yeah.
So they're coming out against the judicial system in America.
Inadvertently.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's an extreme hypothetical.
Yeah.
But I'm sure they'll have some way to weasel around that. But
I thought, though, the CRT Marxist position is in favor of dialectics as the way to come to truth and skeptical of empiricism as a way to come to truth.
They're in favor of one-sided dialectics.
Right. Okay.
They're not in favor of debates. Yeah.
Right. They're all they'll
they're
destroy
saying,
the right.
Right.
We debate on the left and come to a better left dialectic.
Well, not even. I mean, the CRT position is basically just you have to listen and believe black people.
Right.
And their lived experiences.
Right.
Unironically, that is the position.
But they come to truth through standpoint theory, which is basically saying, your standpoint in society, your lived experience is how we're going to deduce what the truth is.
Yeah, because
they believe that like white people are foisting a truth that doesn't exist on the rest of the world through empiricism.
They don't believe objective truth. They either don't believe objective truth exists, or that if it does, it's not obtainable by humans.
I agree. Yeah. We both have the same perspective on what they believe. But this guy is, I watched some of his videos and he's so far left, so down this rabbit hole.
Yeah, he believes all that same shit too.
Right. So him talking about truth, just some random little tiny clip. I'm just like, what form of truth is he talking about?
Right.
Certain types of content, which then impacts how both viewers and other content creators view knowledge creation. And this might not be an issue if debate related at all to any sort of truth. And the problem is, it doesn't.
So
see, that's my problem there, because in the Marxist frame, debate does, well, I guess you're saying that it doesn't, in that they wouldn't debate anyone.
Yeah, Marxism and these far left and far right philosophies are all anti-debate. It's only liberal liberalism philosophy, and liberal philosophy that is pro-debate.
Right. Okay.
And I mean, it makes.
What does he mean by truth?
Sense.
When he says truth, what does he mean? Does he mean factual, objective reality?
That's,
like
I mean, that's what he means that's what he means when he's using it in this sense.
In an empirical sense. Okay.
But I mean, but it's also ridiculous because lots of people will not be able to extract useful information from debates. Sure, but debates are the only way we can find out what is true, even if it's not a one-on-one verbal debate. You know, you have scientists and researchers; they'll write papers back and forth at each other, debating the ideas. And that's the only way to get to the bottom of anything.
Yeah. Haidt has a really good analogy. He says, we as human beings are completely biased and fallible, and only through the institution of science do we come to some level of truth. He says each individual is kind of like a neuron in a brain, and society is the greater brain.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we'd have to ask Noah and this guy, I don't really care to, but to see when they say debate, how narrow are they speaking? Are they literally only speaking person to person debate, bro? Or are they talking about just any sort of conflict of ideas whatsoever? Because I feel like they would say, oh, I'm only talking about person to person, but they really would fall back on the, conflict of ideas is bad too.
That's a completely religious position.
Which is a completely religious position.
Right.
Vaush's defensiveness, or inability to sort of stop being a silly guy, is a byproduct of this overvaluing of what debate actually is. From Vaush's perspective, Professor Flowers is who she showed herself to be in that debate, and this, above all other things, is the information upon which we should base all of our subsequent attitudes and treatment towards her.
Well, to be fair, Noah, he is a debate streamer. That's his medium. That is how he gathers his information, by talking to people. How else is he supposed to know what they're all about?
That's kind of the issue, Gary. The hypothetical answer to this question is that he can actually watch their videos. He can listen to what they're saying when they've put a lot of effort into researching and presenting their arguments. But this form of listening is antithetical to his content format. In order to retain his position as standing rhetorical...
Just to let you guys know, I did listen to a few of those videos and found all kinds of stuff just very similar to what she was saying in the debate. So
genius supreme.
Noah, bad faith, bad faith.
Okay, in order to keep his stream moving and entertaining, he often skips around looking for arguments that he can try to respond to in these videos, or pauses before the points have been fully argued. He actually did the former with FD Signifier's Break Bread, which is disappointing because there was a lot of particularly relevant information in that video.
I mean, if his critique is that Vaush talks about things that he's not well read in or researched in, okay, I agree. That's completely true. But I mean, that argument can be made of everyone. I mean, we're all talking about stuff that we haven't, that you can always have done more research. So
scary reality is that the very homogenous nature of their fan bases,
where's my
who
face,
are fresh out of radical hate-filled movements, and for now they're
I'm not, again, like, this is too generous, but the idea that anyone who does debates are like, oh, it's just sophistry, and like they're not as smart as the video essayists, and they're just like, they just do rhetoric, but they don't really have any real like this, like, I don't know.
He acknowledges later in that clip that he isn't giving the video a fair shot and says to go watch it, which is good.
I'm jumping in on this bit at the end, interpreting every statement as though it applies to me and responding defensively to it. So this is not like a fair representation of the video as a whole. I'd encourage you all to look at the whole video yourselves.
But still, this format presents a clear dilemma to our ability to exchange information. This is documented in Professor Flower's videos, where she shows the way Vaush doesn't ever actually engage with her arguments in an honest manner.
Now, for the rest of the stream, Vaush skips over the segment where I talk about nationalism in the context of colonized people and enslaved people versus white nationalism. He also skips the part where I talk about black separatism, black supremacy, and even racism. It's an important part to skip, and unfortunately Vaush doesn't realize that this addresses many of his accusations.
Again, those are all linked below. More homework to get through.
What did I miss? Did he actually address anything?
No.
Okay.
Well, he's accusing Vaush of not really addressing. Oh, Professor Flowers is accusing Vaush of not really addressing her arguments. I mean,
right.
Fair enough. He's really not going to address her arguments anyway.
before the next time I post, which at this rate...
I don't think her arguments make her look good, though. I don't think she'd be happy with Vaush's responses to any of those arguments anyway. So...
No.
Will probably be in like July. So you got plenty of time. Don't procrastinate. Make sure you turn in your FAFSA as well. Don't want to miss out on that big old bag of cash. So if we are choosing to ignore all of that and just rely on debate streams for our information, you can probably see the problem this creates, right? No matter how many times Professor Flowers says that genocide is not and was never something that she nor any land back or decolonization activists were talking about.
She didn't say that though.
Yeah.
If she said, all
where's
she
the
would
clip
have to
of
do,
her saying, "I don't condone genocide."
Right? Yeah, exactly. No, listen. All Professor Flowers had to do is say, "Listen, Vaush.
Yeah.
I do not support ethnic cleansing of white people killing black people or black people killing white people.
Right.
I do not support that, and I do not support any ideology that goes in that direction."
That
That's
would
all she
endorse
had
that.
to say.
Yeah.
Why is it so hard to say that?
I think she's saying the opposite, to be honest with you. It seems like, I mean, I don't want to accuse anyone, right? I mean, I got to admit, it looks bad. It looks terrible.
Well, look, I'll give her the benefit of the doubt here. Okay. I don't know. I don't think that's what she's advocating for.
Mm-hmm.
I feel from listening to her talking points, she's basically just saying, well, I can't tell people that have gone through that they can't have those feelings and they can't advocate for that. Even if I don't feel that way.
I believe she's a black separatist herself, though.
I thought she said she wasn't.
Really? I thought she said she
did.
I thought she said she was in other videos.
Oh, I don't know then.
Yeah. No, I think she's black separatist, but
I thought you said she wasn't, but whatever.
Okay.
Vaush and his audience's mind.
Well, the advantage here is that we're not going to continue. We're not on a mission to destroy Professor Flowers here, so we're not going to go.
I think
on
it's funny, but
yeah, we this is like a one and done thing. We're not going to go on every single stream and talk about Professor Flowers and her ethno genocidal rage. Okay, that's not our game.
She will always be the person in this clip.
What do you think of the 6 million white people who live in that country? Do you think the black people, who are by far the majority, have a right to remove the white population?
I think that they would have a right to do that, but I think that would be really harsh, and I think that they're not even going to do that.
Out of curiosity, do you know how many Jews died in the Holocaust?
It's so funny.
That's so bad faith, man.
It's so funny that even when I agree with Vaush's point, he still does it in the most like horrible, slimy, dishonest way possible.
Slimy way.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh my God. He could have been like, there are ways to have this conversation of being like, are you justifying the Holocaust? Like, come on.
She basically said they would have every right to do it.
I know she did.
But I think that would be harsh, and they wouldn't want to do that. Okay. I guess you don't know human nature either.
I know. And how, yeah, it's totally racist. It's totally potentially genocidal philosophy.
Yeah.
To watch these gotcha moments happen when he gets people caught in these little traps. You can see the excitement on his face. It's like when the shark from Nemo first smells blood.
I think that they would have a right to do that, but I think that would be really harsh, and I think that they're not even going to do that.
I mean, that is true.
That is so true.
That's pretty fair.
That's so true.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how many Jews died in the Holocaust?
So to them, she will always be the person that stumbled over the...
But here's the thing, okay? If I could believe that she was just making some debate mistake, she's caught in the moment or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
If she had walked back the comment or just said that, but she doesn't. She keeps defending that position again and again and again and again.
Multiple
so obviously
videos.
That's her real feeling.
Yes. Yeah. And the thing is, I mean, according to CRT ideology, it's not even racist for her to believe that.
No, it's not even racist. No.
Yeah. This is the problem. This is our core conflict with the whole CRT side of the debate. It's like,
right,
you're stoking intuitions in people that just are bad. They're bad. I mean, they're racist.
I mean, Derek Bell's, one of his founding CRT papers is that integration was bad.
Yes. Yeah. It's not a good way to go. Come on, you guys. You social constructionists. Society has to function at some level, right? There is some level of social construction that we all need.
The Marxist and the socialist do not understand human psychology.
They don't.
At all.
No.
At all.
They don't.
Completely. They're just... That's why it always devolves into authoritarian horribleness. Because that's where the psychology would lead you to say, oh, obviously this is where this is going to go.
Yeah. Yes.
But they just don't see it.
They end up with the powerful convincing the weak to unlist their videos at their discretion. That's the way it works. That's the way the real world works.
Oh, so simple question of genocide. You're gonna say but? Really? You're gonna say the B word after I just said the G word? Oh, so you want to kill white people then? Okay, I can't believe this. This is so messed up. I'm literally being murdered right now. The problem with these
I want to read some of those comments.
Really? You're gonna say the B word after I just said
Unsettling. There's Nate talks to you, saying how much your arguments resemble the alt-righters.
And
the
look,
G word?
look,
oh, so you want to kill white people then? Okay, I can't.
Look, Vaush has hearted the comment.
He did. He did.
Oh, more hearted comments. I haven't someone say what?
I haven't. They meant to type. I haven't heard someone say genocide is bad, but so many times in one discussion.
Right. Yeah.
Gosh, this is the framework that you're promoting.
When you go on, yeah.
You think you can separate your collectivism from this? This is the framework that your collectivist socialist ideology leads to every time.
Well, this is the framework that they've adopted, maybe stolen from you, even this Marxist framework to
right
to basically foster these intuitions of racism in a population that they could use to overthrow the status quo.
I mean, what's the difference between saying we can go out and, I don't know if Vaush has ever said anything like this, but conceptually say there's not much of a difference in saying, oh, we should go out and, kick all the rich out of their homes and redistribute their stuff to us. How is that anything different than what Flowers is saying, except on a race level?
It's not. It's the same rhetoric.
Right. Well, it's the same principle too.
It is. Them. Yeah. How would Xanderhall say it? Those people?
These people. Those people.
Right. This is what, man.
To me, this is why liberalism is so far the supreme ideology that humans have stumbled upon. It's because liberalism understands, whether this was intentional or not, that humans are always going to look for the other to blame.
Yes.
And liberalism says, okay, well, at least make the other that you're blaming an individual person.
Totally.
Like, this individual person harmed me. When you collectivize that other to a group harming you, then you get genocide, then you get the authoritarian regimes, then you get all the bad stuff that we're seeing.
It's a lot of work to devote your thinking to the level of the individual. It really is. It's so easy to slip into the Xanderhall, those people frame of mind.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
And it's bad. You don't want to do it. Don't do it. You don't need to do it. Right?
Right.
It's a lot of work, but it's fulfilling.
Believe this. This is so messed up. I'm literally being murdered right now. The problem.
Look, and he just makes a joke about it. He's like, look, I'm being white.
I'm being white genocide right here in my video. It's funny.
I know.
With these exchanges.
I wonder, Vaush is technically talking about white genocide as much as Tucker Carlson now.
There you go. There you go. It's true.
lacking any sort of nuance, was explained perfectly here by the indigenous activist Morgan Khashoggi in her conversation with Vaush. In this clip, she is referencing one of the follow-up conversations turned debates that Professor Flowers had with another streamer.
One of the ways that I saw that was when Dr. Heemdout had said, well, you know, I'm an immigrant and I believe that everybody has a right to live where they live, which is an idea that I agree with. So he says, well, why can't I just live where I live? And Professor Flowers says, well, because you're living on stolen land and that land is still stolen. And that's also true. Both of these opinions are valid opinions to have, but neither of them fully encapsulate the nuance of what it is to be an indigenous person repping the land back movement.
Okay, fantastic.
Great point, Morgan. Pitting two
that's actually a terrible point.
Yeah, it doesn't answer anything.
Yeah, she just said two people have conflicting opinions. And
yes.
They're both valid. It's like,
yes.
Well, what do we do when those opinions come into conflict?
Right. And one person is using that opinion to justify genocide, for heaven's
right,
sakes.
or even to justify, you know, deportation,
whatever,
forced deportation. Right.
Listen, the stolen land argument is the justification for genocide. That's the justification they're using. Pretty simple.
Well, it's so like, how did the stolen land argument? How does this work?
Mm-hmm.
Like, so, I mean, my family came here in the early 1900s from Europe. Okay, they didn't steal any land from Native Americans. They didn't own any slaves, whatever.
It's a completely different debate. It's a completely different debate that none of these people are having.
Right. So do I have to like give up where I live, and do my parents have to give up where they live, and do my grandparents have to give up where they live because it was Native American territory?
What color are they? And I'll answer.
They're all white.
Yep. Sorry, gotta go.
Like 200 or 300 years before they even got to this country.
Yeah, that's a good. I would like it if Noah and Vaush, his new best friend, will have a debate on this topic about when do we reset the clock on the stolen land argument?
Well, yeah, but exactly, because it's like, wait, if there was some Native American tribe that lived in, Florida, where my family lives, okay. Well, were they always living there from time immemorial? I'm sure that there was some other group of Native Americans that were living there at some point that they killed and took over. So isn't this sort of like, it's funny because they hate the stand your ground stuff. They always say stand your ground basically means that the guy with the gun, wins the argument because the person who's dead can't testify against them.
Right.
But they're basically making a stand your ground history argument.
Yeah, good point.
They're like, listen, if you're an ethnic group and you're going to conquer another ethnic group or another tribe and take their land, you better fucking wipe out every single one of them, because if you don't, then 1,000 years later, they can demand the land back.
That's actually the argument in The Art of War, but I don't condone it. I definitely don't condone it.
But that's the fucked up thing. That's why I fucking hate this philosophy. This Marxism shit is literally just preying upon all the worst inclinations that humans have done throughout all of human history. Because as you said, this is why you would see in ancient times, they would commit these horrible travesties where they would go to the village and they would wipe out every man, woman, and child.
Yeah.
It's because they wanted to make sure that there wouldn't be some retribution down the line.
Some son grows up in 20 years and he's fucking hunting the king.
Right. Some son grows up and he fosters that hate and he passes on to his son and his son and his son.
Right.
And that comes back to bite you in the ass. So it's better to just wipe everyone out and not have to deal with that. Okay.
Better. I have trouble with my modern liberal sensibilities.
Right.
Like, can we just not do that?
Right. And so, but that's again another facet of why liberalism is superior, because it's saying end the blood feuds. There aren't blood feuds. Okay. Yeah, that guy's grandfather might have been a piece of shit and he might have done something bad to you, but that's the grandfather.
Yeah.
The sons of that guy are not responsible for his actions, and you don't get just retribution against the family because something a family member did.
Yeah.
That's the only way to stop the cycle of violence. That's the only way for us to progress forward as a fucking society.
I can't remember the book, but there's a great book on this. why just that whole in the blood feud thing has to be fostered in society. Yes. Otherwise, conflict goes on forever. That's an interesting conversation to have with these people on the left who are just like, nah, if you're on stolen land, you're fucked. You hear my cat?
Oh, I do now, but yeah.
What are you laughing at? Is it
no, yeah, if you're on stolen land, you're fucked.
Well, that's like, it. Okay. That's it. I mean, it's in the story.
But then it's
right?
like everyone's fucked. Who's not on stolen land?
This is why you can't have this conversation, because it's so irrational. They're like,
we all massacred the Neanderthals.
We're all on stolen land. Okay, yes, I agree. We're all on stolen land.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't there some?
Although I paid for my land, literally. So fucking fuck you.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't there some group of like Hobbit people that lived in Australia or something that they think got wiped out?
Yeah,
by the by whatever the Homo erectus at the time.
Yeah,
like there's like everyone's living on stolen land.
Right. This is why they don't have this talk though, because that is the talk that this is an axiom that is just part of their belief package. They have to believe, white people are on stolen land. Fuck that.
Well, let me do a Jordan Peterson here. The problem goes much deeper than these leftist socialists are willing to understand, Adam.
I know it does.
Because
way deep.
Because this is the problem. And this gets back into the left when they conceptualize people are born innocent, which is insane. With the exception of plants that have chlorophyll, all of life is built on theft. It's all built on stealing the energy and resources that another animal collects.
That chicken sandwich you had for lunch today?
Yes.
Sorry.
Exactly. It's like, I'm going to have a cow and it's going to go eat some grass. So it's stealing the resources. It's killing and stealing the resources that this grass is collected from the sun, and it's gaining it. And then we kill and steal the energy and resources of the cow in order to live. And this is the problem. You have to, now obviously this isn't good, but you have to acknowledge this is the nature of the world if you want to get past it and build a society that's not fucking built on theft and blood feuds.
I know.
And suffering.
I agree. We're so close. We're so close. We're at 4 hours and 40. We can do it.
We know. Okay.
We're gonna do it. We're so close.
Okay.
Perspectives against one another in order to find a victor is probably bad if we want to learn anything about these multifaceted issues. I wonder why people are doing that.
You do not then get to attack 6 million ethnic minorities in a country. That's what you're doing.
Me, when someone tells me that my entire online presence creates an irredeemable intellectual vacuum.
Okay, fantastic.
Hassan had some relevant words on the shortcomings of knowledge acquired through debate.
My main goal isn't to fucking thrive on being the big-brained intellectual titan, because when you do that, that just means they are still responding simply to power. You're not actually creating or crafting an argument or showing people a different worldview. You're just simply the big bad gladiator, the intellectual gladiator, and as long as you continue being that guy, they will fucking give you money and give you praise because they think you're the smartest guy in the room, because that's the only way they can understand who is smart or not.
I apologize for most of this video being...
What the fuck?
Listen, I might have to take it all back. That's a pretty smart thing for his. That's so manipulatively smart. I question whether Hassan could have actually crafted those words or stole them from someone else. He might have stolen them from someone else, because essentially what he's saying is, listen, I'm not a big dum-dum head, and debate is wrong. Because the reason you like people when they debate is because they pwn and destroy other people. And so that means that you just like the fact that they're enacting power over another person. And aren't we, as socialists, supposed to be against oppressive power regimes? So he's equating the act of debate as an oppressive power regime. And that's why it's bad.
Wow.
Which is kind of a genius argument. It's a dishonest and disgusting argument, but it's kind of a genius propaganda argument. So I think someone wrote that for Hassan. I think Hassan stole that argument from someone else.
Noah wrote that. Did you see how many cuts were in that?
There were a lot of cuts in that. That's true. That's true. Maybe his stepsister is the brains behind the operation. She snuck in and, wrote the...
That is a valid critique of debate if you're looking for debate to establish truth. Debate is about power. It really is, especially in this.
The problem is, it can be either or.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
Debate can establish.
I
debate
agree.
is useful because it can establish truth, but also a lot of debate is just rhetoric and tactics
and power. Yeah.
It's not one or the other.
In politics, it's about power. In science, it's about truth.
Right.
They're using debate for different purposes, but they also construct the debate differently. Like if it's a power game, it really is about like demoralizing and talking shit about your opponent days later, character assassination, that kind of thing. Like character assassination in a realm where you're searching for truth is bad, right? That's not going to work. That's not a good tactic in that realm.
Right.
But it is a good tactic in the realm of power seeking, political power seeking. Yeah. So, but Noah doesn't make any of this distinction that debate can be used for multiple purposes. Yeah, we should be talking about that. Anyway, that's why we're here. We're talking about that's the value that we add.
Me playing clips of other people making my points for me, but not gonna lie, I'm not that smart.
Noah Samson's
if Noah Samson is saying he's not as smart as Hassan, you just
listen.
Delete your channel, dude. What the fuck?
That could be true. I could believe that.
Yeah.
Fucking idiot.
I'm good at making YouTube.
He's using Hassan clips because Hassan's giant. Like his whole channel reeks of these are the people that I need to make it big. Did you see the 2 videos that he did on people on the left?
I saw that. I don't watch them now.
So he basically just ingratiates himself to everyone on the left. He's doing the social climber thing.
Very smart.
Yeah. Which it's if you're making an argument that you're searching for truth and you're doing the social climber thing, I question
little sussy wussy.
It is a little sussy.
A little skeptical.
Don't you think? You don't need to be at the top of some social hierarchy to seek truth.
Right.
Probably going to get you further away from the truth. Climbing social hierarchies often involves understanding the truth and pretending that you don't. Am I wrong? It sounds like you agree with me.
You're correct.
Yeah.
You are correct.
Yeah. Don't plan on climbing any social hierarchies if you're a true seeker.
Videos and talking about other YouTubers, but that's about it. Please don't copyright claim me. You're being paid in exposure. You're welcome, Hassan. But this is what people mean when they talk about how debate streams are all about winning and domination. Vaush beat Professor Flowers in this debate. He won. He proved to the cheering Coliseum crowd that she is the bad, dumb lady, and he is the good, smart guy. That's how—
Well, he didn't prove that she was dumb. He seemed to show that she was racist and advocating, and that her principles would lead to racial genocide.
Yeah. Yeah. He did.
Okay.
And she double, triple, quadrupled down on
it.
Like if she wants to take it back, I would totally accept that. I don't know that she can though, because you got to admit she's like,
well, not now.
Well, we don't know. I could see her taking it back and people calling her Uncle Tom and shit like that, which is fucking horrible. But
I think the problem is she can't take it back because it perfectly aligns. She's like, that is the CRT, as we talked about, that is the CRT Marxist, race Marxism perspective. It will lead down this path.
That is her belief.
How it will exist in his mind and the minds of his audience of hundreds of thousands of people until, well, forever, it seems like. Far smarter people than me have tried to explain why this shit is ridiculous and reinforces white supremacy online, but none have prevailed. The debate zone might just be an impenetrable bubble of stupidity.
Hey.
Okay, that one was a bit harsh.
Thank you.
The debate zone is definitely not an impenetrable bubble of stupidity.
Is that sarcasm?
Nope.
All right. Carry on.
I've seen that Vaush is capable of having fruitful conversations with other leftists in the past. One great example is his talk with YouTuber and anarchist history PhD haver Zoe Baker in late 2020. Despite their ideological differences, they shared both of their perspectives on political strategy in a non-combative manner and were able to move forward with a better understanding of each other's views. But when it comes to talking with other leftists about issues he lacks perspective on, it mostly goes like this.
What an asshole.
Or like this.
Are you listening to a word that I'm saying?
Or this.
That guy was actually too stupid to have a conversation with.
Or this.
I'm starting to wonder if you're educated enough to have this conversation.
In before you say I'm...
We're doing this all wrong. We really are. Vaush is single-handedly destroying the left. We should just
I know.
We should just shut up and get out of the way.
Listen, here's a prediction. If Vaush ever starts to approach Hassan numbers, he will turn on Hassan like second.
Oh yeah, he's never going to approach those numbers.
I don't think he will.
Yeah,
I don't think he will.
Clip chimping, cope and seethe, liberals. No, I'm just kidding. I don't say shit like that in real life. All of those full conversations are linked below. Go watch them and see if you can identify where and why they went wrong. Hint, 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 hint. Here is a clip of Vaush talking about how he views these types of conversations that I think is very telling.
I'm going to put it this way, okay? I've talked to a decent number of lefty video essayists who disagree with me, and not one of them has come out looking good. You guys understand that, right? Like the times we've talked with the video essayists when they come to disagree, like this is not like I'm blinded by their intellect when they come over here. This is a very aesthetic obsession. The idea that like, oh, video essayists are smart because they have scripts.
Once again,
it's hilarious to play that clip and then you play Noah going on Vaush and he's basically living up to that.
Yeah, no. Vaush
so of course, it
gave him the world.
Mean, Vaush's ego. It's like I'm surprised that anyone can live in that room. That his ego hasn't sucked all the oxygen out of this room.
Well,
he's like, oh, because I'm good at debating people means that I'm right.
It's like a self-fulfilling cycle though, because the more popular that he gets, the bigger the ego gets. It fuels the ego. Yeah.
No, but notice he didn't even couch it. I was wrong when I just said he didn't couch it in who was right or wrong. He couched it in who comes out looking good and
or
not
bad.
Good.
I know. Right? Yeah, caught that.
And it's funny because he's always said like, "Oh, I debate for a living. You know, I'm very good at it because I spend a lot of time thinking about it." Blah 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 blah. So it's like, okay, well, if you acknowledge all that and you acknowledge that you have all this rhetoric and manipulation tactics at your disposal, then why would you bring up that, well, you're the one looking good in these confrontations? Obviously. You're practiced at it, and all these video essayists are not practiced at it whatsoever.
Well, and he's doing character assassination. He's basically saying, everybody that talks to me is a fucking idiot. They walk away demoralized. Yeah.
Well, is he doing character assassination, or is he doing a sort of sticking heads on pikes to warn off the invaders?
That's yes, yeah. That's exactly it. That too.
He is implicitly reinforcing the idea that the gamer's marketplace of ideas is some supreme form of knowledge creation, and anyone who can't hang with his rhetoric must be
too stupid to have a conversation with.
He follows that up by saying this.
Well, you know what? What I do isn't easy. I don't have a script, and I never think about anything that I do. It's all just off the cuff, okay? I don't have any brain at all. This is just reflex. I'm not even thinking about what I say.
Okay, so he's just...
Is he joking? I don't know if
he's being
joking.
a little sarcastic there, but it's a little self-reporty. It really is.
Self-report.
Joking here, and I really do appreciate Vaush's sense of humor. But where's the lie, though? Like, I'm not saying he has no brain. I'm saying it would be awesome if he took this "I'm just a dumb streamer, no thoughts, head empty" approach and actually operated as if he understood that. So, in a word, humility. But it's so strange how he can acknowledge this here in a joke.
I don't have any brain at all.
While simultaneously citing his rhetoric as being the peak of online intellectualism.
Not one of them has come out looking good.
Being open to where your gaps in knowledge are makes things better for everyone involved in interactions, but most of the time he does the exact opposite of that, and it can be hard to watch.
I'm starting to wonder if you're educated enough to have this conversation.
And so because of all of this,
it's interesting to me that I think a lot of this anti-Vaush hate from other leftists is because Vaush is a very stereotypical toxically masculine individual.
Yeah, Vaush has said this.
Yes, and how he has, okay.
Yeah.
And how he engages in social situations, it's like the epitome of the toxically masculine male. and just being like this ultra assured of yourself, ultra domineering. No, let me mansplain to you everything. Let me tell you what's right and what's wrong.
Yeah.
And if you question me, I'm just gonna double and triple down and quadruple down. I'm not gonna think like, oh, maybe this person is right and I'm wrong. And they feel this and they're just sensing this. They go, something's wrong here. We're supposed to be fighting against this.
Vaush has cited this on why he has so many problems with everyone on the left. Is that he puts it down to his style, stylistically. Yeah.
Well, but here's the problem: if he's aware of it, why is he not? Well, maybe this is the sleight of hand here. He's saying it's a style thing. It's not a style thing. No. It's a moral way of acting, or I would say it's an immoral way of acting.
Right. Yeah. It's toxic masculinity on steroids is basically what it is. Well, I mean,
it's a stylistic choice. Listen, my racism, it's a stylistic choice. Okay. It has nothing to do with the moral framework.
The character assassination, which is the particular point that Noah keeps making in the video, that's actually more toxic feminine behavior.
True. That's
true. It
true.
really is. It really is. Guys sense that talking shit behind another guy's back is going to lead to some sort of bad confrontation, but girls do it all the time because they know other girls getting in some physical altercation lowers their status. So they're like, fucking talk shit, destroy, destroy their reputation. That's a signature move of the toxically or the toxically feminine female.
Right.
Yeah.
Professor Flowers now exists as a character in the Debate Bro canon, the crazy black separatist lady that hates white people and loves genocide, and any and all.
I mean, okay.
I mean, where's the lie, though?
I don't like the fact that Vaush is going to continue the character assassination until she has no platform at all, until she's like gone, just completely erased from YouTube history. That just seems unfair to me. It really does. I like to think people can change, people can evolve.
I can change.
Well, I mean, I've pulled no punches here. I've said Professor Flowers, what she's saying is openly racist and
of course
would lead to genocide. Like,
yes,
unfortunately, I'd like to believe maybe she doesn't believe that. Maybe she thinks that that's a lofty claim. I'd like to believe she would make that video and say, I don't support genocide or political violence or anything. I like to believe that.
But I'm an incredibly selfish individual.
You are?
I don't care. Yes. I don't care about the health of our country politically or the health of our YouTube political debato SAO sphere. Okay. All I care, since I'm very selfish, I just care about me. And I want more and more crazy dumb fucks like Flowers and Noah and Vaush and all these people to just keep coming out so we can keep watching their shitty, insane videos and mocking them relentlessly for
Sitch,
it. Okay?
I want redemption arcs, okay?
No.
I am a true...
No, there's no redemption here. Redemption doesn't make for good content.
I am a true lover. A lover of humanity.
Get this Jesus Christian shit out of here, okay? This is destruction. We're burning it down. We're going to laugh at the ashes.
I feel like there's a good person in everyone that's just, it needs to be cultivated.
Oh my God. I see the good side of all things. That's what Adam says right before he starts the robot uprising.
There's some,
everybody.
We are in some ways a product of our environment. I mean, it's a mix, obviously, of our temperament and our environment. So,
okay, I don't know what that has to do with what we were talking about, but sure.
I think people can change. I believe there's that opportunity.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember the Saddam Hussein "I Can Change" song from South Park movie?
Okay,
maybe he couldn't change.
Maybe people
couldn't change. Okay.
There, people believe nobody can change, but I mean, I feel like, okay, how about this? I'll clarify my position.
Okay.
The chance of someone changing is very, 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 very low, very minuscule. People don't change, okay? But we have to live in a world where we believe change is possible.
There you go.
Otherwise, you won't forgive anyone for anything ever.
That's true.
And we will be in the cycle of retribution forever.
Wait, let me turn off the joke. Let me turn off the comedy show.
Tell me the
fucking
serious. Your serious.
Let me be a little bit more optimistic. I do think a lot of these people and a lot of these breadtubers will change because we're forgetting something. These are a bunch of dumb 20-year-old kids with no life experience.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. If you go back, I mean, look at Destiny. I think Vaush and Destiny have very similar personality types.
Yes,
very
I
similar
agree.
personality types. And if you go back and look at Destiny when he was, Vaush's age, he was like 1,000 times fucking worse, than he is now.
Yes, you're right.
He was way more of a total asshole, a crazy piece of shit, in how he would interact with people. So I do think that a lot of these people can change. And I think a lot of them will mature and will mellow the fuck out and maybe grow some sense as they get older.
Yeah. Their temperament changes and they get more experience. Basically.
Right. And because we have to remember that the young are more radical than the old.
Yeah. Yes.
And when we have this weird situation where the young have this massive platform to make themselves heard, like, I don't know, like, I'm assuming Noah's in his early 20s. That's what he looks like. I could be wrong. Maybe he's late 20s, 30, but doesn't he looks like he's like a 22-year-old kid to me or something.
40.
It's the mustache. He looks very young to me. And I'm like, what the fuck? You have all these very young people coming on this platform and they're just talking about a bunch of shit they don't know anything about.
I know, it's crazy.
Yeah, you just shove food in your face.
You don't know that. You don't know that. I'm fucking starving here.
He eat his shove his pants.
Subsequent harassment and content made at her
Look at all this. You're missing some of these titles. They're insane. Vaush reacts to Professor Flowers coping about her debate with Vaush on Luna's stream. Vaush gets canceled for being against ethno-nationalists. Oh my God.
A good title.
Expense is therefore totally justified under the pretense that, well, we saw her true colors in that debate, so she deserves it. Bad, 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 very bad, very bad, bad. Whenever Vaush hears people describe what he does as enabling harassment, he responds with this.
There's a whole narrative about my community harassing people, but in spite of nearly 3 years of trying to track down the people actually doing this, I've yet to be provided a single piece of evidence of it actually happening. Usually the initial claim is some very severe, Vaush community, harass.
Remember when Vaush's community and ex-girlfriend and guy who lives with Vaush and his ex-girlfriend got Destiny deplatformed for Twitch?
How dare you call that evidence? How dare you, Sitch?
Cutting him out of context? Is that evidence of harassment? I don't know. You tell me, Vaush.
How dare you call that evidence?
Is that evidence? I don't know. Like, maybe I'm wrong. I've never seen any evidence. Nope.
I mean, Destiny felt pretty chapped about that. Destiny's still mad about that.
No evidence. I've never seen any evidence.
Harassing, like really bad, right? But then I get some screenshots, and it's usually people just being kind of mean, which I'm fine with. I don't have a problem with people being mean to people I don't like.
Okay, if you deliberately mischaracterize someone as being in favor of ethnostates and genocide,
it's ethnic cleansing
to your massive audience. How
Look, deliberately mischaracterized.
Right.
He's really hitting this home.
on earth does this not enable harassment? Like, he's convinced hundreds of thousands of people that literal Hitler is on Twitter and you can tweet at them. And not only that, but you should, because, you know, he's fine with his fans being mean to people he doesn't like. It's as if he's deliberately trying.
Listen, here at the Sitch and Adam show, we joke. We kid. It's a comedy show. Okay.
Fuck, we joke all the time. That's all we do.
Right.
Don't take any of this seriously.
We actually believe in the good in people.
Especially that. Don't take that seriously.
Okay. I see, like Dolores, I see the good in people. Don't be mean to people on our behalf, please. Don't ever go and be mean to someone we criticize.
Nobody's doing that.
Don't be mean.
Nobody's
don't be
doing
mean.
That. Nobody does that.
Just laugh and go, look at this moron in your head. Okay, don't go be mean. I don't want to be mean.
Do you think mischaracterizing rank and file conservatives as racist, white genocide conspiracy promoters is a standard thing on the left? Do you think that's
I'm glad you said that.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that because we need to have an addendum here. Okay. I don't want you to be like throwing, when I say mean, I mean, don't be ad homing people. If you want to go out there and call, Michael Eric Dyson or whoever, when they say something super racist, you want to say, wow, look at this person being fucking racist. Okay.
Yeah.
If you want to go do that, go do that. That's not being mean. That's just pointing out the behavior.
Right.
So go do that. Go point out people that are being racist. You have my blessing.
Noah's argument here is that we shouldn't mischaracterize people's position.
Well, sure, but
is that his argument? I mean, let's set aside what Professor Flowers' argument actually is.
His argument is that intentionally mischaracterizing someone's position and then getting your fans to attack them for that mischaracterization is a form of harassment.
Right.
Which I would agree with if that was what happened. I mean,
I totally agree with that. But I'm saying it seems to me, I mean, there was a recent uproar about a podcaster, Joe Rogan, where I think maybe someone tried to perhaps mischaracterize his position. Doesn't it seem like mischaracterizing people's position is the tried and true most common tactic used on the left? I mean,
it is pretty common.
Well, I'm just saying here, Noah is coming out. He's taking a very strong stance. I like that. Anyone who's going to come out and say mischaracterizing someone's position is wrong and immoral and we shouldn't do that.
Right.
I'm going to get behind
what's
that
funny?
guy.
In regards to Joe Rogan or someone else,
Anyone
else. He would just say this. He would have the Vaush defense. He would say, oh, well, it's okay because I'm not mischaracterizing their position.
Right. And I think that Vaush would say the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's what Vaush just said. He said, oh, I'm fine with people being mean to them.
Yeah, I'm not mischaracterizing their position. Yeah, I guess the rub is in what is really mischaracterizing their position, right?
But it's funny because he just made this big deal earlier in regards to the Jewish banking and the Nazis thing, saying, oh, well, whether that's a historical fact or not is irrelevant to the conversation.
Right.
But now he's sort of saying, well, whether you mischaracterize something is relevant to whether it justifies a negative response or not.
Yeah, he's all over the place.
It's not consistent.
There's no consistency in any of this.
No. Look at Adam. Adam's too busy stuffing his face to press the play button. He's just got all the Pan Express just shoving in his face.
Hey, I had COVID, okay?
What's that to do with anything?
Did I mention that I had COVID?
Look at this guy. I'm an oppressed person.
I want my oppression points, okay?
Well, listen, I told Adam.
I know.
My throat feels a little bad.
Tell him.
My throat feels a little weird. I don't know if I got the COVID. We'll find out.
Sunday, we may not have a live stream.
I don't know. We'll see. I'm hoping not.
Sitch might have the Omicron, okay?
I really hope not.
He's vaccinated and boosted, okay? He's ready. Yes, he's going into battle prepared.
Dose is a problem. The response here is especially bizarre if we watch how Non-Compete brought this issue to his attention right before that last clip of Vaush's denial.
What I've noticed, and a lot of people have noticed, is a pattern where whenever you talk about somebody who is, shall we say, marginalized, black or trans or person of color, that there's a tendency for those people to receive a lot of kind of like after effect collateral damage in terms of harassment, threats, and other kinds of disturbing attacks like that. Now, I've seen it happen with Luna because I'm married to her. We spend all of our time together. I monitor, I help her administrate her comments and that sort of thing. And I also know other people.
He almost said I monitor her behavior. That's not good. That's not good.
People who have shown me similar results, So I guess my first question is, are you aware of that, or would you deny that that's?
Didn't Luna call Vaush a pedophile?
She did, yeah, totally.
Okay.
Yeah. Listen, internet people out there, as soon as you call someone a pedophile, the gloves are coming off. Okay. If Luna is so dumb that she thinks she can just call Vaush a pedophile and he's not going to craft a reputation for her and give her back just as much in kind, you know, she needs to go back to school or something.
I love this because this is again Vaush sleeping in the bed that he's made. Okay. Because it's like someone comes out and says Vaush is a pedophile, then he attacks back, but because they're like a minority,
a marginalized person, yeah.
Suddenly it's like, well, you're being racist and sexist. That's perfect.
I guess this is why.
Like perfect irony.
I guess this is why she felt she could do that, because she's like, well, I'm protected by my marginalized status, so he can't do too much damage to me. I'm not sure though. I think Luna's kind of taken off the board. I think non-compete is like taken off the board, right?
Right, but see, and this is what people like Noah are reacting to,
right?
Because they're like, oh, you know, if Luna is taken off the board by this white male, then that means that there is white supremacy and white hegemony in Breadtube spaces. That's why they're so triggered by all this.
Or it's colorblindness, and it doesn't matter if you're marginalized.
Well, that's dirty liberalism. That's even worse.
Well, okay, but I mean, it basically it says that you can't hide behind your marginalized status if you're going to go around calling people pedos. Like fucking.
Well, according to race Marxism, you totally can. What do you mean?
Yeah, but they're living in a delusional world. Okay.
Well, of course they are.
Yeah, that's not gonna. It's not going to fly. You're going to get taken off the board. But Vaush is
partaking in that delusion.
There's a lot. I mean, life ain't fair, guys. But Vaush is the top of the pyramid right now. You guys need to suck it up, okay? Vaush, listen, okay? Hassan comes out and tells you. He says, "Suck my dick," okay? Vaush doesn't tell you this, but he's thinking it. He's fucking thinking it. You gotta do what you gotta do, guys. Stay relevant.
I know you want this to be like all night. We had to play some of his rant.
I know.
It's just so insane.
We're almost there. We're doing good. Yeah. We're doing good on time. It's kind of funny that come on, we could do it. We got 1 hour left. No, we're good. I don't know.
Something that happens.
I think I'd mostly deny it.
Non-compete is being pretty reasonable here, right? Just trying to draw attention to a problem that he's seen firsthand that's actively harming marginalized people. That's directly correlated with Vaush's actions. And Vaush is just like, nope, not me.
See, and this is another trick that the race Marxists do. Okay, Vaush as an individual is responsible for his individual actions.
Oh, you're right.
The white male.
Ah, you're right.
But he's perpetrating a crime against an entire class of marginalized individuals.
Oh,
by attacking another individual.
Yeah. It's not fair. It's
total bullshit. Total bullshit.
Yeah.
Not my problem. None of this is my responsibility. Am I overstepping by saying that this is bad? Bad, very bad, very bad. Related to the issue.
Well, just make sure that you don't have to take it back or anything. I mean, if you're going to say it, you really want to mean it.
Of the nature.
It's so good, isn't it?
I know.
It's so good.
Of harassment from these spaces is their crusade against identity politics. On multiple occasions, the first thing that comes to Vaush's mind as a potential motivation for people wanting to defend Professor Flowers is that they are doing so because she's black, or caving to identity politics.
There are a bunch of directions you can go in this. I do think a lot of people on the left are just castrated whiteys or whatever, who just refuse to disagree with women of color. I can only see this same pattern so many times, where like some woman comes out with some insane shit and people defend them or whatever.
This is what Xander...
I'm having trouble here.
Isn't it? You know the meme of like the guy sticking the stick in the bike and then falling over and then blaming someone else?
Oh, yeah.
That's Vaush right now. He's sticking the stick in the wheel and he's like, damn woke leftists.
Yeah.
Hall references when he calls supporting Professor Flowers wanting to look woke.
We're black people and we want segregation. That is not woke.
Amazing stuff that we're dealing with here. It's just really strange to me that this is the first and seemingly only reason that they could think of as to why people would want to side with her. And not that maybe in her videos she made good points that were well researched and provided more information on these topics than anything that could have ever come from that nightmare of a debate. Points that had they actually listened.
You know, you could have played a clip of her saying she's not in favor of genocide or something. I mean, does it matter how well researched your point is if at the end of the day you're saying it's okay to race genocide people? No, I don't. What we're going with
this? It's questionable behavior, no.
Very sus. Very sussy-wussy.
No, are you in favor of, ethnic genocide or anything?
Yeah, I don't know.
No, I'm curious.
Let us know.
You're going pretty hard defending. Are you going to be defending Richard Spencer next? I mean, you already have the haircut, so I'm curious.
Why are we apologizing this?
To would have answered all of their stupid fucking questions.
Hey now.
Perfectly valid inquiries.
Okay.
But I guess actually listening to her would mean no more content for them, so never mind.
Hey.
I mean, their content is heavily reliant on drama, and miscommunications can feed into drama, so listening and understanding are both actively discouraged in this online debate space, and that's something which we should try to change.
Better.
By putting all debate streamers in prison.
God damn it.
That's satire, by the way. Abolish the prison industrial complex. Except keep it open for debate streamers only.
Oh my god.
Like, okay, sure. I could see some people jumping to the conclusion that Vaush was in the wrong without really engaging with the content of the debate. They click on the video, see this shouty white devil's advocate style individual and a black lady, and click off to write a mean tweet about how Vaush bad. That probably does happen.
That's probably like 99% of
Yeah, I completely agree. Did he just call Vaush a white devil? I feel like he
called Vaush a white devil.
I'm sure sometimes even because of internalized racism or whatever, but that explanation can only go so far. Again, I'm thinking using debatebro brain here, but in the same way that Vaush is waiting on proof of his fans' harassment, I have yet to see substantial evidence that the people siding with Professor Flowers are doing so just because she's black. If it's there...
I mean, isn't this video evidence?
I know. Why are you siding with Professor Flowers again? I mean, we haven't really...
Yeah, he hasn't. His evidence, or no, his reason for siding with Professor Flowers is she's not saying the thing that she's very clearly saying.
Right.
And let me show you a clip of her very clearly saying the thing that we all think she's saying, but she's not actually saying.
Well, could he be siding with her because it's justified because of the oppression? I mean, I don't
think that's his position.
Well, my question is, and will remain my question until it's answered. Like, if your oppression is it not technically, if your oppressed group is it technically not genocide? That's my question. Yeah.
Right.
I'm waiting.
Someone please show it to me. Quantify your claims. That's your guys' whole thing, right? Until that happens, though, it seems like a huge leap in logic to be making, especially given the content of her responses. And it strikes me as, at least ostensibly, quite racist, especially when, thanks to Vaush, this whole anti-identity politics crusade is being waged by leftists all...
I mean, can you make the argument that just because he's saying... I mean, if Professor Flowers was white, then the argument that Vaush is racist would be off the table and he wouldn't be defending her, right?
Yes.
So he is only defending her because she's black, because otherwise it wouldn't be racist for Vaush just to do what he's doing and say what he's saying.
Yes.
Across the internet in places where it has no right to be. For example, on January 9th, I tweeted this screenshot of one of Vaush's YouTube videos where he reviews an introductory lesson on dialectical materialism from Vietnamese communist YouTuber Luna Oi. His video is titled, "This is the stupidest tanky video I have ever seen. Brain damage suffered." The point of my tweet was to say that this title was unnecessarily inflammatory, especially given the content of the video, which is a point that I stand by. But take a moment to look at this reply to my tweet.
Listen. The title is it's inflammatory. I mean, I'm gonna go and call these people racists, white nationalists, white supremacists, white racist, but my title is not inflammatory.
We know now that Noah is against clickbait. Okay,
do we? Question mark.
All we've have accomplished here is determining Noah Samson's position on clickbait.
I think he's pretty pro clickbait. I mean,
I don't solving the debate bro problem. That's not really quick clickbait. Come on.
That's
fucking
like,
weak.
what do you mean?
That's
replace debate bro with a different group of people, Adam.
Mm-hmm. Solving the white people problem? Is that what you're saying?
No.
Oh. What? I don't know. Spit it out. Tell us.
Oh, well, solving that's a common like racist thing. You say, oh, solving like the Jewish problem or solving the black problem. Yes.
Oh, okay. See, I don't run in these racist circles, so I have
Adam
no
is
idea.
so not racist. He doesn't know like the racist rhetoric.
I'm
not saying that's
I try to
Noah
stay away from it.
Right.
But
I'm not saying I don't know if Noah titled the video with that in mind, but it definitely
really
I think it is clickbaity and that it invokes that same kind of feeling.
Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting.
I'm just saying.
I mean, I've heard the final solution thing. It's not that. It doesn't say
I have the final solution for the debate bros. Listen.
Yeah. I mean, that would be clear. That would be clearly
maybe he thinks that. Okay.
Are you saying that the first title of the video was something to that effect?
That was the first title of the video, yes.
Noah is completely, I mean, he's basically cutting off. He's basically shooting himself in the foot here, because sooner or later Noah's going to realize, oh, clickbait, I need that. Right? There's no sustainable path here for Noah to spend a month on a video here that doesn't get some views, right? I mean, this is an unsustainable path. Obviously, he's like a socialist, right? So this is a socialist business model. Unsustainable.
Right.
Okay.
Is there an actual problem here, or are we just gallantly coming to the rescue of the helpless and vulnerable female POC?
Like, yep, you got it. That's the only reason. It couldn't possibly be because he called a benign theory video brain damage inducing. You are so smart. I must be one of those circumcised whites or whatever Vaush called them.
Castrated whiteys.
Here's another exchange from this.
Well, I mean, if he was saying that about anyone on the right, you wouldn't defend them. Let's be honest here, right?
It's a little sussy-wussy.
He wouldn't defend them.
Well, like hold on a second. Let me pretend I'm Xander, or not Xander. I'm Noah here. Okay. I mean, this guy we just watched, he just compared circumcision to castration, Adam. I feel like there's some anti-Semitic tropes bubbling beneath the surface here.
No.
There could be some latent Jewish hate, perhaps.
Are you going after
Mayhaps. Why did he say circumcised? I don't understand. Why did he conflate circumcision with castration? That feels anti-Semitic to me. I'm just saying.
It is anti-Semitic. It is definitely anti-Semitic.
Noah.
It sounds like he's a Holocaust denier.
I listen. I mean, he is defending, this lady who seems to be defending racial genocide. So who knows?
And
who can extrapolate from there? What other things?
And I did hear.
I'm just asking questions.
I did hear Vaush say 6 million.
Yes. I did also hear Vaush say 6 million, and it is in his video, and therefore, ergo vis-a-vis.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Therefore, I am.
Noah Samson is anti-Semitic, in case you didn't get it. Okay.
This is a comedy show.
No, I'm going to put up a little graphic that's going to be on the show from now on about how Noah Samson is anti-Semitic, okay? We're going to include that.
Right.
It's going to be right up here with my color.
I'm trying to illustrate the systemic dishonesty of a lot of the rhetoric.
No, I'm putting it up here with my Colovar.
Adam truly believes it. But,
my $200 super chat for Colivars. Yes. I'm going to change the type to be Noah Samson is anti-Semitic.
Because he made this comment. Yes.
What do you think?
I think you should not do that.
I think it's dishonest. I wouldn't go as far as calling Noah Samson anti-Semitic.
Yes.
But I think other people would.
No, but I'm just saying he like that's the same level of argumentation he was using earlier against Sandoval.
Oh, I know.
These people, Xander. These people.
This video just reeks of hypocrisy. It's like everything I'm accusing Vaush of doing, I'm a doing this video. It's crazy. Come on.
This week, a Vaush fan tweets, Professor Flowers advocated for allowing genocide on colonizers. Someone replies, no, she didn't, because she didn't. This person then responds with,
anytime any person of color says anything remotely disagreeable, we're supposed to shut up?
Nope, no one is saying that. Literally no one is saying.
I can't believe Vaush has so many fucking anti-woke people defending him. I'm a little taken back here.
No. Listen. This completely conforms with our worldview. Okay, This is how you know that our worldview is correct. By the way, it's how predictive it is. We said this a million times. Most people, not our listeners, not our gentle, big brain, intelligent listeners, but most other people who don't have free will, who don't listen to us, they don't have fucking principles.
No,
at all.
Of course.
Yeah.
I mean, of course not.
Right. They have no principles, and they just try to use whatever arguments best fit the feeling
situation,
and the situation that they want.
Yeah.
And so, of course, you're going to have all of Vaush's simps suddenly appeal to some form of universal liberalism when their guy is being attacked, and the universal liberalism can construct a good counter narrative.
Yeah, it's the only thing they have to use.
Yeah,
it's the weapon at their disposal.
Exactly.
Yeah. Principles be damned.
You are just saying that out of nowhere, and it feels kind of racist, man, not gonna lie. In these people's minds, whenever someone defends a person of color that disagrees with Vaush, they're obviously only doing it because they want to look woke or score points with those Twitter tankies or doing self-love.
I like that Noah liked the comment
Yeah.
for the thumbnail.
For fuck's sake.
Loathing crimes or whatever, because why else would they disagree with Vaush? The possibility that he can be wrong doesn't seem to cross their minds. You can see this response in his chat anytime anyone mentions that someone is of racialized or marginalized status.
Inpol.
Vaush and his orbiters have made it a part of the brand to value argument over identity. And while that concept on its face isn't a bad thing, it has clearly grown into a problem where the automatic tendency of his viewers is to write off the perspectives of marginalized communities, not in spite of their race, but because of it. So my call to action in this section is please deprogram whatever it is in your brain that makes you say shit like this before even reading what anyone is saying. Thanks. Also stop watching debate streams. Okay, thanks, bye. So I've said most of what I feel like I've needed to say, but I want to take a moment to look at something I found that was interesting to me at the end of Vaush's stream segment. In this clip, Vaush is frustrated by the online left's apparent failings in who they choose to support. It's a long clip, so it's just a long clip.
You're making it longer. Stop.
The thing that really weirds me out, and like I hope this doesn't get misinterpreted, but like I follow a lot of small lefty YouTubers and streamers. Like I try to pay attention to like smaller communities so that I don't get too in my head. And there are so many awesome like POC creators who get like no.
Listen, I don't want to be too in my own head. I want to broaden my view. I don't want to be in my own bubble. So I'm going to listen to small creators who are part of my bubble, who say all the things that I also agree with.
Yeah.
But they're small.
Right.
So
yeah,
it's different.
They can't hurt me. I'm safe.
What a stupid point.
Yeah.
No attention, you know? And then it feels like the ones that the online left always jumps to support are the worst ones, you know? It's really weird. Like I very rarely see like these big like jumps to the support of like the really cool ones. Not even people in my orbit or whatever, just generally cool creators. Like how many times has this happened? Mel?
The irony here. Oh my God. I don't know if you see it.
It's off the charts.
He's like, there's all these small YouTubers and streamers that are so smart. But for some reason, the community, the Breadtube community, keeps propping up the worst streamers and the worst YouTubers.
Yeah.
Vaush says, being propped up by that community.
Yeah. Well, there's that. Yeah.
This is like the biggest self-report ever.
It's a huge self-report. And it's also, I mean, the reason why, like, the argument he's making is that they prop him up because, I mean, they get attention because they attack people, they engage in conflict and stuff like that.
Right. But how do you say this without an ounce of awareness?
Yeah, that he's got to know intuitively that the reason he's as big as he is because he's a conflict magnet, because he seeks out conflict and engages in conflict.
Right.
But he's not making the connection that the reason why those other people are embraced by the left, their channels grow because they engage in conflict, and they are engaging in conflict with him. I mean, that's ultimately the argument he's making, right?
True.
Yeah. Are you saying that Vaush just needs to like realize that he's being propped up by the left?
I just think it's funny that he's like, oh, he realizes that his community keeps propping up terrible people.
The worst people. Yeah, exactly.
And he doesn't see that, well, wait a minute. These are the people propping me up.
Right.
Does that mean I'm engaged in the same terrible behavior?
Well, he doesn't. This is an interesting aspect to the whole situation, because Vaush very much doesn't see the left as a collaborative endeavor. He sees it as a bunch of people trying to destroy him. And he is involved in that same trying to destroy everyone who's trying to destroy him game, which is, I mean, it's a terrible place to be. It is awful. But I mean, that is the situation, is it not?
It is. It is.
Yeah. It's like he's in this Game of Thrones situation, and he doesn't realize that's what's interesting about it.
Mm-hmm.
Luna, Professor Flowers, stuff like that. It feels like whenever the jump happens, I don't know how much of this is like performative self-hatred or what.
The three people that Vaush mentions the online left wrongfully jumping to defend are Professor Flowers, Luna Oi, and Chaos Ismail. There's a common factor between the three of them that I don't believe he recognized here. It's not just that the three of them are small POC creators and online figures. It's
Vaush hates women! Oh my god. Toxic masculinity.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That all of their most visible online moments have been fights with Vaush. They have debated him or critiqued him in videos, on Twitter, or live on stream. They have...
Oh, you don't remember this part?
No.
Yeah. No, he's saying that it's so bizarre because he doesn't make the connection that the reason why they're blowing up is because they did attack Vaush. Like, and also, I mean, this is the reason he's attacking Vaush. He's totally attacking Vaush because he wants his channel to blow up. He has the same incentive that all of these other people have. It's not. There's stop hiding behind this moralistic.
You should have doubled down. Make your video listed again. Don't unlist it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. It's so weird.
Climb the hierarchy.
He doesn't want the conflict though, and this is why he will never be Vaush. No, you're never going to be Vaush because you're running from the conflict. Vaush is running to the conflict and bullshitting his way through it.
Well, there are ways to be popular without. I mean, like ContraPoints was very anti-conflict.
Right. You think?
But she was successful.
You think Vaush is? I mean, maybe. I'm skeptical. I don't think.
No, ContraPoints is more successful than Vaush.
No,
right?
But ContraPoints is also much smarter than Noah is. I don't know that Noah's gonna
listen.
Look,
we do the best with what we have. Okay.
If you want to be anti-conflict, you got to admit you've got to have some certain strategies to overcome that. That's a huge hurdle to overcome.
That's true.
I mean, we've engaged in conflict on the show before. I mean, we're semi-anti-conflict.
Our show is just conflict. I don't know what you're talking about.
We're semi-anti-conflict.
We're not anti. Our show is conflict.
We don't go in these character assassination modes that Vaush goes in.
Well,
holy shit.
Sometimes.
Do you? Who have you? I mean, Jangles.
Comedy show, Adam. It's just comedy.
Maybe Jangles. Maybe there's an argument to be made that we've been character assassinating Jangles. But I mean, Jangles just seems dishonest. I mean, is it character assassination? If the person is just if you're just exposing a bullshit artist, I don't think it's character assassination.
Well, okay, but we get into the problem of, we would say, well, we're not engaged in character assassination because when we call someone a liar or a racist or dishonest, it's true.
Right. And
they would say the same thing. Oh, well, these people we're calling liars or racist are liars or racist, and thus we're not engaged in character assassination.
But they're lying, though. Joe Rogan is a racist? Get the fuck out of here.
I'm just
Get the fuck out of here. Don't tell me anyone over there believes that shit. Don't tell me they believe that. When I say I believe Jangles is a fucking bullshit artist, I mean it. I think there's evidence. I think we can look at shit he's done.
Are you defining character assassination as you knowingly lie about some okay, I understand.
Yes.
And that's not how I would define the term, but
yes, character assassination.
Okay.
Yeah, knowingly lying about people.
Okay.
Listen,
gotcha,
when you
we've never done that. No.
When you find out somebody is a serial killer and you tell everybody, that's fucking called justice. Okay, that's not called character assassination. Yes.
Challenged his standing in the space in one way or another, and whether or not you personally agree with their positions or ideas, leftists jumping to defend them surely can't all be doing so because they want to look woke, right? Like, go watch any of these videos and come back and tell me if you don't find any issues with the way he conducts himself. Online interactions are complicated, yes, and Vaush can't be blamed for everything that goes wrong with them, but it's just dishonest to act like there's no pattern here. And so you might notice that based on how he has framed this phenomenon, with Luna, Mel, and Professor Flowers being the online left's non-white false prophets, something else is implied. In the same way that they are all connected by having challenged Vaush, the small POC creators are connected by not doing that. I don't mean to suggest that this is intentional, that they're playing nice for a host or a raid or whatever, but this still begs the question. If any of them were to end up fighting with Vaush on the big stage, as Professor Flowers, Luna Oi, and Mel did, and have it go the way these interactions went, would he still hold them in the same regard? If the online left...
No, you wouldn't, obviously.
Yeah.
All this is like so obvious.
Big brain talk here, okay?
Yeah.
Jesus, obviously not.
But it's so, I mean, this is so dense because all of these people attacked Vaush. Didn't they all attack Vaush first?
I don't know, actually.
I believe they did. Vaush is responding to these people that attacked him. I mean, they knew what they were doing. They were.
I thought
clout chasing.
Vaush started the Professor Flowers thing.
Oh, maybe he did. Maybe he.
Oh no. He started by equating black nationalism and white nationalism, and then she was criticizing that.
No, I mean the whole exchange. Right. I thought the whole exchange started because she criticized him in some video, and he responded to that video.
Right. But she was criticizing him for conflating black nationalism and white nationalism
in that video. Okay.
Yeah. So I guess she did start their interaction to some degree.
Right. But, yes. If you start an interaction with Vaush, Vaush is like, listen, we know Vaush's behavior. Okay.
Listen,
he's gonna.
If the critique here is that Vaush will never admit he's wrong and will quadruple down because he's fucking egomaniacal
and cyberbully you until you delete your video and or unlist it.
Yeah, then I guess congratulations, you've lived that experience.
You've done it yourself. Yeah, exactly. Yes, you made your own argument.
Right.
Left jump.
But is the argument that he shouldn't do that? Okay.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it is it should be with anti-leftists to engage in this sort of behavior.
Sure. I mean, if people... Why don't more people publicly attack us? I'd love to respond to some of these videos. I guess we're just not incendiary enough.
To defend them, would it be another case of the idpol Twitter lefties conspiring against him? Would they then become the worst ones?
The worst ones.
The irony here is that when someone in the chat asks him for the actual names of the smaller, underappreciated POC creators he's talking about, this is how he responds.
Want to name some of the cool ones you're thinking of? I should do a list. I'll do a list. I'll do a list sometime. I could pull that together. I need to find a way to access my old Twitch stuff though, because my Twitch account got deleted. You know.
This is such bullshit. You still disagree with the used car salesman analogy? Because this feels very much, Has this car ever been in an accident? I don't know. We just need to check the paperwork. Maybe it's been in an accident.
Okay, listen, you're right. Okay, used car salesman.
It's totally.
So
he doesn't mention them for the rest of that video. This isn't meant to be a gotcha. This is firstly to say, Vaush, if you're watching this right now on stream, have you made the list yet? If
it is totally meant to be a gotcha. It's like complete dishonest.
Listen, if you say something is not meant to be something, while it's meant to be something, then that means it's okay.
Well, do you remember Doomer's video? Because Doomer made this argument that this is exactly what Vaush does. As soon as Vaush says, "Oh, this isn't meant to be a gotcha," that's when he's got it. When the gotcha comes, he's doing the thing, the Vaush thing.
If not, you now have my permission to pause and do that, and then share it with your stream and refill your nuggies and pay me.
What's the thing?
I believe I think it's called lamp shading.
What?
Lamp shading or lampshade hanging or lamp shading. It's a writer's trick of dealing with an element of the story that threatens the audience's willing suspension of disbelief. So they call attention to it, but then just move on. So this is sort of like the debate bro version of lamp shading. You say, I'm not going to be dishonest, and then you be blatantly dishonest.
Right.
Or I'm not acting in bad faith, and then you act in bad faith. Like just you calling attention to the thing and then moving on is somehow supposed to justify it. So there you go.
It's online. Vaush says that he enjoys all these POC creators' work as a counterpoint to dunk on the people that disagree with him. But when it comes time to actually do the thing that would help them the most, he fails. This might seem like a trivial thing, and perhaps he has mentioned them on his stream before. I don't know, I can't watch every minute of every one, but they aren't mentioned here when there's a perfect opportunity to do so. And I don't think it's reading too far into it to say that this might say something about his understanding of the space. If you truly recognize how much more difficult it is to make it as a content creator when you're not white, from the racially biased algorithm to the majority white audience demographics to the material.
What's up? What are you thinking? What's up, bro? What are you thinking?
He's like, listen, it's so much harder. The algorithm is biased against non-white people. How can you just throw out these fucking claims?
Well, I don't think the algorithm is biased against non-white people, but I mean, I do think people are more likely to watch creators that are the same race as them.
I don't think that's remotely true for the leftists at all. Do you think the average leftist is a trans lady?
I see the argument that you're making.
Right.
Yeah.
And it's the exact opposite in Breadtube. They're salivating. They're so hungry for finding, the marginalized person they can prop up.
ContraPoints has a much larger platform than the black trans YouTuber. I can't remember her name. What's her name?
Kate Black.
Cat Black, yeah.
Cat Black. Okay, there's a reason for that.
What's the reason?
Have you ever watched Cat Black's videos?
So you're saying her videos are just not as compelling.
They're They're so it's like an hour of her just yelling at a camera. There's no production values. It's so fucking boring.
Okay.
Look at ContraPoints is actually the perfect example that disproves this. Okay. We forget this. ContraPoints was a YouTuber before she transitioned.
Right. But
ContraPoints made funny videos before she transitioned.
ContraPoints plays into his argument though.
But wait a minute. Because this is why.
Okay.
Because before Contra transitioned, she had a modicum of success that she had when she transitioned. As soon as ContraPoints becomes not another white male, but a trans woman, suddenly her popularity explodes in Breadtube.
Right, because the white audience is there. You're not addressing the point.
No, because now that she's not a white male, she's part of some oppressed, underprivileged group.
Right, but I don't know.
That's my point. They're all looking to elevate an oppressed person. It's not just about race. There's, we're talking about intersectionality here. There's many layers of oppression.
I think you're wrong, but I'm going to let it pass. Well, you're not really addressing the race issue.
It's the same thing with FD Signifier. He adds edits and stuff, but his videos are boring as shit. It's just him sitting at the camera in a very monotone voice, just rambling on. So many, 95...
That's not Hassan's videos?
Hassan is first of all, Hassan's not even white. Okay. Or I don't know if Hassan's white. He's his own thing. Hassan's an anomaly. I literally, for the life of me, cannot wrap my brain around why people like Hassan. Well, actually, no, we do know why people like Hassan. Hassan is a moron who says stupid shit and he tries to make it sound funny and he just basically plays to people's worst impulses. Okay.
But you contest the fact that people in general will gravitate towards content creators of their own race.
I completely disagree with you.
Okay.
Well, okay, wait a minute. When you say people, maybe people in general, maybe, but not. I would argue that leftists particularly would not do that. They would do the opposite of that. They should all be high.
I mean, they all complain that leftists should do that, but they don't. Like every time they look at studies, they're like, wow, leftists, none of them live in mixed neighborhoods.
No, but there's a difference between living in
this
mixed
is what
neighborhood.
They all accuse leftists
That's
of
a
all
little
the time.
different because that's usually economic stuff, right?
Well, I'm just saying, like it doesn't take anything to click on the white neighborhood.
Here's
like
what I think.
Don't have to.
No, I think we have a massive selection bias. Okay. If we have, so there's going to be a vastly disproportionate amount of white people involved in, leftist politics anyway, for a myriad of reasons, right? But if we throw that all away and we just assume that the type of people that enjoy leftist content is the exact same proportional breakdown of the country, you're creating a situation where Black people only represent 13% of the content creators, and white people are going to represent the majority of the content creators, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. So that means that if we were to say that 99% of all content creators are going to be boring trash, and only the 1% of content creators are going to rise up, statistically, that just means that the majority of people that are going to rise up are going to be part of whatever the majority group is that's making the content in the first place. It has nothing to do with racism or racial preferencing.
I'm not saying any of this has anything to do with racism. Okay.
Well, you sort of are. You're saying people are predisposed. You're saying that the people in Breadtube are predisposed to watch white people, and that's why, the white Breadtubers are the ones rising to the top of,
I'm
popularity.
saying people are predisposed in general to gravitate towards content creators of their own race and gender, for heaven's sakes. I mean, you think a lot of guys are like watching the makeup tutorials?
Yeah, but that's based on interest. It's not based on gender.
Okay.
But wait, that's a completely different point, though.
Yeah, well, I'm only saying content creators.
I understand what you're saying.
Or
I disagree with you.
Audience, I know, but I'm wondering what your evidence is for disagreeing with me. Because I mean, I can cite Joseph Henrich, who's got studies and stuff like that. But I mean, I'm curious what your evidence is. Well, what do you? So you can make this argument just based on your gut intuition?
Yeah,
is that what it is?
I can do that.
Okay. Well, you win then, I guess. I mean,
I win, motherfucker.
I mean, you're doing it. How is this any different than Vaush? I mean, if you're not going to cite anything, listen.
I'm gonna pull a Vaush. I'm gonna pull Noah right now.
He's pointing out a difficulty, and you're basically saying that difficulty doesn't exist. I think it does
don't think
exist.
it does.
Yeah.
No.
Well, I think you're wrong.
I think I think that plays into until I see evidence otherwise, I think that plays into the whole CRT race baiting racist philosophy. That the only reason that there aren't some kind of super popular socialist streamer of color that exists, which I don't even know if that's fucking true. I don't even think that is true, is because all of Breadtube is basically a bunch of white racist kids. This guy's got 300
I want to be clear here. I want to be clear here.
Okay.
I want to be clear here. Okay. Because you're making a very incendiary claim here.
That's the claim he's making.
No,
that's the claim you're making.
You're making a claim. You're making an implicit claim here. You're saying that if a person sitting out there prefers to watch content creators that are white, and is not interested in watching content creators that are black, not because he hates black people, but he's just not interested in that content. You're saying that person is a racist.
Wait, you're constructing a very strange hypothetical here. Okay?
That's why I want to be clear. What are you saying here?
If somebody has a thought or feeling where they say, I'm not interested in watching content created by a black person.
No, they never have that thought. They watch content and they gravitate unconsciously to the content creators that are the same race as them. Okay.
Okay.
This is not a conscious process. Okay. They watch some Professor Flowers.
It's weird
and they're like,
that you're like stumbling into the CRT trap here.
Well, listen, I'm for some reason you seem like you don't want me to inadvertently make some CRT argument, but
Well, I don't. Yeah, you're right.
Well, there is reality here that I'm,
okay. So,
I'm
well, let me ask you a question. Maybe we can fix this issue. Okay, why do you think that is?
Because
that people stumbled into that.
It's first of all,
I'm not sure that that's true, but
Joseph Henrik goes into this in the book, The Secret of Our Success. He talks about it. He says that people look for models to learn from. They look for prestige cues in these models. So they want prestigious individuals. Also, they look for people that are the same ethnicity as them. He fixes in on not necessarily the skin color, but that they're speaking in the same kind of dialect, talking in the same way. He says that they gravitate towards people who are the same gender as them, and they gravitate towards people that are slightly older than them, because if the model is, too much older than them, they may have knowledge that they can't understand or access. So they very consciously seek out these people that they can learn from, cultural learning, they call it, and they watch them and learn from them. Okay. So he has evidence of this. This is why people on the left say, if you can't see it, you can't be it, because they're basically vocalizing the same thing that Joseph Henrik has studies that proves.
So there's an element here that I think is missing, which I think is huge in explaining this phenomenon that you're describing, which is that, this is very obvious with gender. It's a little bit less obvious with race, but with gender, it's very obvious. It's just that men and women have different interests in different things and in different ways. Okay. So yeah, a bunch of straight guys are not going to be attracted to watching female or gay male makeup tutorial channels, because why the fuck would they? They don't wear makeup. There's not something that's completely devoid of their interest. It's why there's more, there are women, but on average, there are more men that are attracted to watching, sports talk shows and watching political debate shows and these things.
Are you making an argument in favor of Joseph Henrik's, or are you disputing Joseph Henrik's claims?
I'm saying that to remove the interest aspect of this is to play into the woke narrative of implicit racism and implicit bias.
You're the one that's calling this racist. I'm not calling this racist. Okay. You're the one that's saying this is racist.
Well, we can move on.
This is why I'm asking you if that's what you're saying, because I feel like other people might characterize it.
No, the problem. Okay, everything you just described from Joseph Henrik, you understand that you say that to someone on the woke left, and they just say, "Oh, well, that's all because of implicit racism and implicit sexism," and you don't have any sort of counter defense to any of that.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if your counter defense is bullshit.
I understand, but it's not bullshit. How is talking about different people's interests that cut across different cultures and genders is not a bullshit answer. That's the real answer.
Cultures are developed around interest. Interests separate cultures.
Yeah, they are. Yes. Exactly.
Okay. Well,
in fact, that's why we see with. Well, I don't want to talk about this anymore.
I know, just to get back.
I want to move on. This is an incredibly stupid conversation, but
why is it stupid? I don't.
I just want to move on, please, God.
Okay. Well. Move on.
Material conditions necessary to enable you to even attempt creating content in the first place, then you should be taking every opportunity to fight against these forces, especially when you get an easy alley-oop like that from your chat. This sort of built-in racial gatekeeping of Breadtube by Vaush and others is something that I don't think gets talked about enough. They have
they're
racial gatekeeping.
This is why the conversation that we were just having is fucking pertinent. It's why it's fucking pertinent.
Yes.
Because this is something that happens unconsciously. It's a fucking social phenomenon. Okay. It's been documented. Okay. It's empirically checked. Now you're basically saying, okay, well, this is fucking
no.
Being this phenomenon is being categorized implicit bias white supremacy, okay? It's a real fucking phenomenon. How are we going to categorize it?
Listen, you're saying that this phenomenon has been checked in a general sense. Okay, which I don't deny. I might have a problem with the rationale for why the phenomenon exists. I don't deny that the phenomenon exists. What I said in the beginning of this conversation was, I don't know, and I'd have to see evidence that this applies to Breadtube at all. Because he just played a guy. He just keeps showing this guy who's got a channel. He's got like 300,000 subscribers. That's a lot of subscribers. That's not a small YouTube channel.
Right.
So for him to keep castigating this idea that like Breadtube is dominated by a bunch of white people is totally bullshit.
Okay, that's a good argument. It's a great argument. That
I mean,
we made it earlier that he has a 300,000.
Right, but as we talked about earlier, Hassan is not a white guy. You know, Hassan wants to say he's white passing, but he's not white. It's not stupid.
Well, in the context of the Joseph Henrik argument, it is.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is. If the number one person who's a political streamer is not a WASP, is Turkish, okay, that I don't think that there's a bunch of people that are saying, oh, well, I, you know, as a white person on some implicit level, I'm projecting my, you know, metric of success onto Hassan.
You're right. I look at Hassan and I think, oh my God, he's so Turkish. That's what I look at Hassan
and I say, he's such a fucking moron frat bro who says stupid shit like suck my dick.
White American frat bro. That's what I see.
But see, Hassan is beyond race, Adam.
No, I see white American frat bro.
Hassan's stupidity is beyond race.
Anyway.
Well, actually, no, this is actually interesting. The reason you see white frat bro is because when we think of the concept of a frat bro, we think of white people. We don't generally think of non-white people existing in that stereotype, which is racist.
Okay.
We can move
I mean, this is ridiculous because you're playing both sides.
Ridiculous.
You're playing both sides of the colorblind argument. Like,
am I? Am I really?
You are.
Is it a comedy show?
It's not.
Am I Vaush? Am I Noah Sampson?
You've abandoned truth seeking here. You're like,
How
okay,
have I abandoned truth seeking?
You've totally abandoned truth seeking. You're like,
I have not abandoned truth seeking.
You're like, listen, I'm cool with the truth, Adam. Okay, we can find the truth together as long as the truth doesn't validate CRT in any way, shape, or form. Then the truth is we have to get rid of. We have to abandon truth.
Let me say one final thing.
A team is team truth, just in case S class is having a crisis of conscience. Okay.
Let me say one final thing because you're
truth.
confused. You're confused here, even though I said it. I'll say it one more time. I'll say it again. Okay. I'll say it very slowly. I'm not denying the facts, the research that shows that the Joseph Henrik phenomenon
is real.
Is real.
Okay, good.
Okay. What I was questioning was the rationale for why
for the phenomenon.
For the phenomenon. Now, the rationale is not something that can be empirically.
What is the rationale that Henrik has?
It was, as you said, that people are trying to emulate success.
Right.
And that it's easier for people to emulate success by looking at people that match their skin color, their gender, yada.
That's
and
not
being older
the rationale.
Than them,
no, that's not the rationale. No.
Well, that's what you said it was.
No, I never did. I never said that.
What is explain to
I
me
never explained the rationale.
Let's keep having this conversation that I'm sure no one in the chat wants us to continue.
Well, let's move on. We don't need to have it. That's not the rationale. Like that.
What's the rationale?
At least now I understand why you said that was racist, because that is totally racist. And if that's the fucking rationale, then of course it's fucking racist.
That's good. That's what that's good, because that's what I thought.
If you're
maybe
saying,
I just misunderstood.
If you're
I'm
saying,
very small brain.
I can only learn from people that have the same race as me.
Well, not only, just that people would have a natural inclination to.
You're a racist. Okay, you're a racist piece of shit.
That people would have a natural inclination when trying to emulate behavior that they would obviously be inclined to emulating people that match them physically as much as possible.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Okay, let's move on.
Okay.
deem this their movement, and in order to be a part of it, you have to play by their rules. If you don't, you're going to end up fighting a tidal wave of debate bros in your Twitter mentions and comment sections for the entirety of your potentially short-lived career. This is not good or healthy or inclusive. Speaking of which, at the beginning when Xander Hall responds black creators, he also doesn't actually even read that list. He saw the name of a black creator he doesn't like and then started foaming at the fucking mouth.
He fucked up. He didn't promote small black creators. Okay,
that's right.
Noah, you are the avatar of virtue signaling. Okay, they're gonna put your picture next to virtue signaling. In the fucking dictionary. Okay, we get
Noah
it. You have the most virtue. Yes, of course he has. Look, Noah would not be making this argument if he hasn't made 2 fucking videos already promoting every single small creator on the left that you could possibly promote. Okay, gotcha. We get it, Noah. You're fucking a saint. That's exactly why you set this video to unlisted, because you're fucking infallible. Okay, you motherfucking saint, the saint of saints.
Should we be so hard? Listen, what if Noah comes out tomorrow and he says my video was bullshit propaganda and I apologize and that's why I took it down?
Well, he pretty much has done that to Vaush already.
So are we being too hard on someone who is...
Yes, but it's a comedy show. Noah, this is the comedy portion of the show, okay? Just so you know, we don't hate you. We're not going to go around and tell everyone you're anti-Semitic, even though you said that totally anti-Semitic thing about castration and circumcision. Okay, that's not going to be a meme on our show for, okay, well, it might be a meme for a while, but it's not going to be forever. It might be as long as you're on YouTube, but not forever. Okay. No, come on, this is comedy. But this is comedy portion.
Well, he didn't in his walk back with Vaush, he didn't walk back the main claim against
he
Flowers
didn't.
At all.
He stuck to it. He's like, listen, I know genocide when I see it. Yeah, exactly. The irony of being a genocide denier, of being a Holocaust denier, and knowing what genocide is.
Right.
So glad you brought this up.
Just leftist things. The names on that list were Khadija Umbo, FD Signifier, Shanspeare, Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, Yara Zaid, and T.
Dude, have we done
Wait.
Have we done our good deeds yet?
Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
He also doesn't actually even read that list. He saw the name of a black creator he doesn't like and then started foaming at the fucking mouth.
I'm so glad you brought this up.
Just leftist things. The names on that list were Khadija Umbo, FD Signifier, Shanspeare, Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, Yara Zaid, and T.
Okay. Okay. Look at what the chat says. It says, try giving more examples of progressive leftist channels by black creators that have been getting really big this past year. And if you look at, and this is very interesting, when I was looking
Khadija Moby is almost 500,000 subscribers. FD Signifier is 234 subscribers.
Right.
Shanspeare is
300 over 300,000.
Right.
Yeah. And T Noir is over 500,000.
Right.
Subs.
Yeah.
Okay. So how the fuck is the YouTube algorithm against black creators? How the fuck is Breadtube not lifting up black creators? If all these people have these massive fucking channels,
bigger than Vaush's,
and they only blew up in a single year or less.
Yeah.
I'm looking on FD Signifier's channel. He has a video from 7 months ago. 7 months ago.
That was his last upload?
No.
Oh, okay.
His last upload was 6 days ago.
Okay, that was his first video 7 months ago.
Well, his first video was a year ago.
So in 1 year, he's gone to 234,000.
Well, let me finish. You're like my wife. You're interrupting me every second.
Well, you just finished the story.
I'm telling the story.
Sitch, please, just tell the story like you did yesterday.
7 months ago, he uploaded a video called 2,000 sub count extravaganza. Okay, so in 7 months, this guy's gone from 2,000 subs to 200,000 subs.
Sitch, we're going on 2 years here. We're almost to 30,000 subs.
Exactly.
We're doing something wrong here.
But listen, the algorithm, you know, it keeps the black content creators down. Breadtube community, you know, keeps the black, you know, content creators down. You know, you can just gain 200,000 subs in 7 months, but somehow you're the victim. Somehow you're being disenfranchised. Fuck you, you fucking asshole. This is insane.
Noah's channel has experienced insane growth in no
I know
time at all. Yeah.
But
that Adam something guy went to like 500,000 subscribers in like 2 weeks.
That's where I'm saying this is a fucking preposterous notion that, oh, breadtubers are just running around only uplifting the white breadtubers. It's a fucking lie. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Look, and he has the evidence. He puts it on screen. Look at all these massive fucking channels.
Are these all? And this explains why Xander Hall is like so fucking thirsty, jealous for these.
Of course. Because he's like, I've been in this space. Why am I not as popular?
He's like, I've been in this space for 2 years, okay? Xander Hall is saying he was a former Nazi. Why is he not blowing up?
And you know why? You know why Xander Hall's not blowing up?
Because he's white. He's a former Nazi.
Because he's white.
He's white and a former Nazi. You can't, Xander Hall. You need to rebrand, okay?
Former Nazi, white, straight male. Terrible.
Xander Hall, have you seen the movie Face Off? I think you should watch. That should be some research for you. It's a Nicolas Cage movie. You're gonna love it, okay? But think about rebranding your face.
Jeez.
Oh, let us continue.
Yes.
Wait, foreign man in a foreign land only has 28,000 subscribers.
There was one guy that has.
And this doesn't even have subscriber count, but
they have it hidden. So
a check mark makes it seem like it's substantial.
Well, don't you have to have 100,000 subs to get a check mark?
Nah, I've seen people, little channels with a check mark. They give it out like they do the.
Oh, you get a 10,000 or 20,000. You're right.
I don't know. Yeah,
something like that.
I don't have a check mark. Who gives a fuck?
Noir, you're probably already subscribed to most of the people on that list, seeing as they're like 3 times my size. But I do want to give a special shout out to Foreign. He's genuinely one of the funniest people on here. And if you're not subbed to him, well, you're missing out. Get this man to 100K 1,000 or I will go sicko mode. And no, I will not elaborate on what I mean by that. Also, Foreign and I will be doing a music.
Okay, this is done. We're done. Look at that. We did it. Bring up your other thing.
What?
Bring up your other thing, or actually bring up the Vaush thing.
Oh, are we done with the video? Okay.
Yeah, look, he's just gonna promote other stuff.
Right.
It's
and then there's yeah.
Vaush
is let me bring up before I read this couple just let me bring up where is it? I want people to get a sense of. We're not gonna watch it because it's very long, but I want people to get a sense of like. Because here's my question. Is it better or worse that Noah crumbles instantly from like and is super anxious in the conversation? Is that like a good thing or a bad thing from a moral standpoint?
Crumbling instantly? Well, I think cowardice is bad.
Well, that's what's weird. Well,
always. I mean,
this is where I'm conflicted. My intuition, my elephant, says exactly what you said. It says being a coward is bad. You should stand by the things that you said.
Yeah.
But Noah's wrong.
Yes.
And so maybe the fact that he has these social anxieties will allow him to realize he's wrong. Where Vaush, since Vaush is like, has the brain damage and has no social anxieties, will never admit he's ever wrong about anything.
Right. And he will be president of the United States.
But that's why. But from a moral, but that's why it's weird. It's like, and maybe this is to me what's so interesting. From an emotional standpoint, I listen to. Maybe this is everything wrong with human behavior. I listen to Noah flop sweat and reverse course, and it makes me dislike him more. But it should make me logically, it should make me like him more because what he said was wrong. And it's good that he's rethinking his position.
Well,
where Vaush is often very fucking wrong and will never rethink his position and never back down. Well, and that should be the morally wrong thing.
I think I figured it out though, because it's completely independent of whether or not he's right or wrong. Like
Yes.
we could prove Noah wrong and he would not fold because we're obviously on the wrong team.
You think that's what's happening?
Yes. I think he's only folding to Vaush because Vaush, he realized the backlash from this was going to hurt him substantially, much more than he believed. I mean, that's got to be what's going on. Vaush basically bullied him into privating the video, into unlisting the video.
I'm wondering if that's
Noah,
why
really,
he was...
you should have privated it, okay? You've done Vaush a dirty. The fact that we could get to the unlisted video was just like unthinkable. I want
Noah,
Vaush
don't listen to Adam. I'm glad you left the unlisted, okay?
Well,
otherwise
just
we would have
saying.
had to watch the Surfs version of your video.
I know. We were going to watch it anyway, but...
I was upset because Noah did a stream we were talking about with President Dumbfuck, whatever his name is.
President Dumbfuck is his name, actually.
And I wanted...
That's his real name, not his YouTube name, okay?
But he privated it after I was an hour in. So I couldn't listen to the end of the stream when hopefully Noah would actually say things.
Noah privated it?
Yes. And now President Sweater Vest had his own version of it, but the sound was like he was super loud and Noah was super quiet, and so I just couldn't listen to it. I was like, oh my god!
I can't believe you even tried. I mean, that's
this is what I was curious about.
Torture.
I was super curious if after Noah had this conversation with Vaush, where he basically folded on almost everything, if he then turned around and unfolded himself on all his positions now that he was not talking to Vaush, because I was curious. Because your interpretation is the reason Noah is so nervous in this conversation is because he knows that he's hurt his status or his career or whatever. I interpret it as just Noah just has lots of social anxieties and doesn't want to engage in conflict with people in general. So I was kind of curious as to which one of these theories is actually happening.
President Sunday is a notorious Vaush suck up. So all President Sunday is going to do is basically say, oh yeah, Vaush was right. You need to fucking...
It didn't sound like he was saying that though in the conversation.
Oh, he didn't? Okay.
No. I mean, it's hard to tell because whenever President Sunday talks, my brain just shuts off.
You shouldn't say that. People accuse us
to prevent itself from, committing seppuku. But
people accuse us of not listening well. But
I don't listen to lots of things.
So let's listen to this.
Before we listen to this,
attempt to listen.
Vosh's supererogatory sophistry for $20 says, "Can we get a stedio pygik Sitch Chan waifu body pillow?" What is this word?
No, of course not.
Stedio pygik.
You guys are not going to make out with a Sitch body pillow, okay? Just get that out of your mind.
Apparently this means an accumulation of a large amount of fat on the buttocks. So there you go. Well, it's a thicky Sitch Chan waifu body pillow. Listen, maybe we'll make that happen. I don't know.
No.
Investigator One Quim for $20. Thanks so much. Says, hi, Sitch and Adam. Holy shit, these people are insane. I think this will be the thing that will break Vaush, just like what happened to Destiny that made him turn on the socialist. So he actually addresses, I don't know if we'll get to it. Vaush addresses this point specifically in his egomaniacal rant. He's like, I'm never leaving the left. I'll be here forever.
Is this the one that I bookmarked a bunch of shit and sent it to you on this video, correct?
This, I think, is probably.
Okay, good. I'm going to my bookmarks, guys.
You go to your bookmarks. Investigator One Quim for another $20 says, the stolen land argument is the same blood and soil argument that the Nazis made. True.
Isn't that why they called it blood and soil? I mean, fuck.
True. Yeah. Indigo Turtle for $20 says, do shorter streams and I'll take a sledgehammer to your knees. But with love, so it's fine. Well, there you go. Indigo Turtle doesn't want us to do shorter streams. I mean, we're 6 hours and 10 minutes in. So
we're doing great. We're doing great.
The 5 hour thing is a fantasy.
We're close, though. We're only 1 hour off. And
we're only 1 hour over. That's true.
We have like another hour, right?
Right. Become the Knight for $20 says, Noah has the on-screen charm of a room temperature glass of milk that thinks it's a world-class queso.
True.
I disagree with you. I think Noah has very good. It doesn't appeal to us, but I think he has very good leftist appeal. He's got a nice sounding voice. He's got a pedo stash. He's got the bisexual purple lighting, like they talked about.
He's anti-Semitic, so I mean, he's got that going.
There you go.
Him, right?
No, but he's framing things in very dishonest ways, where he calls people racist. He's coming off as like the smarmy, smug, calm, cool, collected, elite leftist type. So no, I think he's very good at appealing to that aesthetic. Now, obviously, us, we're like, ugh, this makes us want to throw up, but we're not the audience here.
I thought his jokes were pretty good, to be honest with you. I thought the good faith Gary, poorly executed, but a great idea.
Very good propaganda. Colavar for $20. Thank you, Colavar. Says, A-Team reigns supreme.
Is that really? Colavar, thank you.
S-Class likes to sniff Vaush's chair. Gross.
Really?
And untrue. And
are you sure it was only $20? I see a super chat from Colavar that says $200, and it says A-Team reigns supreme. You gotta say it like you mean it, Sitch. What are you doing?
Yeah.
This isn't low energy Vaush streams, okay? This isn't sleepy Vaush.
He's like leftist Stossel. Oh, you're right. Maybe that's why I extra don't like him.
Oh shit.
That's a good point.
Oh shit.
Colavar for another $20. Thank you, Colavar. Says Adam. First off, us Jews ain't worried about anything that the 60s porno creepy candy van mustache vibe want to be known as no thanks. We have space lasers. Suck it, plebs. Secondly, it's a comedy show.
True. Very true.
Listen, I'm upset that Colavar, a fellow member of the tribe, would be so vehemently A-Team and be so anti-S-Class from his fellow tribesmen. Come on, Colavar. We've only talked about the importance of group identity this entire stream. Okay?
Id poll. How am I doing? How am I doing?
Fireski 15 for $26. Thank you so much. Says, you can't ignore the truth to try to beat CRT, man. Love the show, by the way. That's true. I agree with that.
Yeah, I called you out on
Adam
it,
strawmanning my position.
I completely called you out on it. You're just butthurt that I fucking.
Well, no, if you go back and listen to it,
you.
You'll hear that I specifically, you said this earlier, and I addressed how it wasn't, and then you just forgot. So, but it's fine.
I forget a lot,
That's true. He's Adam's an old man. Okay.
I'm the boomer on the show, so let's listen to some of Noah sucking up to Vaush. This is going to be good.
Here to convince you or your audience that, like,
wait, Noah,
if you're just
you are currently the one with nothing in your hands, arguing against evidence that hundreds of thousands of people have seen, in which she unambiguously, as directly as you can, said the thing you won't accept. The only thing that I can assume this is you understand that if you fall on this point, you fall on the next one.
He's such an asshole.
Yeah. He's protecting his empire, Sitch. What the fuck?
Yes.
What do you expect him to do?
I'm just surprised that after saying that Noah just keeps capitulating. I would be like, fuck you, fuck face. don't capitulate after that one.
Right.
He's calling you a liar.
Yeah, he basically just slapped you in the face.
Yeah.
He said, what? You don't like that? Here, let me do it again. Smack!
Okay, first off, I just want to preface this by saying I was watching a bit of the stream, and I think I definitely came off much more antagonistic than I intended to.
Oh, man.
Dude, we just came from like an hour of calm, cool, collected.
Yeah.
Listen, let me just say I'm just spitting truth to power here, baby.
Yeah, right here. Vaush is a big fat racist. Sanderhall's a big fat racist. I'm just here to tell it like it is. It's just truth. Truth on display.
Right. And then it's like, oh, super nervous, like, oh, flop sweat. Like, listen, I think I might have came off we're worse than I thought.
A little more self-assured than I had expected.
I am shocked at the turnaround. I am shocked at the massive turnaround here.
Right. Yeah.
I I try to sprinkle sort of my deferential ideas about debate streaming throughout throughout the video. Earlier on there was more, but I didn't also apply that for a lot of the analysis. So I just want to I guess upfront say the claim that don't watch debate streams is I probably don't stand by that as a whole. That's just basically how I articulated. I don't know, it's a long video to write, so a lot of things said, but mainly I am coming here not in a manner that is to antagonize, although I think a lot of the claims we can go over, things you disagree with, but if that, is worth mentioning, I guess.
Oh, no. That's all I want to show. Just the total attitude shift, the total
capitulation right there.
Well, it is interesting because this is a common critique, and maybe, I don't know if it's a fair critique or not, but maybe it is. This is a common critique of the non-streaming video essayists who don't stream, who whenever you hear them in a stream, it's like a completely different personality.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
is that
creating a persona? Yeah.
Right, but is that a fair critique or is that an unfair critique?
No, it is a totally fair critique. It's why many video essayists don't even do debates or don't even do discussions.
Why is it fair? Couldn't they say if you watch a movie with an actor, they're putting on some persona, some character, and then you see them in an interview and they're antisocial.
They could, but Noah didn't do that. Noah didn't come in here and say, "Listen, I put on an act that's funny for lulz." Okay. That's what I did in the video. If you want to talk about the substance, that's fine. But, me taking it over the top is the same as you taking it over the top when you use your outrageous analogies and whatnot. Although he's basically saying he's against the outrageous analogies. So, I mean, that might be a bad move.
I think what's going on here is it's just our elephants are drawn, and this is the secret of Vaush's success. Our elephants are drawn to confidence. Mm-hmm. And so we're naturally repulsed to whatever the opposite, whatever Noah is putting on display here. I don't know what word you want to use for it. We're naturally repulsed by flop sweat. Okay.
No, I agree. I completely agree.
Did you ever watch Scrubs?
Mm-hmm. Some, not really a lot.
Oh, okay. Well, 1
or 2 episodes, maybe.
There's never I'm trying to think, there's never a character who's the perpetually nervous, anxious character that people generally like. Mm-hmm. Unless it's like a comedy show and sort of mocking them.
Totally. The Office with Ricky Gervais is kind of that character, that nervous, scared character. Ricky Gervais.
But he's also the boss though. So it's like a weird situation.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. Okay. We're
but that's why
indecision and indecisiveness.
But from a logical perspective, this is why this is weird. We should all be applauding, or at least happy, that Noah is this not assured of his position, because that would be the only way that he would change his mind. And yet we're not, because we're so emotionally put off by it.
Mm-hmm.
Our monkey brain is put off by it.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
So,
do you want to jump to 143 and see how Vaush saves the entire left?
Yes.
Is that going to be our?
Do that.
Do we have any more super chats or?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
I need to be the Rock. That's the point.
Oh, I went too far.
Bringing trans people out to interview them. This is all being done by the producer for Matt Walsh. This is definitely some let's get the cringiest trans people out here and ask them difficult questions and then edit it in a deceptive manner. There's no other reason they would be doing this.
Okay, this is it.
I need to be the person who they go after. You understand? I need to be the Rock. That's the point. That's the whole point, okay? When they bring people on Dr. Phil to argue with Matt Walsh, you need The Rock. You need Dwayne Johnson, okay? When you have college students who are attending a Ben Shapiro speech, you need The Rock. The right has do you think every person in the conservative right is capable of contentious engagement to defend their points? No. What are you, joking? Absolutely not. Jesus. But they have people who can do that, and they absorb the fire. They're the lightning rod. You need the lightning rods.
You need me on that wall, Adam.
Isn't he? I mean, it's strange because this comes right after the conversation with Noah, where Noah basically folded, and at this point has given in to Vaush completely. Like he's privated the video. He's committed to making some retraction video. Like he's working for Vaush for the next month.
We'll
basically.
see. I'm not.
You don't think he's
curious
gonna do
as to
that?
where this will go. I don't know where this is going to go.
Well, also Vaush did another stream following this up, where Vaush seemed to regret how easy he went on Noah. Like it's.
Oh really? I didn't see. I missed.
We
that.
can bring it up because in the first, we'll go a little bit further on this, and then we'll bring that one up, and we'll close out there. That video, like he starts off in the very beginning, like no one needs to delete this video. Like this video has to go. Yeah. So he's continuing to put the pressure on.
Interesting.
But here, I mean, I feel like he's arguing for his like existence in the community, right?
Right.
He's basically saying, I mean, it's almost like an admission that everyone hates him.
Well, yes. And it's hilarious to me that he's literally making the yes, I am engaged in toxic masculinity, and that's a good thing.
But you
Jack
need me.
Nicholson
I know.
argument from A Few Good Men.
You can't handle the truth.
You can't handle the truth. You need men like me. You need me on that wall. You want me on that wall to protect you from the barbarians at the gate.
Yes.
The Republican barbarians at the gate that are coming. You need the toxic masculinity of the people like Vaush on that wall.
The irony is not lost on me. First of all, I fucking love irony. Irony is caviar for the mind, okay? We're all drawn to irony. The irony is rich.
Yes. Oh.
We're drowning in irony.
We're drowning in iron, yes. Listen, Noah, if you want to get your balls out of the purse, like from that cartoon caricature you were putting out earlier, and you want to fight back at Vaush, clip him saying this and then put it next to that scene from A Few Good Men. Okay.
Yeah.
Use your editing magic. It'll be very funny.
Yeah. Oh,
actually, it probably won't be funny because I'm sure your audience has never seen A Few Good Men because they're all like 12. So never mind. Forget that. Don't do that.
They don't know the context. They'll be like, who's this boomer yelling, and why is Noah publishing a video of a conservative?
Well, I don't know. Listen, you'll have white man yelling, so maybe that's all you need, right?
Yeah.
A ton of people in the online right, you know what they talk about? They talk about me. Very interesting guy to them, okay? Now, here's a question.
I mean, I wouldn't categorize this as being on the online right.
We're on the online right, Adam. I don't know if you know this.
I mean, I know they try to categorize this way, but I feel like we're on the online right in the same way that Joe Rogan or Russell Brand on the online right.
True.
Come on. I'm a fucking stoner in Southern California, okay?
Right. Well, I'm waiting with bated breath because Noah said in this conversation, he said he should have just made a video about Destiny.
Oh, I know.
Oh, there we go. Noah, come on. A month from now, 2 months from now, that's going to be the next Sunday show. I can already tell it's going to be. If judging by the quality of this one, it's going to be fucking garbage.
It is. I think Noah might be a regular guest on our show.
Maybe.
I hope so.
His CRT video was pretty boring, unfortunately.
Yeah. He has an alt-right pipeline video, too, that I was like...
It was also pretty boring.
Trying to get through, but it felt more like schoolwork.
Yes.
We run a comedy show here, Noah, so, I mean, can you at least try to make your videos entertaining for us?
Listen, yeah, make more videos like this, like your debate.
Yeah, this video is entertaining. We like a lot of conflict.
Copy Second Thought. I mean, he's crazy. This is the wildest, insane shit ever. Just do that, but with like funny joke editing, and you'll be great.
Yeah.
Do you think that if I were to just delete my channel, and let's say Xanderhall and, as well, the wall, right?
He literally calls it the wall.
That's
did. Fucking crazy. That is
need
crazy.
me on that wall, Adam.
That's crazy. Yeah.
If we were all to delete our channel,
Xanderhall is not on the wall, Vaush. Okay, Xanderhall deletes his channel, and people wake up 2 months later and don't even remember Xanderhall.
You can't handle the truth.
Yeah, I know. I'm fucking team truth. Fuck off. I can handle the truth. Okay, I'm looking for the truth. I'm out there hunting the truth every day. Okay. You're the one that was like, "This is too much like CRT. I don't like it.
Like,
I don't like it. It's too much like CRT. Please." Adam,
I know you're
stop.
saying that. Listen, I'm almost. You're triggering me.
I know.
You're triggering
Where's the
me.
trigger?
Okay.
Where's the trigger?
You're triggering
Finally,
me.
let me bring it up.
Because I know that you're joking, but I don't. But you know that there are people that don't understand.
Look how triggered
my
Sitch is.
argument, and will continue to think that what you're saying is true.
I know they're saying it in the chat. It's great.
Right.
Winning over A-Team.
Do you understand
like
my argument? Wait.
No, I do.
What is
I
my
do
argument?
understand your argument. I'm
Let's
mischaracterizing
see
it to win people over to A-Team. Okay.
Okay.
I've learned from this Vaush video. Okay. It's all about character assassination.
Thank you.
That's all that matters. Okay.
You hear that?
All you have to know.
Adam said he's purposely mischaracterizing my argument in order to win A-Team support.
I'm winning.
Okay.
I'm winning. A-Team. Where's the color of our tweet?
Team Truth. Team Truth all the way.
Color A-Team reigns supreme.
Team Truth.
Okay. Let's continue making fun of Vaush. I don't like fighting with you. Come on. Come on now. We got to be friends at the end of the day. I don't like fighting with you.
Do we? Do we have to be friends?
It would be nice. I mean, maybe we don't, but I would prefer it.
Channels. Do you think then the right would simply give up on reacting to left-leaning content online? You think they'd be like, "Oh, well, now that they're not anymore, I guess we're done with that."
I mean, is the right really reacting to left-wing content online? I mean, maybe.
Sure they are. What do you mean?
Okay. I guess Ben Shapiro does like a Libs of TikTok thing and stuff like that.
I don't know. Doesn't Steven Crowder react to this shit? Like, I don't know if he reacts to Breadtube shit.
I don't watch Steven Crowder at all. I actually checked in our channel analytics, and we have a huge overlap with Steven Crowder's audience,
funny.
which it's baffling to me because, okay, I guess.
Well, it's weird because like when he says right-wing creators, I only think of like the big people. I think of Ben Shapiro,
yes,
and Steven Crowder, and like, okay, obviously they're not reacting to the shit because they're above it.
Yeah, of course they are.
They're reacting to like mainstream news stories and stuff.
Who on the right is reacting to Vaush? He would characterize us as reacting, but
there could be, and I just could be completely ignorant. There could be a plethora of, our size or 100 sub size right-wing YouTube channels out there that are reacting to Breadtube content or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
I have no clue if that's going on. I mean, I guess you could characterize, Actual Justice Warrior in that category. And he's
definitely on the right. Yeah.
Right. But he's responding more to like the Young Turks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he responds to like Breadtube stuff occasionally. So,
yeah.
I mean, maybe Adam, maybe Vaush is only talking about us. Maybe we're the only people doing this behavior.
I'm going to bring up the clip. I have a clip of Vaush saying how much he loves us. We have to.
We're not going to bring up the clip.
No, we have to play that.
We're not going to bring up the clip. The Vaush is becoming A-Team clip. But so I don't know. Maybe he's only talking about it. Maybe Vaush is the wall protecting Breadtube from us. Maybe that's what he's referring to. I don't know.
Who knows?
That particular incredibly lucrative, extremely attractive form of content that has historically driven tens of millions of views to channels like Ben Shapiro. They're gonna go after everyone else. Because the nice thing about being known as a debate lord is that when they go after other people on the left, the response from their audience is to get me. Look at the comment sections underneath conservative videos where they target other people. Their audiences want me. They want them to take down me. They want me on there because I'm the guy they hate.
So this is hilarious to me. Okay. Used as an example, Vaush is saying, I'm on that wall. You need me on that wall.
and
the person he gives as an example is Ben Shapiro. If it's not for Vaush, Ben Shapiro is going to be out there attacking all the rest of Breadtube.
Yeah, all the bedroom feminists. Yeah,
right.
Somehow
so
I don't think so. Ben Shapiro made $100 million last year with the Daily Wire. So
wow.
Yeah.
So I type in Ben Shapiro Vaush on the YouTube.
Oh,
because I'm like, has Ben Shapiro ever reacted to Vaush? Does he know Vaush even exists? What do I find when I type in Ben Shapiro Vaush? I find Ben Shapiro responding to Vaush?
25 videos of Vaush responding to Ben Shapiro. I'm certain of it. Now it's dawned on me. I've been over to Vaush's channel. Vaush responds to Ben Shapiro once a week.
It's literally the opposite.
Yes.
Vaush is constantly responding, begging Ben Shapiro to debate me, bro.
Yeah.
And Ben Shapiro is like ignoring him into fucking oblivion.
He was doing that with James Lindsay too, and James Lindsay was like, "Nah, that's pigeon chest. I don't want to debate you."
It's so Vaush's power is to be the wall. That I guess maybe Vaush's power is that Ben Shapiro just ignores him so hard that he ignores the rest of Breadtube. Vaush is like a cloak of invisibility.
I mean, I've seen, but type in Matt Walsh, because Matt Walsh, Vaush couldn't have been in that Matt Walsh episode because he's not some gender bender. They were looking, the Dr. Phil episode. Yeah. Dr. Phil was looking for a gender bender, not a Vaush.
Right.
Continue. What are we doing?
As of my...
What are you doing?
I was standing up for a little bit.
Lightning rod construction, I attract the derision. That's the whole point. Now, I'm not asking that like people on the left go crazy over me for this, because
guys, he is having kind of an existential crisis where he's like, I am on the left and everybody hates me. I really think that's just the makeup of the left. I think the left really is about just they're constantly in this status competition, which is really weird since they're like, we're against hierarchy. It's like, really? On the right, it seems like people are comfortable with their station in the hierarchy and they don't really think about it. It's like once you know where you settle out in the hierarchy, you're like, yeah, okay, this is where I am. Let's, teamwork, right? Let's jump in. The left is like, oh.
I make a fuck ton of money and I have a dream job. Okay? This isn't like a pity party. I'm asking them to not attack me from behind when I do it.
Listen, he's saying, this is very explicit. This is in the context of talking to Noah Samsen. Why are you attacking me from behind, bro? Why are you attacking me from behind? And Noah's like, listen, I want to get above you. I kind of got to step on your head to do it. Okay? Listen, you're doing the same thing. What do you think you're doing?
Consequentialist, man. Okay.
What do you think you're doing when you're promoting these people who are obviously never going to make it and taking out?
But here's the question. Why does this logic not apply to Vaush? He's criticized many leftists.
Oh, I know. Yeah.
And streamers.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. And called them crazy and yada yada yada.
Yeah.
Why is it okay for him to attack them, but not okay for people to attack him?
Because they're smaller than him. Okay, you don't understand how this works.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
They aren't effective. Okay.
They're not on the wall.
Yeah, exactly. They're not effective, so they don't matter anyway.
And they attacked him first. See, it has a different connotation. I know he should not use that analogy.
Yeah, anymore. He shouldn't. Not at all. Especially,
That's it. That is it. That's it. That's the only thing that I ask. It's always people who could not stand an interview with a hostile interviewer who think there's no value.
Did you watch Flower's first response to Vaush?
No, I don't think I did.
Because I'm curious as to the tone of that. Did she come off immediately aggressive or not?
I can't recall.
Okay.
To teaching people to be able to do that. It's not enough to me that you guys have the right political positions, okay? I hope you do. You should. But that's not enough. You need to be good at bringing them to other people in your life. Your parents, if they don't accept your gender identity or your sexuality. Your classmates, if you hear them casually repeating white supremacist rhetoric. Your coworkers, if they're dipshits. It's not enough to be right. Other people have to be made right. You.
This is just authoritarianism 101, is it not? It's not enough for you to have the right opinions. You have to fucking force other people to have your opinions too.
Holy shit. I love that line.
Repeating white supremacist rhetoric. Your coworkers, if they're dipshits. It's not enough to be right. Other people have to be made right. You can't just be the...
It's not enough to be right. Other people have to be made right.
Yeah, you got to make them right. You got to understand. This is how authoritarianism works. You wonder why all these things always devolve into authoritarianism.
I need to add like a German or Russian like authoritarian marching song to the soundboard so I can play it for these moments of the stream. That is so Freud slip. Whoops. Because he's basically like, I want to train a bunch of Vaushes to go out there in the world.
Yeah, no, this is
to train more Vaushes.
Yeah.
Jesus.
This is the youth squad, right?
God. Listen, I take it all back, Noah. I don't care how dishonest it is. Keep attacking Vaush. Okay.
Yeah, what do you
go crazy?
Who
go wild, go nuts. Okay.
Lone correct person. Every person on the left is supposed to be a contact point for other people to be a part of the left. You understand that, right? I don't understand this complacency, this belief that it's sufficient for people to simply have their space and be right. That's not how you win anything. You don't win anything.
You don't win
like that. You get people who already agree with you. And there's nothing wrong if you don't want to be some, valorous debate bro. That's fine. Do what you want, but you should be able to handle yourself.
You want to bring the other thing up or you want to continue?
Yeah, we can bring the other thing up.
I mean, it goes on for like an hour. This continues.
Imagine, this is crazy. Just imagine that, what you just heard, and then just repeated in different variations for an hour. It is bafflingly out of touch, egomaniacal, crazy talk.
Authoritarian as well, very much. This is what
very authoritarian.
This is what bothers me. I don't like the authoritarianism. It's basically, it's not enough for you to believe in my ideology. Everyone must believe in my ideology. And it's your job to make sure that that happens. It's like, what's different about like this and every crazy authoritarian regime that's ever risen up in history? What?
There you go. People were asking for a poll, so I put up a poll.
What was the poll?
You'll see.
Yes, write me harder. Did you spell it
Does
correctly?
chat want to be made right?
No, I'm a hateful dum-dum.
Yes, write me harder. No, I'm a hateful dum-dum. There you go. There's your poll, guys.
I don't get, what is that? Oh, does chat want to be made right? Okay. We have, I'm sure, an ideologically diverse we have a very ideologically diverse crowd. Most people. How is this not just enabling purity spiraling to the nth degree?
He was just complaining about purity spiraling too.
Yeah.
With Noah, and now he's like, no, you must make them right.
So go
out into your workplaces, go out into your homes, make your family right, make them understand the truth spoken to you by Vaush, the prophet.
You got to be
Karl Marx.
I'll play a little bit more while you search for the last video.
Well, I don't know. What am I searching for?
It's on Vaush's channel. It's like the last video. It's we just listen to the first of it, because in that video he basically goes back on what he said about Noah. It's the
solving the video essayist problem.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Where he basically says you gotta delete the video, Noah. If you don't, then I'm not going to be your friend anymore.
I mean, how were they friends before this?
Well, you know,
I mean, could you imagine being friends with someone and then like doing a hit piece like this on them? That's crazy.
They're kind of co-workers. I mean,
well, not really.
I don't know. It's doing weird things.
I'm reloading. For you? Yeah. Did you reload?
No, but I will.
Reload the room atom. Okay, let me.
Ending this comment, I'm working on a follow-up video now to address.
Okay, here we go. It's going. Is it working for you?
Yeah, hit it.
Let's go.
The criticisms I've been hearing. I missed the mark on a few things that need corrections. I watched when Vaush.
Now Vaush is reading a pinned comment from Noah Samson. I wonder, it must be on the video, right?
Yes, I assume.
Reacted live to the video and agreed with a lot of his pushbacks. So when it went on the stream, I didn't have much to say. The issue is that it was a pushback to the entire hearing. I missed the mark.
Hopefully this video will clear up some of that and elaborate on my claims, why I made the video. Thanks to all who have been supportive, as well as those who have brought good faith criticism. Well, did we bring good faith criticism?
I don't know. I mean, I obviously our criticism is in good faith. I don't know if Noah is going to characterize our criticism in good faith, but
listen, we don't bring good faith criticism. We don't bring bad faith criticism. We bring the true faith criticism.
Yeah.
The true faith of the enlightened centrist.
Yeah.
And a few things that need corrections. I watched when Vaush reacted live to the video and agreed with a lot of his pushbacks. So when it went on the stream, I didn't have much to say. The issue is that it was a pushback to the entire video. If Noah has any spine, the follow-up video that he claimed he's going to make will include a full retraction of essentially everything. I am not joking when I say to all of you with full sincerity that this is quite possibly the worst takedown I've seen. Now, Noah...
No, keep going. Keep going. You're going to miss it.
If Noah Samson has a spine, he'll fucking do everything that I say and back down completely.
Of course. Yeah. No, the irony. Come on. We're drinking in the irony.
Yes.
This is like caviar. Come on. Enjoy.
Samson has been kind with me in DMs, but sometimes kindness is just a way of placating people while you stab them in the back. And I have been quite a bit more charitable to Noah Samson than he has been to me. So the kindness has run its course now. The kindness now is deleting the video.
Okay. Okay.
There you go.
Did that not sound like an ultimatum? Was that not Vaush saying, listen, you're going to delete this video or I'm going to start talking about you and your, I don't know, let's spin the wheel, anti-Semitism. Like,
listen, Noah, it's a beautiful YouTube channel you got here. It'd be a shame if something were to happen to it.
That's exactly.
Why you gotta be out here being so stupid, Noah? We're all out here trying to work, trying to make a buck. Why are you in my business? I don't come into your house, Noah, and shit in your toilet and not flush. Do I, Noah? Why do you come to my front lawn, drop your pants, and take a big shit in my yard? Like that's essentially what he's saying.
So true. Yeah, no. It's fucking cyberbullying 101.
I'm curious what he means when he says this is the worst takedown. Does he mean like the worst quality takedown, or does he mean the worst like because it frames Vaush as a big racist effectively? Because Noah's very good at propaganda. Because that's how I interpret it.
Oh yeah.
It's actually the best. It's the best worst Vaush takedown.
I was nice to you, Noah, and you didn't delete the video. Now do you see why I was saying, listen, Noah, I thought Vaush was very, very clear here. Did he not say delete the video? I believe he did. He didn't say set it to unlisted. Okay.
Right. Noah, how dare you unlist the video instead of deleting it or privating it? God.
We would have been more than happy to listen to it on Destiny's stream, where he provided 5 minutes of commentary as he watched the entire thing and played a video game. Okay, we will do that.
Come on, Destiny. That was some low fucking effort.
We're not above doing that, okay?
Okay. No, we would have watched the Surfs.
Yes. The Surfs provided 8 minutes of commentary.
I am kind of curious as to how the Surfs reacted to it. Which side of the team he's on this one?
Do we have time to bring it up?
No, I mean, we'd have to cut through to see like when is the commentary and all that stuff.
We will talk about that on Tuesday.
Yeah, I'll go scrub through it quickly just to get to the parts. I am curious.
I'm too curious too. I gotta know.
Where do you predict that Surfs is going to land on this one? I'm predicting he's going to land on the anti-Vaush side and think Noah is correct. That's my prediction.
I'm not certain of that. I think Surfs and Vaush are kind of tight, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I have heard Destiny say to Lance's face that you're the most dishonest person on the internet.
Yes.
So I think, the enemy the enemy of my enemy is my friend. I think that's what Surfs is saying. So I think Surfs is likely to take Vaush's side.
Okay, well, we'll see. This is good. I'm glad we're taking opposite positions here.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We're good at that.
I think Surfs has positioned himself as being such a, oh my God, the racisms, the indigenous peoples, that he kind of has to take the position that Vaush is the racist.
That's a great point. I forgot about that. He totally buys into the stolen land stuff.
Yes.
He loves that stuff. He laps it up he's on his hands and knees just lapping that stuff up. Stolen land. Oh my God.
Did he ever respond? I don't think he ever responded without moving the goalposts or deflecting to the fact that there were no bodies found in that residential school, that it turned out to all be rocks and tree roots.
No, he never reached out to Lauren Southern to have the follow-up debate after he completely lied about her on stream. No, none of that ever happened. So.
After Lauren Southern was basically just like, well, we don't know what's down there. It turned out to be completely correct.
Yeah. She made a follow-up video, but
yeah, of course she did. She did a fucking victory lap. She ran around in circles, doing backflips.
All right.
So was that it? Was there any other part of this video?
No, I think that's it. Look at this. We finished in 6. You got many of you.
A little bit less than 7 hours. It's a fucking record here.
Many of you will complain in the comments, but
I know
we want to continue to grow the show as much as we can. So I feel like
it's just an experiment. We'll see. If people like the 6 to 5 hour streams, 7 hour streams better than the 9 hour ones, well, maybe they won't. Maybe they won't. Who knows? I don't know.
We'll see. We're very experimental by nature.
Yes.
I might become a girl. You don't know. Like, I like to experiment. It could happen.
Adam is very high in openness to new things.
I am. Yeah. Okay. New openness and new experience. Yeah.
Right.
Definitely. I mean, I'm not going to go Jack Murphy off the charts, openness and new experience, but I can dabble. I might wear some eyeliner.
Yeah, go for it. Listen, get some eyeliner, get some red Tesla booty shorts.
Yeah, that might be a
bridge. Who was it? Someone talked about getting a crotch cam.
Yeah, I remember ignoring that.
Listen, Adam, if you become a strong gay icon, you have basically gained the immunity aisle from criticism. You understand that, right?
I do. Yeah. I like criticism. I don't care. I don't give a fuck.
I say.
I know we have
Mr. Rich Low Pitch.
There we go.
For $20. Thanks so much. Says Vaush, just like every other leftist, will never call out radical Islam because the far left has the exact same philosophy. Everyone needs to have my beliefs or they get the sword.
True. Yeah. Apostates, beware.
Be aware. Joe the Make for $20 says, is the Vaush haircut a move towards an MSNBC show or a shot towards looking more like Joseph Stalin? I mean, he's basically ready to airbrush Noah out of a few photos at this point.
That's true.
There you go. S-Class gets ass and A-Team makes the girls' dreams.
Nice. Very nice, enlightened centrist position to end on there. I saw Vaush's roommate and or ex-girlfriend, I'm not sure the situation there, tweeting out that she finally got Vaush. She finally convinced Vaush to cut off his ponytail.
Oh my God.
And I thought, fucking simp, dude. What the fuck?
Listen, on one hand, yes. But on the other hand, if it wasn't for women forcing guys to make correct fashion decisions, we'd all be in caves covered in our own filth, wearing animal skins with long hair.
There is some truth.
And long beards. Okay.
Yeah. Maybe she made the right decision for him.
I'll be super honest with you. I've seen very few men who have not had better fashion after their significant other forces them to change their life.
Steps in. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Okay. I hate to say it, but ladies got an eye for fashion much better than guys do. Oh my God, look at this. Before we go, we got a super chat from Vaush himself. This is the real Vaush. I'm pretty sure it's not someone who just totally faked the name.
Vaush loves our show. I don't know what you're talking
anyone
about.
Can do.
No, Vaush loves our show. Okay.
That's true. Vaush does. Vaush for $5 says, which would be the worst way to die? Being set on fire or eaten by bears? Ooh.
Bears.
Good question.
By a long shot. Well, fire would suck too. I mean, that's a tough one right there.
I think bears. I think you're right. Yeah. Bears. And the reason is, first of all, being burned to death is a fucking awful way to die. Okay. But I think you die slower when you're eaten by bears, I imagine.
They want to save you. They want you to live as long as possible.
Well, I don't know if the bear makes that distinction or not. It's just, unless the bear like kills you by like cutting your head off or smashing your brain or something, it's just going to eat you as you're still alive.
Dismember. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's pretty fucking
Can you imagine
horrifying.
looking down at your arm as it's being eaten by a bear?
I know. It's like one of the worst fucking things ever. Jesus Christ. Anyway, on that note, on that positive note, actually, that's the perfect metaphor for what we just watched. Noah is looking down at the bear Vaush eating his own arm. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you for coming with us on this journey of watching Breadtube tear itself asunder. And we'll see you all on Tuesday for the rest of the super chats and whatever other shenanigans we can rustle forth. Until then.
Bye-bye!
There you go.